out of 2, India have started off strong in the Silver Cup Women's ODI Tri-Series. But after losing their respective opening encounters, now it's time for Sri Lanka and South Africa to change their fortunes around. Can the home team race to their first win, or will South Africa push Sri Lanka further back in the Tri-Series? The stage is set for a cracking third game.
A warm welcome and a good morning to all of you. It's the third game in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. We are live from R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium in Colombo as Sri Lanka take on South Africa in this Servo Cup encounter, the game number 3. So two teams looking to find their first win in this Tri-Nation series. India, they've already won 2 games. Sri Lanka, after losing to India in the first game, they've had a couple of days of rest. South Africa also, having had a couple of days, will be looking to get their first win and make sure that they stay in the hunt to play that final on the 11th of May. So it's going to be a very interesting game here. Sri Lanka taking on South Africa on home soil. So to discuss about the game, I have got Anisha Ghosh from India. Good morning, Anisha.
Good morning, Damit. Glad to be here again for the third game.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be an interesting game, isn't it? Sri Lanka, they've had a pounding in that first game, which was a rain-restricted game. South Africa, they were in the hunt until probably the 10th or 15th, the last 10 or 15 overs. Nevertheless, Sri Lanka will be looking to get that win, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's important for them to course correct, do some reset in the second game of theirs, because as hosts especially, I think they have a point to prove. Their bowling lacked penetration in that game against India, I felt, looked one-dimensional, deflated, flat even, and they have historically fielded a strong spin bowling contingent, but this time around at that game against India, I felt their spinners did not have wicket-taking options. The wicket-taking options across the spin and pace bowling contingents look scarce for Sri Lanka, so this time around they need to put up a much better performance with the ball as well as with the bat, because even if you look at their batting, not much to write home about, because their top score I think was around 30 odd and they lacked partnership, so a lot of course correction needs doing in this game.
Yeah, if you talk about the history between these two teams, Sri Lanka and South Africa, they've played 23 games in the past, 23 women ODIs, and South Africa, they won on 15 occasions. Sri Lanka have only won 5 games. 3 games have been ended without a result. Onisha, history is in favor of South Africa. They'll probably come in as favourites today, but you cannot write off Sri Lanka, especially on a day where Chamari Athapattu can fire for Sri Lanka.
She's been an absolute ambassador for the sport here in this idyllic island nation, and sure, you would expect somebody of the caliber and reputation of Chamari Athapattu to come all guns blazing to set the tone for their innings, but I would also expect the likes of Harshita Samaravikrama to show more maturity as she has done in the past, and in terms of doing so, they need to be better with their running between the wickets, because they had been a little cavalier, I felt, lost 2 wickets to runouts, which is something you can any day eliminate and try to put on a better performance with the bat. So basics, tightening the basics will be absolutely crucial, and you cannot expect Chamari Athapattu to do everything for this side, and we did see Hasini Pereira also make a fairly decent knock, set it at the start, 30 odd runs from her bat, so she would need to also put her hand up, and if they do end up making any changes, they would be looking to put on a much better target than 147 odd that they had put up against India, which led to their pounding, as you called it correctly, a loss by 9 wickets.
Yes, indeed. Sri Lanka, as we showed you all earlier, have won 5 games against South Africa, and one of them was their last encounter last year when they won the game by 6 wickets. But in the previous 5 meetings between these two teams, South Africa have won 3 games, Sri Lanka have won only once, and the game in East London finished off without a result. So that run chase, Sri Lanka would obviously want to take some confidence coming into this game, knowing that they can beat South Africa.
100%. And remember that those run chases, the victorious one especially, came during the ICC Women's ODI Championship cycle, and it did play a huge role in Sri Lanka eventually going on to earning a direct berth to the ICC Women's ODI World Cup in India, which will be held in September, October 2025. So there has been history, sure, which is skewed in favor of South Africa, but recent performances should give Sri Lanka some confidence as far as chasing down tall targets is concerned, but also putting on formidable totals themselves.
Yes, indeed. And if we talk about this current tri-nation, India have now won 2 games. They're sitting pretty at the top of the points table. Sri Lanka and South Africa yet to win a game in this tri-nation. Onisha, when you take the things of this tournament, winner of this game will have a slight advantage going into this second round of games where teams play each other in this round robin. A winner of this game would have a slight advantage, isn't it?
100%. And as you rightly mentioned, India are perched atop the table nicely. They did look far more challenged against South Africa than they did against Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka, if you look at the way the 3 teams have performed so far, we've had a chance to take a look at all these 3 squads, all these 3 teams. Sri Lanka have looked the least settled of the 3 sides, so that's a concern. But this is what the Tri-Series, the first ever Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series in Sri Lanka presented by Servo Cup is all about. It's about making those permutations and combinations, experimenting, trying to see what are your best options leading into that big tournament later this year, which is the World Cup. So definitely not all is lost for Sri Lanka. This is just their second game. They've had a few days off since that first game on Sunday, so I'm sure a lot of talk has gone around and happened in the dressing room and at the team hotel under the leadership of coach Rumesh Rutnayake.
Indeed. So Sri Lanka and South Africa, they'll be playing the 3rd game of the Servo Cup, and the pitch, which is a very important asset in this game. Gamini Pereira was out there a little while ago to analyze the pitch.
Good morning, everyone. Nice and bright, hot and humid. In terms of overhead conditions, there are some broken clouds. The weather guru says there is some rain in the horizon, but let's hope that the weather god is kind to us to have a full days of cricket. Surroundings, well, it's a no-brainer. It's looking brilliant, lush green outfield, but it travels. Well-timed shot into the gap, you'll have a remote chance of chasing it down. Well, we'll have a look at the pitch, right. Incidentally, this is the second match on this surface. The very first match against Sri Lanka and India was played on this. There was a lot of moisture and the freshness on that day, but that had disappeared. It looks a lot more abrasive, lighter, and it's drier as well, but still it's pretty hard. So there's going to be enough carry and bounce. So far in this competition, spinners have had the wood over the paces. You're going to get some turn here, and you can guarantee that both sides will be looking to get their spinners to do the bulk of the work with ball in hand. But quick outfield, conditions are good, ticks all the boxes as far as batting is concerned. So I would say when you win the toss, you get some runs on the board and will dictate from there.
Gamini Pereira reckons it's a lot drier than the pitchers which were used for the first 2 games of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. Onisha, the spinners will definitely come into the game. Sri Lanka as host will look to bring the spinners into game far more than the first game against India. It's a very hot and humid day. This pitch, it's still very hard, but still the spinners will have some purchase.
Certainly. It's the same surface, remember, that was used in game 1, Sri Lanka versus India, but this looks a lot drier. There was a hint of green in that first game, and it was also a rain-affected game, which meant that the pitch was under covers for a fairly long time, but not today. It's beating down here. The sun is out in its glory, and it's really, really hot. We are out here under the sun right now, and I could tell you that I should have worn more sunscreen clearly. So given the conditions, I do expect Sri Lanka to make a few changes, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do go on to bring in a few more spinners. Particularly, I would love to see an uncapped player in their ranks, that is Deumi Vihanga, was one of the standout players at the inaugural Under-19 World Cup. So, hey, they have a chance to make some tweaks to their starting 11, and the way Laura Wolfart and Tasman Brits went against the Indian attack, they blunted pace fairly easily in the power play, went on to put on 61 in the first 10 overs. So if India do want to stand a chance to put on a good showing, it has to be through their spin bowling.
Indeed, we had Laksisi De Silva out there in the middle with the captains a little while ago for the all-important toss.
It's game number 3 of the Silver Cup Women's ODI Tri-Series 2025. Sri Lanka and South Africa, both the teams searching for their first win of the Tri-Series. They're clashing against each other here today at the R. Premadas Stadium. So it's time for the all-important toss. Joining with me are the two captains, the home team skipper from Sri Lanka, Chamari Atapattu, and from South Africa, Laura Wolfart, and the match referee, Vanessa De Silva. So Chamari, you can spin the coin. Tails is the call.
Heads it is. Ball first.
And it's heads. Chamari, you have won the toss, so what will be your decision?
We are going ball first.
So any reason to bowl first on this surface?
Because we have good experience in first game. The first 10 overs we a little bit struggled with the batting. So, and I'm pretty confident about our bowling unit. We back new spinners and the experienced spinners. So we decide ball first.
So what do you think would be a good score to chase here?
I think 250 is good score to chase here.
So any changes in the side from that first game to here?
Yeah, we have 2 changes. Three changes. We have Deumi Vihanga back in the side, Sugandhika Kumari, and Vishmi Gunaratna back in the side. Yeah.
All the best for the game, Chamari.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So Laura, the toss didn't go your way. So if you won the toss, what would you have done?
We probably would have batted anyway. Happy to have a bat first in these conditions. Obviously, it being a used wicket where they played the first game, we thought it could possibly get lower and slower, so we're happy to make the most of it with the bat early on.
So what do you think would be a good score batting first here to defend later on?
Well, India scored 277, and that seemed to be enough against us, so I think we'll be looking around that, a high 200s. Yeah.
So now coming into this game, any changes from that first game?
No, we're playing the same 11.
So it was a very close game, that first one. So how's the mood in the camp after such a close game?
Yeah, obviously disappointing and hurts a lot to win close games, but I think those are sort of the games you can learn a lot from. Definitely had a couple of good meetings reflecting on all of the points where we could have maybe been a bit better or a bit braver earlier on. So we've had some good reflections, and hopefully we can do those things right today.
All the best for the game, Laura.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the centre. Sri Lankan skipper Chamari Atapattu, she has won the toss and they have decided to bowl first.
So Sri Lanka will be bowling first here at R. Premadasa Stadium. 3 changes to the Sri Lankan team. You have Deumi Vihanga making her debut, and South Africa, they are unchanged. Sri Lanka have brought in Vishmi Gunaratna to bolster their batting lineup along with Sugandhika Kumari. So we are all set for the start of this third game of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. Let's go to the comm box as the game is about to begin.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to everyone joining us at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. Let's start off with the South African side. That's how they look. It's an unchanged side. A very strong opening partnership. Wolfart and Brits, they are the 2 openers, and they had a wonderful outing that last game and gave India a great or tremendous scare. But India came back to win that game. That's a game South Africa would want to forget. So that's a look at the South African side. And what about Sri Lanka? Quite a few changes, and again a win is so important for both teams. I got Estelle with me. Estelle, your thoughts on the Sri Lankan side?
Yeah, interesting to see 3 changes coming into this game after just 1 match in the tournament. So we've got Vishmi Gunaratna, who there were a lot of questions about why she was not included in the side for that first ODI. She comes in, it looks like she'll be batting in the middle order. Sugandhika Kumari, left arm spinner, coming in for Achini Kulasurya. So 1 pacer less Sri Lanka playing here today. And of course Deumi Vihanga coming into the side as well for Hansima Karunaratna. Interesting choices from Sri Lanka, but they'll want to make a better show of it today. They didn't have the best of outings against India.
Right, the countdown is on and it is, we are all ready to play. Let's play is the call. And here comes the first delivery. South Africa put into bat. No movement and a no ball to start with. Would you believe it? A no ball of the very first delivery, and Laura Wolfhard been given a gift.
Malki Madara with the responsibility of taking that first over just oversteps the first delivery. So South Africa have an opportunity now to get off to a good start. Swing from Laura Wolfhard, but not able to get bat on ball. So didn't cost Sri Lanka too much, just the extra delivery from Malki Madara. She want to get things right from this delivery onwards. Wolfhard will be disappointed. She missed out on that occasion. Ball just drifting down the leg side, but again not able to get bat on ball.
No great bounce, just conventional swing. And Estelle, it brings us to the question about bowling first on this surface. When you look at or when you hear what Gamini Pereira said, he felt that the surface was dry and the outfield is reasonable, and the way to go. Before that, Laura Wolfhard's numbers, excellent average, just under 50 and a strike rate of little over 70.
And that 184 actually came in her last game against Sri Lanka. Yeah, Sri Lanka chased down 305 in South Africa. So she has had a good run against the Sri Lankans in the recent past.
Yes, so just getting back to that toss we were speaking about. Before that, this is the batter who was outstanding in that last game. It has been Brits. Average still doesn't do justice to the way she batted the other day. 150 and 300s. Strike rate little over 70. Swing, that's conventional. That's what the new ball will give you. And she gets a boundary off the inside edge.
Very much like how Brit started in the previous game as well. Just gets a boundary off one of her first deliveries. So Sri Lanka will have to be a bit wary. Good delivery from Malki Madara. Cramped her for space. But just gets it fine enough. That fine leg is quite square.
So South Africa off to a reasonable start. No ball, a single, now a boundary off the inside edge. They'll take all of those. 6 without loss. Slip in. Again, you could see that swing. The conventional movement in there, back into the right-hander. But what I'm interested to see is whether there is anything off the surface. Because the other day, Chamari Atapattu said at the toss that she was concerned about the first 10 overs when they played India, where the ball was moving around. So it was more to do with deliveries off the surface as well, not just in the air. You've seen Malki Madara getting some movement in the air, but nothing off the surface.
Yeah, we did see a rain delay that day as well. I think that maybe had an impact on things. That's the end of the first over. South Africa 6 for no loss.
Right, a good start for South Africa, 6 without loss. And now this, to me, is a surprise. You win the toss, you decide to bowl, and you have just one seamer in your side. Now, normally, teams opt to bowl first is when you expect something with the new ball, and you'll have seamers in your side raring to go. But Sri Lanka, on the other hand, appears to have gone the other way. They have one seamer and starting off with a spinner and still deciding to bowl first.
Yeah, it's been characteristic of the Sri Lankan side to go with that singular seamer in the recent past. It's just with the emergence of the likes of Achini Kulasurya, Malki Madara that we've seen them go with two. But yeah, as you mentioned, interesting to see the decisions that have been made, particularly with the toss. I just feel they are perhaps more comfortable chasing, and that's basically what's helped them with that decision.
Well, they may be comfortable chasing, but then conditions should be considered. When you look at the surface, if it is dry, if it is more batting friendly, good teams will always want to make use of it, make use of the conditions, rather than stick with a tried and tested plan. So, well, it's a little bit too early in the day, still the second over. We will only find out as we go back at the end of the game in terms of what the result is. But then, if the pitch report is anything to go by, this is Sugandhika Kumari's numbers, 32 wickets at an average of just under 40. Economy rate, I beg your pardon. Another easy single.
Kumari has been someone that Sri Lanka has used with the new ball pretty frequently, particularly in the T20 format. So she would be accustomed to this type of role in the side.
Just going with the arm that time from Sugandhika Kumari. 2 overs done, 8 without loss. It's a lovely day, isn't it? The sun is out. We've heard that there's been some rain in certain parts of Colombo, but thankfully, at the moment, the skies look beautiful, blue skies. Clouds appear to be high. Dara continues. Just bowling slightly back of a length. Nothing really happening off the pitch.
Yeah, she's been pretty disciplined so far in this spell, apart from that no ball to start things off. As I mentioned before, the sole pace bowler in this side, so a lot of responsibility on her shoulders to extract as much as she can from this surface.
Yeah, she's getting that ball to swing back into the right-hander. She's essentially an in-swing bowler. Haven't seen her bowl the one that holds its line or swings away. She gets a lot of conventional swing back into the right hand, and played late again by Brits for a couple.
On screen is the debutant, Devmi Vihanga. Comes with a big reputation for being a good off spinner, but also someone who can clear the boundary. Was one of the standout performers for Sri Lanka at that inaugural Under-19 World Cup, and I should say a lot of people expected her to make her debut much earlier, but it's come a couple of years after that performance.
They're looking to come down the pitch. Brits just trying to get some pace on the ball, create her own pace. But yeah, I think that's an area that Sri Lanka was found wanting Just look at how Brits looks to charge. The one that looks to clear the boundary, Chamari Atapattu can do that when she is in the mood and when she's on song. But Sri Lanka also needs that kind of power hitter towards the middle order or the lower middle order. Well, it's been a good over, I'll tell you. It's been a very good over so far.
Madara made her debut on Sri Lanka's last tour, that is when they went to New Zealand a couple of months ago, and has been impressive so far. You have to say the discipline she's shown with her lines and lengths, not giving too much away to the batters, and that's the way to go, isn't it? And that's what we saw from the likes of Arundhati Reddy in that first game against Sri Lanka.
Now the wicketkeeper standing up. Nice forcing shot off the back foot. That's four. Just a touch short and wide and pounced on by Brits.
Tasmin Brits showing her form, showing her class with that shot. Looked in brilliant touch in the 100 she scored in the previous game, and once again feels like she's just picking up where she left off there. Finds the gap and finds the boundary.
Lovely shot. Just got on the back foot, forcing shot. All timing. He's definitely getting conventional swing back into the right-hander quite a bit. Seemed to start around that off stump and keep swinging. So 3 overs done, 15 without loss. Sugandhika Kumari continues mid-on inside the circle. She's got a deep mid-wicket out in the boundary. Deep cover on the boundary. Left arm round. Tends to sort of angle the ball back into the right-hander. That's what she generally does. She's not a big turner of the ball though, but she's someone who slides it on.
She just tries to rush the batter, doesn't she, with her pace.
Nicely driven. Might be cut off in the deep. Good work. Well, Vishmi Gunaratne, who didn't play in that last game, she was thought of as someone exceptional. Unfortunately left out. Look at her. That's not great fielding at short extra cover, but this is a good effort.
You're really quick to get to the ball. Vishmi Gunaratne also quite a good athlete at school levels. Bowled her. Brilliant bowling from Sugandhika Kumari. It's just a straight delivery that Tasmin Brits has missed.
This is a massive blow as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. This is what they were after. That's the plot and plan they had. The one that comes in with the arm. Well, the problem was that the feet movement of Brits, she went nowhere. She played from the crease. That delivery demanded a forward stroke. A big stride out. Out for 14. South Africa have lost their first wicket, 17 for 1. $17 for 1.
Lara Goodall will be the new batter for South Africa. Didn't have a good run in the previous game, but in early today, just on Sugantika Kumari, she didn't play the first game. I think Sri Lanka looking to experiment a little with their bowling attacks in this series. But she's definitely one of those bowlers who's managed to pick up early wickets for Sri Lanka.
Left-hander in. So she's got nobody on the offside on the boundary. Interestingly, she's got 2 on the leg side boundary, but she's someone who will look to take it away from the left-hander. Or a good all. The average is little over 20 and a strike rate of 60 plus. No hundreds, the best of 93. At the pivotal number 3 for South Africa. Well, that delivery just going straight through. The previous one was just came back with the angle. Just look at how it comes back from outside the off stump. That's what she does. So effectively to the right-handers. Going round the wicket. Fine over comes to an end. 4 overs done. 17 for 1.
Maki Madara to continue Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka have got the early breakthrough that they wanted here. They've got the big wicket of Taswin Briggs. That was the area they lacked in that first game, just the wicket-taking options. So they'll want to make further inroads. Laura Woolfart, of course, the big wicket, the one who does make those big hundreds. So that'll be the next target for them.
Sri Lanka will want to knock over the South African batting. Has to be the plan, and this is not good fielding again. We've seen a few fumbles in the previous over and now as well. Yes, she knows it straight away, and her hand went up, a hand of apology. Should have been stopped.
Yeah, those are the areas that I think Sri Lanka really need to improve on. Even the energy on the field, I think if you compare a team like India, there's so much of a buzz in the field, so much chatter. You've got the Jemima Rodrigues, the Pratika Ravas talking all the time, putting the batters under pressure. Don't really hear much from the Sri Lankans apart from the keeper Anushka Sanjeevani.
Yeah, I think the Indian wicketkeeper is also very talkative. She keeps always egging her bowlers along. Right, so Madara will bowl to the left-hander. Good all. This will be perfect for her, but that's not the line she should be looking to bowl. She was getting the ball to swing back into the right-hander, so she would have ideally wanted to bowl more middle or middle and off and pitch it up and go past the outside edge or find it if possible.
Yeah, just not making that adjustment with the left-hander in. Not easy with the strike rotating, but she'll want to make that. On-field umpires today, Nimali Pereira from Sri Lanka and Anna Harris from the UK.
Nimali Pereira, the Sri Lankan umpire, and her partner today is Anna Harris. She happens to be from the United Kingdom. Not so sure whether she's enjoying the weather though, because it's extremely warm and humid.
I mean, we aren't enjoying the weather either, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was finding it a bit difficult. Madara once again just straying down the leg side, an easy singer for Woolfart.
Maybe on the other hand, look at the bright side. She might end up with a tan. I mean, that's what most are after when they come to these parts of the world. A nice tan, a tan in a nice way. got the last ball of the over. That's better. That is much better. The line is right. 20 for 1. Are we back? 20 for 1. So a wicket lost and the wicket taken by Sugandhika Kumari, who's bowled extremely well. 1 for 4 in 2 overs. She's looked good to the right-hander, where she goes around the wicket, she goes slightly wider and tends to angle it back into the right-hander.
Yeah, just trying to cramp the batters for room, isn't she? With that line and length.
She's been good with that line against the right-hander. She's dismissed a right-hander already. And Laura Wolfart hasn't really looked comfortable against her. Looked to force her a few times, but the timing hasn't been there.
Yeah, Wolfart starts slowly in general. So she's got 4 off 15. But you wouldn't want her to stay at the crease for much longer because she can kick on and get those big hundreds under her belt.
Yeah, the amazing thing is, in the modern game, you have matchups, you have so much information available, so the Sri Lankan team will know what is a period of vulnerability and you need to cash in at that time. And what is she struggling against? Is she dismissed by left armers or right armers at what stage of her innings? Little questions and information that teams generally get.
Wolfart, one of the most prolific batters in the international game over the last year. Nearly 700 runs in 2024 alone. So she is coming in to this 2025 season in good form.
Now from over the wicket, Sugandhika Kumari. She hasn't really found that angle when she comes over the wicket. From round the wicket, because she goes wide of the crease and she brings it back into the right-hander. She has some cover, but to the left-hander, she goes over the wicket. She gets close to the stumps and hasn't found that angle. Dot to end the over. 6 overs done. South Africa, 21 for 1.
Matara continuing from Malika at the end, a loud appeal. Probably would have brushed the pad of Laura Wolfart. Certainly there was a deflection which prompted the fielding team to appeal. There was a clear deflection and umpire Nimali spotted that very quickly. Beautiful batting from Laura Wolfart. That's going to be her first boundary in game number 3 of Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. There's plenty of room for Laura. She would put that away 9 times out of 10, isn't it, Onisha?
That's a classic Laura Wolfart cover drive. Put that as a reel on Instagram. Virality guaranteed. With Brits' departure, the onus will now fall on the South Africa captain, who's more than able to shepherd the innings now.
Kavisha Dilhari saved a certain boundary. Nevertheless, Wolfart got another single.
The left and right hand combination is also going to be crucial as to how Sri Lanka go about their bowling innings. Lara Goodall on strike now. Punched back to the bowler. Goodall, of course, fell cheaply in that game against India. Good line, leaving the left-hander. This has been a good start from Malki Madara, the youngster. Goodall, of course, has been a late call-up to the South African squad in the wake of an illness. Tuaneke Bosch was left out of the central contracts list released by the CSA a few weeks ago. That's very good running from the South African batters in the middle, putting the pressure on the infield, something they did very well against India as well. Could get the boundaries and the singles and twos at will. No wonder they ended up getting very close to that 279 odd run chase against India.
Beautiful delivery. Malki Madara, a leg cutter, a slower one, does the trick. Gets the South African captain, Laura Woolward, clean bowled. She's waiting for that replay to see what really happened. Yes, a leg cutter. Beautiful. They say hit top of off, and that's what exactly she did. Second wicket down for South Africa. Laura Woolward gone for 10. South Africa 27 for 2.
Karabu Mesu out in the middle with that terrific dismissal of South Africa captain Laura Wolfart. What a maiden ODI wicket to have under your belt, hey? A ripper of a delivery from the youngster Malki Madara, and she has her first wicket in this format in Sri Lankan colours. Was amongst the wickets already in the T20I format. And South Africa have sent in the 17-year-old Karabu Mesu, who debuted in the previous game against India. 7 odd runs to her name in that fixture. And she has a big task on her hands.
Yeah, a lot of rebuilding work has to be done for South Africa. Here's that dismissal that held up on the pitch and straightened up. That's going to be the first boundary for Laura Goodall. There was enough width on offer from Sugandhika Kumari. That's what you can't do when you're bowling in the power play as a spinner. Valiant effort from the captain, Chamari Athapattu.
That would inject a lot of confidence in Laura Goodall. Came flush of the middle of the bat, lunged forward, threw her hands at that wide-ish delivery. Dotted fuller into the leg side. by Sugandhika Kumari. And the way Sri Lanka have started with their bowling innings, they should be riding high on this confidence and try to capitalize on this platform set by both Kumari and Malki Madara. Two ends of the experience spectrum, but bouncing off each other so well.
Straight away, there's two fielders outside the 25-yard circle on the onside for Karabu Mesu. Loud appeal from Sri Lanka, probably would have missed the leg stump. Karabu Mesu playing only her second game.
Definitely down the leg. An appeal more out of hope than anything else really. And that appeal itself is a reflection of the confidence that must be swirling around in the infield amongst the fielders. A front foot defense from the youngster, the right-hander, Karabu Mesu. Was a pivotal figure in helping South Africa get to the final of the 2025 Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup in Malaysia. And she's been rated so highly by her captain, Laura Wolfart. End of the 8th over. South Africa 32 for 2.
Bowling change from Sri Lanka. The debutant Devumi Vihanga will be bowling from the Kettarama end. A sign from Sri Lanka that there's going to be a lot of spin for the South African team. Straight away, on point from young Devumi Vihanga. Another product coming off the school system in Sri Lanka, played for Sri Lanka under-19s and now representing the country in the senior team. Inside edge and just a single for Laura Godal. Great achievement for any cricketer, Anisha, representing your country in the highest level.
And so many of the current personnel in the Sri Lankan squad have come through that school system, a robust structure you were talking about. Devumi Vihanga was the highest wicket taker for Sri Lanka at the inaugural Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup in South Africa. Knows a lot of these South African youngsters, the teenagers, Mesu included. Flighted delivery swung into the leg side, but there is protection on the onside in the infield.
This was when Tarindu Pereira, the assistant coach for Sri Lanka, presenting that ODI cap. There was slight hesitation between Mesu and Godal, but no harm done. Devumi Vihanga, the 82nd women's ODI cricketer for Sri Lanka. Must be a great feeling for young Vihanga, playing her first ODI in front of your home crowd. That's what Sri Lanka cricket is also expecting. Home crowd to come in numbers, free of charge, no tickets needed for the fans. Good start from Vihanga in her ODI career. 9 overs completed, 35 for 2. This is going to be the last over in the first power play. Sugandhika Kumari bowling her 5th over. Couldn't save it. It's going to be the second boundary for Laura Godal.
That was powerfully driven by Lara Godal. Beat the diving bowler to her right. And there was enough legs on that delivery to go all the way, clearing the infield. Two delectable looking boundaries along the carpet from Lara Godal. She needs to capitalize on this opportunity she has gotten, not just by making into the squad in place of Anneke Bosch as a replacement player, but now she's part of the top 4 again. A big opportunity this is for the left-hander.
Straight away a change of field. Mid fielder was pushed back to save the boundary, and the deep square leg fielder was brought into the circle. Lara Godal clearly showing signs that she's very good off her front foot. Almost hit it straight to mid-on that time. Anisha is trying to maximize the last over in this power play.
Miscues again. There has been a number of under edges of the bat of Lara Godal, and that's also in part down to the variable pace and the variable bounce we have seen across both the pitches that have been used so far in the 3 games in this dry series. Some balls keeping low. Big swing, a play and a miss. She's keeping the bat on absolute tenterhooks is the experienced Sugandhika Kumari. Terrific bowling, flight, drift, everything in it.
A great addition to the team for this game. Kumari keeping things tight. Slight misfield by Kavisha Dilhari. Loves Lara Godal to keep the strike. 10 overs completed. South Africa 40 for 2.
End of power play.
South Africa made 61 without losing any wickets in the power play in that game against India. But it's been a different story. Both of their openers are back in the hut, and they've managed only 40 runs on the scoreboard so far in their first 10 overs. Clearly, Sri Lanka and Chamari Yadapadu's decision to bring in 3 changes have worked really well. A couple of back foot punches, but hey, there came the wicket from Sugandhika Kumari up front.
Yeah, that was a peach of a delivery from Malki Madara. Lara Godal got some boundaries of Sugandhika Kumari. Overall, Sri Lanka will be pleased with how things went in the first power play. A very interesting call by Captain Chamari Athapattu. Devumi Vihanga was almost on her way to bowl her second over, but when she realized that the power play is over, she brought in her experienced Inoka Ranavira from the Kettarama end.
Fascinating viewing from the comm box, isn't it, Damit? She was almost getting ready for a run-up, was the youngster, Devumi Vihanga, only to be asked to go back and wait for some more time. Oh, swung and swung away. There is enough on that one from Lara Goodall to go all the way into the deep mid-wicket region for her third boundary of the innings. This is very good timing and placement from the left-hander. Assessed the length so early, waited on that and launched it into the leg side with a plumb. A good stroke to take her tally now to 18. This is good injection of fluency from Lara Goodall.
Yeah, this is where the matchups coming to play, Onisha. When the left-hander is on strike, I think Chamari should have gone with the off spinner, at least for one more over, because seems like Godal is very comfortable playing left arm spin. We saw that when she's playing Sugandhika Kumari. Yes, it's a great asset to have two left arm spinners in your team, but to identify the matchups and to have your bowling changes on point. Dropped by Inoka Ranavira. As we speak about matchups, Inoka Ranavira almost went against the tide and picked up the wicket. She cannot blame anyone but herself.
Powerfully played back to the bowler, but it is going to be a drop chance, and that explains why Chamari Athapattu got so experienced campaigner in Inoka Ranavira back in the mix, because that's exactly how she got Smriti Mandhana a return catch in that game against India, another left-hander. So while conventional wisdom, Damit, suggests that the usual matchup ploy of spinner versus left-hander should come into effect, but Inoka Ranavira has shown just how effective she can be against left-handers as well and get out big fish, like Smriti Mandhana. A number of big fish we've seen, and there comes another glorious looking shot, this time from the youngster Karabu Mesu. Her first boundary in this fixture. Caressed is along the carpet and picks up a glorious, glorious 4. End of the 11th, South Africa 49 for 2.
South Africa 49 for 2, 11 overs completed. South Africa was sent in to bat first by Sri Lankan captain Chamari Athapattu, and she will be now bowling from the Maligav at the end. This was that last boundary from Karabu Meso, her first in this game. Chamari Athapattu straight away attacking the stumps. It's not going to be easy getting LBWs when you're bowling over the wicket, clearly pitching outside the leg stump. She has a plan. That's why the double bowling change. Plenty of spin bowling options for Sri Lanka in this game. You have two left arm spinners in Sugandhika Kumari and Inoka Ranavira. You have Chamari Athapattu, Devumi Vihanga now playing her first game. You have Kavisha Dilhari. Straight away you can have 50 overs of spin, Onisha.
Fuller ball notched into the leg side. Athapattu is darting them in fairly quickly, much faster than the other off-spinner, the debutant Deomi Vihanga. Athapattu wasn't quite on the money with her part-time off-spin in the game against India. Was on the slightly expensive side, but here she has a chance to launch from the pad set by the other bowlers before she brought herself into the attack. A good contest ensuing between the spin bowling attack of Sri Lanka's and the youngster 17-year-old Karabu Mesu. Oh, a good stop, a good save there on the edge of the infield in the third region. Yet she cannot stop the single from being taken. A good dive.
Vishmi Gunaratne, the field at that time at cover point. Here's the record of Chamari Athapattu in women ODI cricket, 40 wickets. Flighted delivery by Captain Athapattu to end the 12th over. South Africa 51 for 2.
.51 for 2 after being asked to bat. Gorill's made 20. Messo's just moved on to 6. They lost informed batters. So South Africa will expect this pair to do the rebuilding and put them on a strong position. But they're going at over 4 runs in over at the moment, so they will be quite satisfied how things have gone. But the only problem now we're having is the loss of the 2 wickets. Now we see Madara brought back into the attack, 1 for 22 from her previous spell. They will just march along. Gamini, this is what the 2 batters will want to do.
Yeah, good morning, Kosala. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, those 2 openers put on 140 in that last game, Laura and Brits. So to see the back of both batters, as far as the Sri Lankans are concerned, it's a huge effort. But work to be done still. Like you said, they're going around 4.5 runs per over. Nicely bowled. The one that she got Laura out, Maliki Madar, that was an absolute peach of a delivery. Slow delivery from the back of the hand, and like I said in the pitch report, this wicket, you can get some purchase of it. So yeah, that ball certainly gripped, and it turned, pitched on middle stump, took the off bail. You know, that's one of those balls sometimes you can't do much about, but
This is good. That slight movement again. Now, this is a good call from Chamari Athapattu, Gamini, because you see, bring your seamer while the ball is relatively new. Try to get that little purchase that you're getting off the track when the ball is relatively a little bit new.
yeah, 2 new balls from either end. So what, this ball is only 6.3 overs old, so it still has the shine. The day like this with the humidity, you're not going to get a lot of conventional swing in the air, but she certainly has. There is that off cutter this time. She has few deliveries in her armory, and she she might need that. This is a very good pitch to bat on, and yeah, the pace and the variations will definitely come into play.
Yeah, it's always nice to have something in your armory, especially when you're playing on a dry surface, where the ball will intend to come onto the bat quite comfortably. 5-4 field for Madara.
Well, that will be called a wide. In fact, it's a 6-3 field, and she goes on the onside.
Yeah, that was a referred ball. May have tried a Yorker as well. Just swung it. There you are. Upright, the seam.
Gamini, also the fact that if you look the way she released that ball, that front hand was pointing all bits towards square leg. Now that's more straighter. If you see that arm coming more straighter, so that's the intent that she needs to do. Because the previous ball, I thought she angled it too, and that delivery point was far off.
Yeah, she's not the most side-on bowler, as you could see. The man who's wearing the hat, he knows a thing or two about fast bowling. The head coach of Sri Lanka, Rumesh Ratnayaka. Yeah, when you have these front-on, semi-on bowlers, Kosala, that front arm is so important. How it comes down, the straight line. There's a slower delivery. Nicely punched to extra cover. Skipper Chamari. There's the fielding. 13 overs done. 54 for 2.
So this is how it's gone about so far. India winning 2 out of 2. Won the first match very comprehensively by 9 wickets in the second. It was a bit of a battle, isn't it? But they managed to get home by 15 runs. We've got a game on the 4th, 5th, 6th and the 7th.
Yeah, India basically have got 1 foot in that grand final, haven't they? 2 out of 2, and that's why this game is mighty important for both sides to get that elusive W on the board. Oh. Loopier delivery. Premeditated lap shot from Goodall. Very lucky. That could have easily gone into either the keeper or the slipper's hand.
Not having the pace on that for Goodall to do that shot. Chamari Athapaththu doesn't push it through there. She's very slow through there. So that's why the lap loop not really coming on for Goodall.
Similar shot, but this was more of a paddle than the scoop. Yeah, it's an interesting shot. The scoop, you need to get that bat angle exactly right to the face. The ball has to come off the face of the bat, and that was more of a paddle from Nizo. It's a vital partnership, Cozy. You know, it's important the middle part of these innings. South Africa don't want to quicker delivery, at least 5 yards quicker that time.
Gavin, interesting to see Chamari Athapaththu coming on so early in the attack. And this time, attempted slog, but again that ball not really coming on for Goodall to go over mid-wicket.
Yes, she's changing speed, changing angles over the wicket this time. Quicker. Yeah, we'll come back to that. There has been some strange bowling changes made by Athapaththu. 14 done, 56 for 2. Another change. Inoka. She's the most experienced campaigner as far as the bowling is concerned for the Sri Lankan side. She's basically a veteran these days, isn't she? 39-year-old. Bowled 1 over. And this is the second one. We've had, we were talking about Deumi bowled over as well. So we've had 5 bowlers used so far in this first 14 overs.
Maybe a switch of ends for Inoko Ranavira. She bowled from the opposite. Oh, she bowled from this end. Again, going for that big slog sweep, trying to go over mid wicket, looking for that cow corner. Again, slower through the air. Slight turn for Ranavira.
I was just about to say, when we saw Laura and Brits bat in that previous game, Kosala, they used their feet to great effect, and there were some nice shots over mid-off, over mid-on. They kept the bowler at bay, particularly with the length, but so far we haven't seen any of these two batters using their feet. That one got a lot of bat on it, but Ravisha Dillari, probably the best fielder in this side for Sri Lanka.
So, for Ranavira, if you look at her, she gets very wide of the crease, Gamini, and trying to angle it in and then get that ball to turn. But so far, we've not seen that turn coming through. And that's why both Meso and Goodall are trying to carve in by getting it into that wicket, mid-wicket region. Let's take a look at that again. That's what I was mentioning. But the pace is depriving them at the moment. It's not coming on as expected. This time much a quicker delivery. This is what Inoko Ranavira does, isn't it? She will mix things up. Ask the batter to do the thinking, what she will want to deliver next. A little bit slower through there. Giving it to the end of over number 15. South Africa 56 for 2.
.56 for 2. Atapattu from the far end. Nicely driven. And Lara takes off for a single. Run rate is just around 3.73 at the moment, Cozy. 15 overs. Keep a very close eye on that dot ball column. Already 57 dot balls in these 15 overs. So that's why it's become a mighty important stat these days with white ball cricket. Particularly 50 over for that matter. How efficient you can be in the middle overs. These two need to rotate the strike a lot more. And right now there are 8 fielders inside the ring, the 25-yard ring in women's cricket.
This time gets bat on ball. Get a single, but they're not getting those boundaries. It's just been 1 or 2 runs per over. And since we came on, Gamini, the run rates really dipped from 4.2 to about 3.6, as you mentioned. So Sri Lanka would say they come back pretty strongly against these two with the spinners in operation. Both Atapattu and Ranavira not giving much pace off the ball. Good effort. Chance of a run out. It might have been a fraction late in getting up, but that's good feeling, that's good effort. That's the commitment the captain will show her team.
Yeah, very good effort. Kosala, very often when Sri Lanka play against these better sides in women's cricket, this fielding becomes very important. That's many times that's been the difference, and we saw that against India as well last time around. And I reckon in the first 15 overs there have been few knock-ons, fumbles, but that was how it should be done. Tamari says we need an effort in the field. Try to back the bowlers and take your opportunities. Already Lara Gunal was dropped by Inoka Ranavira off her own bowling. He was 18 at that time, and dot ball to finish the 16th. 59 for 2, drinks on the field.
So we're back live. 2 wickets to fall. Uftat for 10 and Brits for 14. The second wicket falling at 27. So since then this pair have put on 32 runs between them, trying to rebuild the South African innings. So a lot will depend on these two better than the bowling. 5 bowlers used so far. A wicket apiece for Madara and Kumari. Vihanga, Ranavir and Athapatha here to get him on the big column, but Ranavir has been a little bit expensive. 4.5 economy. Sri Lanka will be looking to try and curtail the South Africans below 200. The way things have gone about so far, I feel that the wicket is getting a little bit slower. It's not really coming on for shot making. And these were the 2 wickets that the Sri Lankans got. The first one, that one came back very sharply. And the next one, this was the peach of the delivery. A little bit of roll of the fingers from Madara. And it deceived Brits to give Sri Lanka the second scalp.
Yeah, that was pretty good from both wickets for that matter, Kosala. I think the first one, Brits was pretty late to pick the ball out of the hand, and feet were nowhere. Arm ball from Sugandhika, and the other one, like you said, the leg cutter. So it's not a batter's mistake. I think it's the brilliance by the 2 bowlers to pick those 2 wickets, and Kudal on 24, she's got to start, so she needs to make sure that not only to keep the scoreboard moving, to try and bat through the innings and try and build a good total. Like you said, yeah, with this kind of weather, sun is beaming down on us, and there's absolutely no moisture on the surface, so it's only going to get slower, and as the ball gets older, it's going to hold up a touch. There's some turn for Inoka Ranavira.
Evidence for you straight away, Gamini. So this is going to happen more and more as the game goes on. There you go. Given a little bit of air. The slower you push it, the better it gets turned. So much quicker, angled in. The Mezzo, she's a youngster, 17 years of age. Given air and gone. Straight to the skipper. Sri Lanka picked their third. Mezzo trying to go for that off drive. The ball not coming on. Nagamini, you were talking about this.
Well, you know, you got to take your hats off for that guy. We'll have a look at him again, but we'll have a look at this dismissal first. Again, well flighted delivery. Held up on the pitch. Didn't get close to the ball. Yeah, it was going to happen. It was inevitable. They just couldn't put it away, clear the infield, and there were not a lot of feet from either batter so far. So pressure was building. There were a lot of dot balls, and she had to make a decision. Obviously, she took a very poor option at that time, and Ranavira, after dropping a catch off her own bowling, has picked up her first wicket. Atapattu at extra cover, safe as houses. 59 for 3. New batter. Sune Lewis is the new batter. Yeah, it's a very important period, Kozi. This can go either way. 59 for 3. South African batters can't just go into a shell and just, allow the Sri Lankan bowlers to just bowl dot balls. They need to use their feet. Obviously, the slowness of the pitch. You need good feet if you're going to be effective against the spinners.
Yeah, this is the wicket to fall. There you go. Well, the intent was to plant that foot out and try and go over extra cover, but the ball not really coming on. Oh, drop chance. Now this is the second time Inoka Ranavira has put down a catch of her own bowling. This time of the new batter loose. Look at that. That was catchable. That was catchable.
Yeah, again, it was too close to go over the top. On a pitch like this nature, you need to be very careful of what you need to do as a batter. For you to have the elevation, there has to be some distance between the batter and the ball. That was too full as well, but this time erring in line. A lot of batters make that mistake. Too high and it's missing leg stump. Dot to finish the 17th, 60 for 3.
South Africa, 60 for 3.
Oh!
Again, trying to go for that slog on the onside. Tempting, isn't it? Got your mid-wicket open. It's inviting the batter. Try and hit me.
That's what happens when you don't use your feet, either forward or back, against the spinners. You take some very poor options, and from the crease, she's going against the turn. Very easily could have been the 4th wicket. This time off the middle of the bat for a comfortable single. So yeah, Sri Lankan bowlers are operating around that 65 mark, and it is pretty slow through the air. Obviously, Atapattu mixing a couple of deliveries, some quicker ones, but it's very imperative that you need to use your feet to get to the pitch and try and play before it spins, or you use the crease to go back and play it after it spins. And right now, the South African batters are not having that skill. Therefore, they've got stuck a little here, and Sri Lankans are on top.
Managed to scamper home for a single.
You know, that's a good skill. Now see, she's pressed forward, used the crease to go back, and got it on the offside for a single. So it's very important feat when you play spinners, and especially in this part of the world, Kosala, where wickets are slow and low, and
South Africa put into bat 62 for 3, could have been 62 for 4 if Vinaka Ranavira had held on to that catch in the previous over. The invitation is on for Goodall. Try and take me on.
she still keeps preferring that onside, playing across the spin. This time round the wicket from Atapattu. Punches towards long on for a comfortable single. Atapattu completes 4 overs for 10 runs. 18 overs, South Africa after being put into bat, 63 for 3.
Coming left arm over to you.
.63 for 3 in 18 overs. Sri Lanka will be pleased with their progress so far. They managed to get big wickets. They have dismissed the openers. The spinners have been very good. Down the ground she goes. That's a good start to the over for Goodall. She's already gone to 30 now out of 67. That is a bold shot.
Picked a ball, picked her spot, and went all in into that stroke of hers. Excellent result. That's her 4th boundary of the innings. The 29-year-old from Cape Town is making quite the statement here.
Chip in there. They'll want to, but they'll be happy with one. I see. If you look at how the Sri Lankan spinners have bowled, they look to bowl slower. So it also tells you a story, the way batters have got out looking to drive. It tells you that the ball is not coming onto the bat. So anything South Africa could get to 200, they might be very pleased with that score. So in the context, this innings of Goodall can be very vital and crucial, because the way she's looking to take the spinners on, well, that should have been... Sri Lanka would have hoped that those return catches stuck.
And we were discussing in the comm boxes if Vinaka Ranavira is Sri Lanka's new return catch specialist, given so many chances have come her way, not all taken. Invention from Sunelise there. Plays a nice looking paddle. Will pick up a couple of runs here, the former South Africa captain.
Yeah, nicely moving inside the line, Lees. Just a nice pedal, just waiting for it. Watch the ball. Clever improvisation. Slip in. for Ranavira. Just look at the pace. Keep an eye on the pace she's bowling. She's deliberately looking to bowl it slower, challenging the batter to get on the front foot. She's got fielders in that ring on the offside. She can well afford to have more fielders outside the 30-yard circle, but she's deliberately not doing that because it's not very conducive. We'll talk about it more. Onisha, 70 for 3. Right, 70 for 3, South Africa. It's not one of those surfaces where the batters are going to enjoy themselves and look to blast the bowling, but it is more to do with grafting runs. Right, Kavisha Dilhari, she's going to come on now. This is her 100th white ball game that she's playing. She's played T20 cricket, she's played 50-over cricket, Onisha. This is a massive moment in her career.
Flighted delivery to start with. A chance of a run out would have been close had the hit been more on target. But a good contest nonetheless between the bowler Kavisha Dilhari, Lara Goodall the left-hander, and of course Chamari Atapattu with the throw there.
Well, she was gone. She was definitely gone at that hit. But just on the subject of fielding, Onisha, you will agree that Sri Lanka's fielding hasn't been sharp enough. Few chances, in fact catchable chances, been dropped. This is what we are talking about. In the one-day format, she's playing her 30th game, but overall, her 100th.
Hasn't played any tests because Sri Lanka haven't featured in the format since the close of the 1990s. And the last test they played, of course, was very much in this city, Colombo. South Africa, by contrast, and even India, the other team in this tri-series, have had the good fortune, if I may put it that way, to play the longest format.
69 T20 internationals for the right arm off spinner Kavisha Dilhari, and this is her 31st ODI game, so that's the 100. Again, you could see that deliberately loop pulled slower, so the batters not enjoying the drive on the front foot unless they really have it covered, unless they really get closer to the ball. You can't trust to hit through because the wicket is not coming on. There goes the sweep. That's a very effective shot on surfaces like this. Another single.
I tell you what, Roshan, Sune Lees will have some interesting memories of being in the middle while Kavisha Dilhari is in operation, because in her initial days of her international cricket, Kavisha Dilhari made headlines by running Sune Lees out at the non-striker's end via the Ronsmo dismissal, if I may put it that way. And she was merely a teenager. Run out the non-striker at the bowler's end, backing up Ronsmo, yeah?
So is that the same thing that they say man-cutting?
I wouldn't use that, hailing from India, because I don't think Mr. Mankad did anything wrong by trying to dismiss the non-striker.
What was the term you were using?
Ronsbo. It's an acronym.
Okay. So the man-cutting is it's banned.
It's banned in my vocabulary for sure. But what I would like to inject in my vocabulary is another glorious adjective for that Lara Goodall boundary there. Tucked in fine enough to get another 4. End of the 20th, South Africa 78 for 3. A partnership between Sunil Lees and Lara Goodall brewing in the middle. Worth 19 of 21 balls now. Flighted into the stumps. Under edge.
Samare.
It
Ilagake
race away
maruwa mo.
towards the mid-wicket region. And Sunil Lees will need to make sure that she gives that support that Goodall needs at this juncture. Having gotten a decent start, is an important cog in South Africa's wheel, is coming in as a replacement player for the not so well Anneke Bosch, who has to sit out of this tour because of an illness. So this is a great opportunity for her to seize.
She takes the aerial route, falls well short. Now, when you look at the way the South Africans are accumulating runs, and what Chamari Athapattu said at the toss, when she was asked by Laksisi as to what kind of score she was looking at, she felt 250 is something that she wouldn't mind looking to chase. But I'm not so sure whether she has that same kind of target in her mind, seeing the way the surface is behaving, because again, nicely done, but because it's quite slow, the spinners are looking to bowl slower, batters are looking to come down the pitch, not looking to try and be ambitious with their stroke play. They're just knocking the ball into gaps and with shots like that. So it's a surface that will demand batters to be more workmanlike than being striking. So this is a more workmanlike approach. That's well bowled, very well bowled. Deceived her with a quicker delivery. This is the experience of Inoka Ranavira. She mixes it up from round the wicket, goes slightly wide with the angle. And you could see that the batters have time, or even length deliveries, to play off the back foot. It tells you that the surface is slow, so you could make that adjustment. You could afford to get on the back foot and just knock it around. So how much more slow would this surface get when Sri Lanka bats is the question. So that's why I feel this toss was extremely important, and the decision Sri Lanka made. Straight to the fielder. We'll talk more about it. 82 for 3. So 82 for 3, South Africa. After 21 overs, just under 4 runs and over the run rate. So 29 overs left. Sri Lanka's best hope is to just keep the batters knocking over. Don't let partnerships develop. That will be their mantra.
And from the South African perspective, the approach would be for Lara Goodall to try and take this game deep, because there is a fair bit of firepower down there in the form of Anani Dirksen, who scored 30 at number 7 of just 20 balls in that humdinger of a finish against India. Chloe Tryon, of course, can bring out the big hits, and so can Nadine de Klerk.
Over mid-on, that was tossed up, that was a little bit too full. These are more than useful boundaries. This is Lees. That was tossed up, and that was in her arc, and that's the reason why she was able to play that shot.
Sized up to the length so well and so early, got into position and tonked it into the leg side. This is good stuff from Both these batters keeping the scoreboard ticking with the runs in the form of singles and a couple of twos here and there. Of course, occasionally, intermittently peppering them with the boundaries.
Well, I like this partnership from a South African point of view. Goodall and Lees, they're both looking to be aggressive and positive, but not taking too many risks, not taking risks at all. If they see the opportunity in their zone. Again, this has been a very clever shot by Lees, and the Sri Lankan spinners, I'm afraid, has faltered bowling that line, because she's been very quick in picking the line. She moves inside anything around middle and leg. She paddles it so fine.
She's such a wily customer, very street smart. Isn't among the most muscular of batters. Can plunder the reverse V so well with those ingenious strokes that we've already seen from the former captain.
Turning out to be a good over. They are leaking runs at the moment and doing it without too much of a problem. At the moment, that rate is now over 4 runs and over. It was under 4 when the over started. Kavisha Dilhari has been leaking runs. She's given away 15 and still 1 ball left. Mid-off now comes into the circle. The leg side field is almost the same with 3 on the boundary. That is better. That's the best delivery she's bowled in the over. 22 done, 89 for 3. Right, Devumi Vihanga, the debutant, had a brief spell earlier on. She bowled a solitary over, went for 3 runs. Off spinner will bowl to the left-hander with a slip-in. She's got nobody on the boundary on the off-side, but she's got 2 on the leg side. In fact, 3 of them on the leg side. That's interesting. Just wondering whether they'll be looking to try and slog sweep. There is a mid-wicket, because she's obviously, Vihanga will obviously try to bowl that off-stump or outside the off-stump line. Yeah, that's an option. That is definitely an option with that kind of line. But there are fielders being placed on the offside to prevent that shot. To me, this stroke is one of the greatest additions to batting, because you just can release the pressure, create a lot of pressure as well. Now this should be taken. Chamari Athapattu needs to catch it. Oh no! Would you believe it? Would you believe it? She had it covered. She was running, but that could have been taken 9 times out of 10.
Chamari Athapattu, the Sri Lanka captain, would be absolutely kicking herself. She did the hard work, kept her eye on the ball, went scurrying after it from mid-off, got her fingertips, received it into her palms, but it just popped out. She wasn't able to latch on to that. A big moment this is in the game. The set batter, Lara Goodall, en route to her half-century, could have been sent back to the hut, but no, she is going to stay on.
See, that tells you the surface. You need to try and look at where she was aiming to go. She was aiming to go leg side-ish, and Vihanga bowled it slower. It gripped a little bit in the surface. It didn't come on. Now that's a much better option, because she moves inside the line as she plays it. There was no real risk, because she was hitting it with the turn. Now with Goodall, there was an element of risk, because she was looking to play it across the line.
And that's what Devumi Vihanga is very good at. She's steadily accurate, varies her stock delivery and the variations really well. comes out with the big stroke, will get a thick edge in the short third region, cut off, and just keeps it to a single. And ever since she turned out in South Africa, ever since she turned out in Sri Lanka colours at the Under-19 World Cup, she did show how good she is at assessing the batters. So all the innovative strokes we have seen from the South Africa batters are being taken stock of Dumi Vihanga, and won't be long before she comes out with her own understanding of it. Lofted over Chamari Atapattu, and Sunelise picks up another 4. Adding insult to injury are the South Africa batters after that drop chance of Lara Goodall's. End of the 23rd, South Africa 96 for 3. And that is the list of the top run getters for South Africa. Laura Wolfhard, unsurprisingly leading the charts, was among the top 3 run getters on the ICC Women's Championship third cycle, which concluded just a few months ago. Minya Dupree, the former captain, at number 2. Lizelle Lee, of course, now retired from international cricket. And the 4th name you see is, of course, a conspicuous absence from this tour. One of the premier all-rounders in the world, Marizanne Kapp. And I felt South Africa did miss the services of Marizanne in that chase against India. They needed some late innings flourish, somebody to see them through the end, but it wasn't to be.
Great shot. That was a really good shot. I can tell you that Lees looks a fine player. She's got good technique, and that wasn't an easy shot on a ball on a surface that's holding up a little bit, turning back. Of course, mid-off was inside the circle, but she went through the line and hit it well. This has been a very clever piece of batting by Lee. She's been very good with that shot. She's managed to dictate terms to the Sri Lankan bowlers with shots like that, the reverse, the paddle, and then she makes the bowlers think and bowl differently, and sometimes bowls to her plan. Now from 3 for 59, they've added 40 runs, which is turning out to be more than useful for South Africa.
And of course helped generously by the Sri Lankan fielders. Both batters have received lifelines, and clearly they are looking to make the most of it.
Well, on surfaces like this, in fact not on any surface, you could afford to drop catches and miss chances, and particularly on a surface like this where it's not getting easier. So you need to hold on to even those half chances. Run-outs are important. And some of the chances missed by Sri Lanka wasn't too hot to handle from a cricketing point of view.
Not from a weather point of view, for sure.
Good use of the feet. And the hundreds up for South Africa. You could see that the batters are moving better. They're looking to come down the pitch, picking the length well, picking the line well.
Deft use of the feet brings Lara Goodall on strike. 6 short now of what would be her 4th ODI half century. Looks well poised to get to that landmark. Really 1 shot away, a big one away. But resorts to circumspection of that last ball of the 24th over. South Africa 100 for tea.
100 for 3. 24 overs completed, 11-4 so far. Once again, skimming across the crease there, Luis. There have been few opportunities for the Sri Lankan team in forms of run-outs, catches. Well, they have not been on the ball. Ah, that's nicely played. Inside out. Gets another couple. As we say, good morning, Esther.
Good morning, Gamini. Not in full control of that shot, Sunilus, on that occasion, but gets it in the gap. Sri Lanka bowled well, as we mentioned so many times before. It's just that the opportunities have not been taken, and that's a massive area that they need to improve on.
Ever since she walked out, Sunellis, it has been a headache for the spinners simply because she uses her feet so well. That's something that Mizo and Lara couldn't do in their partnership. So spinners were right on top at the time, and suddenly she walks in. Sune, it's a different ball game. See how efficient she has been. 23 of 27. So it's a good going, and as a result, ST Lara has to play her part. 44 of 59, but she has preferred the leg side most of the time.
Luz has been really busy out in the middle, hasn't she? Provided that little bit of push that South Africa needed early in the innings. We saw in the previous games teams getting bogged down in that first 30 overs or so, not really showing too much intent, but she's come out there. She's looked to score runs off every delivery, showed that aggressive intent.
Again, strong wrist from Louise, Dirksen, Chloe, Nadine de Klerk. They all can hit a ball, so it's imperative Sri Lankans need to try and get them as soon as possible. But if these two, in terms of the partnership, not only runs ST, if they bat till about the 35th, 40th over, then you're bringing those big hitters to that happy hour, you call it. Too early into the shot. Did she get a glove on that one? We'll have a look at that.
Oh, wow.
Halfway mark, 105 for 3.
Jersey number 91 going off. Internal. Internal washroom.
So 105 for 3. First 50 came off 70 balls. The second one off 74.
Kamini, you were out there for the pitch report. Think South Africa are going at the right pace on this track?
Once again, sweep. That's in the gap. That's going to be for boundary early in the over. Puts a hell of a lot of pressure on Kavisha Dilhari. That's the second ball. Point that you were trying to ST. Yeah. To the naked eye, it ticks all the boxes for batting. But obviously, this is the second time they are using this pitch, and that freshness had disappeared. So you could sense that with this kind of weather, sun is beaming down on us, and it's only get drier and drier. It looks quite abrasive, and once the ball starts to get older, you could say that it's going to be slower. So when you bat on a pitch, particularly in the first innings, and you're trying to build a total, sometimes after you bat for a while, you're trying to gauge where you want to be at. I reckon it looked a 250 pitch to me, but because what we have seen so far, ST, I think 225. So they are on track to get that total, particularly if the Sri Lankans are going to drop catches like this.
Yeah, no, they've got the lower middle order to do it, haven't they? Dirksen looked so impressive in that first game against India. Able to hit the ball so hard, clear the boundary. Nadine de Klerk is another one. Chloe Tryon also can clear the boundary. So they've got that batting firepower. Was that another opportunity?
No, that was hit hard onto the ground. She's a very powerful striker. Good all. Never easy when it comes at that speed of her own bowling, and yeah, high back lift. Normally Kavisha is a very good fielder of her own bowling, and but I think even for her that was travelling.
Yeah, Goodall hits the ball hard, doesn't she? She hasn't had a great career so far, has had a lot of opportunities for South Africa opening the batting, and as a number 3, she's made use of this opportunity given to her. She looked decent in the first game as well, but wasn't able to kick on. Today is an opportunity to make a big one. That's the end of the 26th over. South Africa 112 for 3.
.53 or 57. Sune has been pretty efficient, 30 her contribution. Lara 22 for this partnership, 46 overall. Yeah, how vital these chances are going to be, ST. It all depends on where South Africa going to finish up after the 50th over. Still having 6 fielders inside the ring, Chamari. These are some of the shots from this partnership. Ever since she walked in, Sune never afraid to go downtown. Right, it's not the pitch that you can get used to as you come in, but obviously, you know, she's a very experienced customer. She had the captain's hat once for South Africa, didn't she?
Yeah, was briefly captain of the South African side and has a lot of experience under her belt. She's one of those players who can really be utilized in different ways for them. Can score quickly when she needs to, but also is a really good accumulator of runs and can rotate the strike well. So that ideal type of player to have in the middle order for South Africa.
It just shows her quality, ST. The ball before that, she was looking to come down. As she was beaten for flight, she covered the line and adjusted it. So that is a quality that you need to have if you're going to be a good quality batter against the spinners. The ability to adjust, because some balls might turn more than you think. Some balls you might get beaten off the hand or the flight. Then the ability to adjust, and that's exactly what she did. Next ball, pitch right up, another single to long on. Oh, that's hit powerfully. Has he got the distance? De Silva takes the catch. Well. Against the run of play. And what a wicket to have. She could have easily had in the second over she could have picked up one, but that was a good catch and that was well bowled too.
Just as we were talking about Lara Goodall kicking on from this opportunity that she's gone and hold herself out. This was Devi Vihanga's first international wicket, so a special moment for her. Until that catch was taken, a bit of heart in the mouth stuff, isn't it? Given how Sri Lanka have gone so far.
Definitely. They've put down a few, and never easy these ones, especially when you have a blue sky like this, and whether it's a red ball or the white ball. And but she was good. Nice catch. Silva. So, will the Sri Lankans take the opportunity, ST? 4th down for 113.
Yeah, ideal for them because, as we mentioned before, that bottom 3 of South Africa who can clear the boundary and score fast. You want them in as soon as you can, and Chloe Tryon will come in as the next batter, and that gives Sri Lanka the opportunity to really make more inroads into the side, because can those players play more docile roles, or will they be looking to attack? And if they do look to attack, that gives Sri Lanka opportunities.
New batter, Chloe Tryon. Have come ahead of Dirksen, but the higher score of 30. Yeah, South Africa can do with a total like that, because if she can hang around there and support Sune, who's in terrific form, South Africa looking to get around that 225 mark. And well, this is a good move from Chamari Atapattu, new batter in, giving her the message that we are trying to get you out, and rather than to contend, she's got to slip in 4 inside the ring on the offside, mid wicket on the onside.
Vihanga has been good on debut, hasn't she? She's bowled well within herself, kept her lines and lengths good. That's the wicket. Goodall just gets to the pitch of the ball but doesn't get the distance that she needs. As soon as she made contact, she knew that was going down the fielder's throat. The end of the 27th over. South Africa 113 for 5.
It's 65 yards right around the the ground, the boundary distance, ST. You know, you need to pack a punch if you want to clear the boundary, and yeah, that was certainly, that came off the inside part of the bat. It was never off the middle, and well, 114 for 4 after 27. What an important pace this is for both sides. A partnership here is what South Africa wants, not only in terms of runs, ST. I think you need a partnership till about the 35th, 40th over, and try and bring those big hitters for that last 10 overs. But now, when you check the bowling part, ST, you know a lot about the Sri Lankan bowlers. There are 3 offies been used so far, the 2 left arm spinners and a solitary pacey. There are a few people who have come in to watch, and obviously Sri Lanka Cricket has opened the doors free of charge for everyone. So wherever you are, if you're free, you can come and watch a good game of cricket.
Sugandhika Kumari bought into the attack just as that wicket falls. Chloe Tryon's record, 87 games, averaging 25, but that strike rate is impressive, isn't it? 99.31. Shows that she can really go after the bowling, and as I say that, she finds the boundary. Full toss from Sugandhika Kumari, just pierces that gap perfectly.
Yeah, how impressive was that strike rate, ST, like you mentioned, 99. That was the one finger arm ball. Came all wrong, too full. That was timed nicely. Yeah, and her highest score is 92 as well, ST, so she's quite capable of getting big ones. And straight after that boundary, you know, in Singhali, somebody was telling the bowler, if she gets set, it's going to be a headache for us.
And players like Chloe Tryon, they like to get those early boundaries under their belts. So that'll be what Sri Lanka will want to restrict in this early spell when they bowl to her.
Miss it. Playing for the turn. Came in with the arm. Atapattu does the rest. Once again, nicely played. Yeah, she's one of those players, ST. She doesn't get bogged down much because she's got shots right around the ground, and she's got a great partner to work with too, Sunil Lewis. If these two can be the most dangerous players for Sri Lanka, because you need to break this partnership. 28 done, 119 for 4. Demi Vihanga. She would bowl the 5th over for her, and 29. We've seen 3 off spinners, ST. According to you, I think this girl looks pretty impressive, isn't she? Playing her first match. She's operating good speeds and getting a bit of purchase off the surface as well.
She flights the ball a lot more than Chamari Athapattu and Kavisha Dilhari, doesn't she? So more of someone who is looking for wickets all the time.
Yeah, this Tri-Nation competition, ST, we've seen some terrific bowling from off spinners. Nea has picked up 8 wickets in 2 games. So, like I mentioned in the pitch report, the spinners have had the wood over the paces. Today is a good example, and the way that wicket is behaving, we probably see once again nicely played straight to mid wicket. So as the tournament goes on, ST, you might see, a lot of teams are going to go into these games. Bowled him, bowled her. Moving across the stumps, looking to tuck it behind to that square leg area. Played all around it. What a wicket to have.
Yeah, just what Sri Lanka would have wanted in this situation. We've spoken about how dangerous Lewis and Chloe Tryon could be as a partnership. She just guides that ball straight onto her stump. She's moved so far across it. So big dismissal for Sri Lanka. Sunil Lewis goes for 31 of 39.
Dirksen, the new batter, once again, after picking up that wicket, Lara's wicket, the set batter, Sri Lankans have picked up another. So relatively 2 new batters to bat from in the middle overs, and this might be the opportunity. But having said that, don't take nothing away from Dirksen. We saw what she is capable of, ST, in that last game against India. She basically kept South Africa in the run chase, and 30. That was in that last game, wasn't it? The best score.
Right arm over to you. One more to
Strike
come.
rate of 78. So pretty busy batters out there, and good effort from Vihanga. 2 wickets.
Yeah, Dirksen is such a promising young all-rounder for South Africa. Can hit the ball, bowls a bit of pace as well. So these are the types of opportunities that youngsters also want, because she's got plenty of time on her hands, more than 20 overs to go in this innings for South Africa. She can take her time before she goes for her big shots.
Over.
So that's the end of the 29th over. South Africa losing a wicket there, 120 for 5.
Morning.
120 for 5. ST, now we mentioned time and time again how to be efficient in playing spinners, and your upper body, the rotations, your feet, they're all important things. And Chamari is back on the attack. Now I'm going to tell you a couple of things on the little technical faults that some of the batters have, and we'll have a look at it. The delivery that Sunil Lee's got out, and how Dirksen got off the mark. Oh, that's very close. Very, very close. Quicker delivery from Chamari Atapattu. A lot of woos and ahs.
That was very, very close. Atapattu, massive appeal on that occasion. I'd be interested to see what Anna Harris's justification of that. It looked very close to the naked eye, maybe just outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, she was right back on the stump, so it gave a good sight for the umpire. Leanna miss again. Yeah, the impact. Whether he's marginally outside the stumps. She was very lucky to be out there, Dirksen. Now, that's very well played. The ability to unlock her hip to play on the onside, ST, the point that I was trying to make, and gets back on the stumps, unlock her hips, rotate the upper body towards the spinning side, bring that front shoulder towards the spinning side, allows her to have access onto the onside. So that's why she has all 3 runs. She has got it on the onside. That's nicely played. That's in the gap. It's a very fast outfield here. Takes 1 on the arm. Yeah, they will. So 3.
A good chase from Vishmi Gunaratne on that occasion. Not great partnership in the fielding. She passes the ball back to Inoka Ranavira, but collected cleanly. But looks like all's well.
Actually, the start of the over, ST, I just couldn't fathom out why Chamari Atapattu to change Sukandika in the first place. It's a very good over for South Africa. 30 overs completed, 130 for 5.
Deumi Vihanga to continue from the media box end. 2 excellent last overs, both wicket taking and vitally crucial in the scheme of this game, and possibly as to how both these teams end up on the points table, with net run rate coming into play, as only 2 teams will progress to the final, scheduled for May the 11th. Well poised this game?
Yeah, well poised, I would say. But I've been impressed with the youngster making her debut. Coming in from the under-19 T20. Oh, loud shot, but I felt that the batter was down the track and maybe the angle might have taken it on the leg side. But 131 for 5. Just look at that again. Yeah. Might have been not a bad shout.
Prodigious loop on that delivery. She's mixing it up so well, altering her lines and even her lengths, keeping the batters guessing. And what Sri Lanka have done so well in this outing so far, after choosing to bowl first in scorching conditions no less, is not allow South Africa to tee off. There have been a few drop chances, a few missed opportunities. Oh, invention from Anari Dirksen, and that is the qualified school teacher by profession, giving a lesson in how to use ingenuity.
More of a premeditated shot, I would say. But then using the pace of the bowler, using the pace of the delivery, the angle, all coming good, isn't it?
She's going to use her long levers. Dirksen scored a blistering 20 ball 30 against India. Almost got the chase by the scruff of its neck. Is the tallest player from the South African squad on this tour, by the way. End of the 31st, South Africa 134 for 5.
So we're back live. Chamari Atapattu continuing.
Yeah, thanks.
You can see that she's not giving pace off the ball. She's dragging it a little slower and slower, somewhere around the 60 to the 65. That is what is creating the difficulty for the batters to make into their shots.
Which means that the batters have to manufacture some shots, and that draws them into making those mistakes. Top edges flying. Only if Sri Lanka can hold on to their chances here.
There you go again. You can see. Now this is experience coming in here, Anisha, like how Chamari Atapattu is drafting things on. Delivering it slower, one from the back of the hand, one in front. Maybe she's also using the crease a little bit.
Once wanted to be a left arm spinner and wanted to be a like for like player after her role model, Sanath Jayasuriya.
This is good. This is good stuff from Atapattu. Who doesn't want to be a Sanath Jayasuriya in Sri Lanka?
I want to know that as an Indian touring Sri Lanka for the first time, 100%. It's a fan quiz, fan poll. Let us know on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Hey, noddled into the fine leg region. Dumi Vihanga putting in the chase and will just stop inches out from the boundary rope. To our viewers, hey, there is no fan poll, huh? We've not got the wherewithal just yet. Maybe in the next tour. What about that, production team?
Yes, definitely 138 for 5. South Africa marching along here. They need a partnership by these two. And again, another dot ball. So dot balls piling up in the South African innings. And that might be a concern, especially when you look at the 50-over format. The dot balls play a big role.
I have a feeling a big shot is incoming from Chloe Tryon. She's not going to keep quiet for long. Circumspect, again, the senior batter will retain strike. End of the 32nd, South Africa 139 for 5. Drinks have been called to the middle. It's time to rehydrate and regroup because it's hydration o'clock right now.
So this is how the South African batters have gone about. Woolward and Brits departed early on, but good all. Held things together with the 46 and Leaks with 31. That was 2 good wickets that Sri Lanka picked up, and now Tryon and Gregson building up a partnership and trying to take South Africa to a commanding total. It's 139 for 5.
Very disciplined outing from the 6-pronged Sri Lankan attack. Dyumi Vihanga, the debutant, picking up 2 wickets on her international debut. Been a fine exhibit of off-spin bowling, very smart, very disciplined with her lines and lengths. And of course, the senior campaigner Sugandhika Kumari dishing out the early blow, drawing first blood alongside the young pacer Malki Madara, setting the tone. And Inokarana Veera, of course, continuing on her fine performance from the game against India. Has only 1 wicket to show for at this juncture. Could have had another one had she held on to that return catching opportunity that came her way. Kavisha Dilhari, playing her 100th international match for Sri Lanka, hasn't had too great an outing so far. But remember, she's a key all-rounder, and how she performs with the bat is going to have an imprint on Sri Lanka's chances of getting a win out of this fixture.
So this is how the South African wickets fell. The first one, that one darted in very sharply, and this was the delivery of the game so far. Then Inokarana Veera picking up her first, and this is the debutant getting her first wicket. Lakshya De Silva, good catch in the deep, but that one I thought the batter played down the wrong line.
The sun continues to beat down on the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium here in Colombo. A slight breeze is starting to blow across this venue, and there are a few spells of showers predicted for later in the day.
Well, also, Onisha, these are the few who've come in to watch this game. And Onisha, the other thing is there were rains in parts of Colombo even during the morning hours. So when I was getting into the ground from where I was, it was raining buckets. Then I was wondering whether we'd get a game in. But when I arrived here at the ground, it was bright and sunny. So it's a really peculiar weather pattern here in Sri Lanka.
That's a crash course in Sri Lankan climatic conditions for me here. Love a little bit of geography to go alongside sport. Such a beautiful, idyllic island nation this is. So much history, sporting history of course. This venue itself, one of the iconic venues in world cricket, is a great multi-sport facility as well. Well maintained by the Colombo cricketing body here, and of course by Sri Lanka Cricket. Been a great series this so far. The first ever Tri-Nation Women's Series in this country comes at a crucial time in the lead up to the 13th edition of the ICC Women's ODI World Cup to be played in India in September, October. And this country, by the way, is also going to host the first ever ICC Women's Championship trophy, the Women's Champions Trophy in 2027, a 16 tournament it's going to be. Lots to look forward to then.
So the debutant continues, 2 for 23 from her spell so far. She's done justice to her selection, isn't it?
I was surprised to not see her in the starting 11 in the first game. Floated down the leg. There is a short, fine leg. Very fine, in fact. Probably to apprehend those laps and scoofs that the South African batters have been getting out fairly frequently.
It's a nice conventional, it's a nice conventional off-spinner's action that she's got. Maybe slightly bent front knee, if you really look at it, but apart from that, with the height that she has and her build, I don't think that is much of an effect for her because that arm comes in from right at the top.
Looks like a replica of Chamari Athapathu, by the way. Even with that bun and the position it sits at, it's very difficult to tell unless Chamari and Dyumi are wearing a pair of shades, just as the captain has been doing in her bowling spell. Very disciplined and tight so far from Dumi Vihanga. Dirksen, relatively more circumspect, as she needs to be. You know, she doesn't really have the license in this game to come out all guns blazing as she did at number 7 against India. Ooh, wavered. She's going to have to re-bowl that. Nimali Pereira signals that as a wide.
Well, it was a release, if you can see that, the way she released that delivery there. That front arm, the body bending, and the arm going on the onside.
Quick ball for a run. Cannot be stopped by the diving shot mid-wicket. Brings Dirksen back on strike. End of the 33rd. South Africa 144 for 5. Yeah, could have been precarious had it been intercepted by the fielder there. No damage done. Dirksen on 11 now, motoring along nicely alongside Chloe Tryon.
.33 is the current run rate. They will like to get it to about 5 if they can. Anisha, looking at the batting to come in for the South Africans, do you think that they have batting in the depth who can really take on the power hitting?
They do have Nadine de Klerk in the dugout, padded up. Has played a number of handy cameos across both limited overs formats for South Africa. Throws her hands at this one. Stand and deliver from Chloe Tryon. Excellent shot that. But there was a fielder at short cover. Well timed. No purchase of it. Gets stall on that one. Played to sweep a cover.
Now this is an interesting move by Chamari Athapattu because she brings back her only seamer in the side, Malki Madara, 1 for 26 from her previous 5 overs. But will that be the correct move? Because the wicket is getting slower and slower and the spinners are doing a decent job. The runs are not coming on. But with the ball coming on to the bat for these two batters, they would like Madara on at the moment.
Hurries are on. Played into the fine leg region. And if Madara can bring out some of the cutters, she's definitely going to cause some headache to the South African lineup, because it was more of a conventional leg break, a leg cutter, a ripper of a delivery that got her the first wicket. Easily the delivery of the innings so far.
Yeah, we might see a lot of cutters and oh, that's been played. Good bit of fielding. Very well done. Definitely stopped a couple there for her team. Wonder who the fielder was on that occasion. This is Kavisha Dilhari. Take a look at that again. I would say that would have gone to the boundary.
Outstretched, both hands, a boundary saved. Excellent diving stop from the youngster. Well, should be a wide.
Now we'll see a lot of these rolling of the fingers again. You can see there she was trying to bowl a leg cutter, but it just didn't get it right, and it just went on through the arm and was called a wide. So we'll see a lot of this from Malki Madara in this spell for sure. Straighter.
It won't be long, I suspect, before Dirksen brings out those long levers and starts playing those aerial shots. Has taken on a role of a finisher. Bats much higher up for her domestic side. Was the ICC Emerging Player of the Year 2024. Is manipulating the field really well. Wanted the second. Did Chloe Tryon. Rightly sent back. End of the 34th. South Africa 148 for 5.
Change bowler, left arm around to you.
16 overs to go in this innings. How much more can South Africa put on as they look for that campaign opening win in this Tri-Nation ODI series presented by Servo? Inoka Ranavira is back into the mix again. Will be operating from the media box end. Has asked questions of the South African batters as she did so well against India. Brings in a lot of experience. Is the only Sri Lankan to pick up a hat-trick in ODI cricket. Back and across, punched nicely enough to bisect the point gap and does so well. Picks up a 4, does Anari Dirksen. Slow acceleration trickling in from South Africa's jersey number 77. Got into position so well and so early, didn't she?
Yes, you were talking about long levers. I would say they're very strong levers as well, because that was just a punch on the offside, and with this lightning outfield, that was 4 all around once she got it into the gap.
Stands at 181 centimeters, so that's close to 5'10". Flare of the back foot once again. This is good back foot stroke play on display by Anari Dirksen.
Can I ask for gloves after that? Sorry, hello.
Comes from a rugged farm in Beaufort West, where electricity was a luxury and cricket, of course, came from newspapers. Had a breakout 2024, a whirlwind rise that saw her debut in both ODIs and tests. And of course, the ICC Emerging Player of the Year award coming her way, meaning she fast-tracked her way into the South African side. The men's equivalent, by the way, was lapped up by your compatriot, Kamindu Mendes.
Kamindu Mendes, yes, the Emerging Player of the Year. So 153 for 5. If you just joined this live coverage in which you are part of Sri Lanka, or in which you're part of the world you are, it may be a good morning, it may be a good evening, or it may be even a good afternoon to you. We're coming to you live from the R. Premadasa International Stadium. First ever Tri-Series tournament played in Sri Lanka for women's cricket. And this is game number 3 of this Tri-Series. India winning both games, beating South Africa and Sri Lanka. And today, South Africa taking on Sri Lanka. And to see who gets on the points table first.
Flighted, drilled down the ground. They're finding the singles far too easily, which Sri Lanka wouldn't mind at this juncture. South Africa have 5 wickets in hand, of whom Nadine de Klerk is the bona fide batter. Way more loop this time around. Success the length so well and just eases it along the carpet. Excellent, glorious looking stroke, so easy to the eye.
Yes, beautifully done. Perfect execution. And this is turning out to be a good over for the South African batter. They got 2 boundaries in this over. Look at that finish. Perfect off drive. Opening up of that left leg gives you that added advantage to go through that infield.
This has been a very good hand from number 6, Chloe Tryon already. Moving at close to run a ball now, 25 of 27. Short, a back foot punch. End of the 35th over. South Africa 160 for 5. Time for another round of drinks in the middle. The projected score, of course, 228. But South Africa would be looking to launch from this particular platform and get much more. What would Sri Lanka be thinking?
Well, on a Sri Lankan perspective, I said 228, they will feel that, okay, we can chase this down. But the moment it hits that 250 mark, then the pressure starts building, because you need to start at 5 runs and over. And the moment you have a few good overs from the bowling side, then that's where your pressure starts building. And with the Sri Lankan batters not in their greatest form, especially Atapattu not among the runs recently, that's going to be a challenge for the Sri Lankan team. So I would say they will be happy at something between 200 and 225. All depends on how these two get about. When do they start their launching pad? Can Sri Lanka take a breakthrough? These are the questions that you need to be asking.
Stands tall and plays that elegantly. Gets enough to beat the diving fielder. Delectable stroke play from Chloe Tryon.
Now this is what I was mentioning. The batters will like the ball coming onto the bat. So bowling Madara is going to be an advantage to the South African batters. And that's a key example. That just came on and she was just stood up and got it into the gap.
Whoa. Wrapped her into the pads. There's a loud appeal, but Anna Harris is unmoved. Potentially going down leg. That could be the only factor.
Also, if you look at the height, I feel that the height. No, it is not the height, definitely, but close call. Might have missed a leg. Stumped by a fraction. Crown lives on.
As does South Africa's chances of getting close to that 250 run mark. Slaps it, a powerful cover driven shot. But there is protection at sweeper cover. You wanted to go aerial in quick time, but probably both these batters are aware that the last recognized batter who could bring out the big shots is Nadine de Klerk. So as you rightly said, this is the vital pair.
Now this partnership is building in stature. They've got 46 of 40 balls. So it's more than run a ball at the moment. And they're doing it quite easily. And I just can't understand the logic behind bringing back Malki Madara at this stage of the game.
If both these teams have watched how India's bowling attack have gone about their business, they would have taken how Sneh Rana, the pick of their bowlers, took pace off. Excellent looking square drive for no more than just a single. Pace off has gotten Sneh Rana those wickets, and she's gone on to say at both the time she's interacted with the broadcasters the last time during the post-match presentation after her first 5-wicket haul that she was looking to take pace off. That was the direction, the instruction she received from the Indian management in the dressing room. So our Sri Lanka missing out on a trick here. Plays it fine, no fielder there. That's going to be another 4 for Anneli Dirksen. Comes at a canter, not much of a challenge posed. The partnership now over 50, a 50 stand as South Africa get to 171 for 5 after the end of the 36th over.
fast bowling. Right arm over.
Chamriyatapattu into the attack. That's on the pads. That's going down the leg side. Interesting from Sri Lanka not bringing on either of the left arm spinners to the two right-handers at the crease.
Honestly, the Sri Lankan approach has surprised me because, yes, the point you made about left arm spinners not being bowled with two right-handers in and bowling off spin, and Chamriyatapattu coming back and bowling deliveries like that. And the second thing is, I'm just wondering why the fast bowler, with the ball coming onto the bat, batters would love that ball on the bat. And look at the rate Dirksen is scoring at 24 of 21, and Tryon is making 33 of 35. So they're going quickly on a surface that's supposed to be slow and not easy to score runs.
You wonder if maybe the likes of Inuka Ranavira could be used in a situation like this. Does flight the ball up, would tempt the likes of Dirksen to really go for her big shots. And as we mentioned before, just one or two batters to come for South Africa. Certainly Nadine de Klerk is someone who can clear the boundary, but apart from that, they would want to get into that tail as soon as they can. Single down the ground for Dirksen. She's been impressive in these first two ODIs so far, hasn't she, Roshan? Went after the Indian batters. Continue in the next over. So 37 overs done. South Africa 173 for 5. So South Africa 173 for 5 after 37. Dirksen going along nicely, 25 of 24. I was saying earlier in the previous over, Roshan, that she's been impressive in the last two games.
Yes, she's been very good. And actually even Tryon showed us a few glimpses of what she could do, but Dirksen was very good. But I'm just looking at the Sri Lankan bowling resources available. Sugandhika Kumari has gone for 20 runs in 6 overs, so she's left. She has 4 overs left. And then there is also Inuka Ranavira, who has 4 overs left. Now, yes, they might be bowled later, but it's very crucial the time they are used, because they need to be used as wicket-taking bowlers and to try and dismiss batters. So what I can see here is, yes, Chamriyatapattu needs to get 50 overs done, because I don't think Malki Madara is an option, because she bowls seam and pace on, so she'll need overs from Vihanga, who's bowling her 8th over. Chamri herself is bowled 7, but it's crucial as to at what point you use your weapons, in this case two left armers with right-handers batting.
You would want to make a breakthrough as early as you can, isn't it? Instead of waiting until the batters get in. So something to think about for the Sri Lankan skipper. Already this partnership is building quite well.
I'm just thinking whether Sri Lanka has allowed this partnership to prosper, because they need wickets. And what kind of score are we looking at here? Now at the moment, into the 38th over, 177. So how much would South Africa be aiming at? I think anything over 200 on a slowing track, on a track that is fast losing its pace, can be challenging if you have a good spin bowling makeup.
Good fielding on that occasion from Chamari Atapattu ensures that there's no single given away. So that's the end of the 38th over. South Africa 178 for 5. Just 12 overs left in the South African innings after they were put in to bat by Sri Lankan skipper Chamari Atapattu. 178 for 5. Single. They get through fine. They've laid the platform to really get a score beyond 250, haven't they?
Well, I'm not sure about 250, but at least they've laid a platform to get to about 230. Because it's not easy unless you start hitting boundaries. And a partnership already of 59 runs. That is crucial in the context of the game, because we are talking of a surface that's dry, a surface that was used earlier for the earlier game between South Africa and India. And you could see, when you look at the pace the spinners are bowling, especially Chamari Atapattu now, she's deliberately slowing it down, not letting the batters just extend those long levers and extend those arms and play those big shots.
Dot ball on that occasion. The good thing about this partnership is, even if the boundaries haven't been coming as frequently as they would have liked, they managed to keep the scoreboard ticking.
And they've done it in very quick time now. 60 of 60 balls. Now that is brilliant on this surface. That is very good batting by South Africa. They haven't struggled. I thought this is a surface that had a bit of bounce. This is a surface that you need to apply yourself, and it's more of a grafting kind of surface. But here, it's no grafting. We've seen the batters go after the bowling and play some really good shots. Shots like that. At least a couple. These are useful runs for South Africa. Into the over. 182 for 5.
So Deumi Vihanga will continue. It's a big shot. Fantastic try by Nilakshi De Silva, and she takes it right at the boundary. What a phenomenal take.
That is a magnificent catch. Nilakshi De Silva, I always rate her as a fantastic fielder, and she just confirms how good she is. You need to take another look at this outstanding, stunning catch. I'm just wondering whether the umpire would want to check whether it was a clean catch. Clean or otherwise, that effort deserves 200 out of 100. It was so good.
Yeah, for a moment there I thought she'd just stopped the ball. She's taken the catch. The only doubt would be whether she's touched the boundary at any point. No problems with the front foot.
Okay, ball caught cleanly. That's a clean catch. Okay, that is a clean catch.
plays well inside the boundary. Can you give me another shot, please, from the opposite end? I just want to move the ball. Okay, roll it, roll it. Okay. Okay. Okay, fingers under the ball. The catch is completed cleanly. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is out. My decision is out.
Magnificent effort from Nilakshi De Silva. She was almost in disbelief after taking that catch as well.
Well, I think that catch deserves that wicket. I know it was a clean catch. I'm just wondering whether the third umpire would have been tempted if it was a line call to give it, because it was such a great catch. Ryan goes for 35, 182 for 6. That was a truly stunning, awesome, magnificent. You could keep using, you can keep using, you can keep adding or describing it in whatever way you want, but that was a top draw catch. We've spoken about Dushmantha Chamira's catch in the IPL. We've spoken about Kamidu Mendes' catch in the IPL. What about this?
Thank you.
Yes, another one of those catches that hopefully we'll be seeing a lot of on social media, because it really was a fantastic take on the boundary. New batter for South Africa, Nadine de Klerk, just 25 years of age, averaging 21, strike rate of 73, but she can score a lot quicker than that strike rate would suggest. So Devmi Vihanga's inclusion instead of the debutant in the previous game has paid off. That's that wicket. Just look how Nilakshi De Silva moves, and that dive at the last moment to take the catch. Incredible athleticism.
I've been told that this young lady Vihanga seemed to kind of model herself a lot on Chamari Athapattu. Bowling style looks very similar. Even the look, the hairdo looks a little bit like Chamari Athapattu, the way she does her hair. That's not a bad role model to follow. If she can emulate and achieve half of what Chamari has achieved, that would be a tremendous achievement as far as she's concerned.
Yeah, and he's a clean striker of the ball like Chamari herself. Doesn't bat at the top of the order, but can hit a good ball. Was very good, as we've mentioned before, in that Under-19 World Cup a couple of years ago.
Brilliant over. She gets a wicket, an important one. She's got 1 over to go. She's got 3 for 32. It is 182 for 6, and we got 10 overs left.
That's the batting card for South Africa. Lara Goodall, the top scorer, with 46 of 63. Sunil Lewis looked really good out in the middle, 31 of 39. And Chloe Tryon, the latest to fall, 35 of 40. Dirksen has got a fantastic start now, 32 of 32. South Africa will want her to kick on if they want to look at a big total on this track. So Chamari Athapattu to continue. Dirksen working the singles really well out in the middle. She knows she's got time, 10 overs to go. Now this pair will have to be a bit cautious because not too much of batting to come for South Africa.
See, this is why I feel that dismissing one of these would open up one end, and that brings me to my initial question: has Sri Lanka missed a trick? That partnership for the 6th wicket. How crucial will this be if Sri Lanka have a target of about 230 plus to chase. So you speak about lack of batting of South Africa beyond this. So Sri Lanka could have looked at dismissing or looking to dismiss and break those partnerships, and they got two very good weapons that are still being held back, two left arm spinners.
Big appeal, but umpire Nimali has called it a wide. Sri Lankans look disappointed, both Atapattu and Anushka Sanjeevani going up immediately.
It definitely seemed to have brushed something. That's the reason that the keeper got excited, but the umpire doesn't think that way. Straight away she called it wide.
Just on Sri Lanka's tactics, Roshan, I wonder whether they'll have to have a rethink about it once they're done with this innings, because as you said, still Inoka Ranavira, Sugandhika Kumari not being brought into the attack.
See, there can be always a case to say that 9 more overs to go and the left arm spinners could finish off. Yeah, that I agree in theory and in terms of mathematics, but it's about how you use them at certain phases of the game. It's not about, okay, bowling them together in the last 8 overs. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but it could have been better if one of them maybe partnered with an off spinner and bowled at different stages, with the off spinner looking to try and build those dots, the left arm spinner looking for wickets with the ball turning a little bit and the slowish surface. So it's all about dismissing batters on a surface like this. 41 done, 186 for 6.
Devmi Bihanga will be finishing 10 overs. 3 for 32 so far on debut. It's been a good start to her international career. Misfield from Chamari Atapattu, hit hard towards her by Dirksen. And here the wicket keeper calling out she needs to finish this spell well. It's the last over.
And the last over was a wicket maiden, and that was critical. That partnership was broken. Just looking to hit with the turn, coming down the pitch rather than looking to hit through the line or go through extra cover. That time that dragging it from wide of the off stump.
Strays onto her legs. That's good running from South Africa. Is there an opportunity? No, good running. She gets the dive in right in the last moment, Dirksen. No chances for Sri Lanka.
Again, I emphasize that these are very useful runs for South Africa at this stage. Looking at the way the surface is responding, this is that second run. There was desperation as she dived. And she was well in, but this is really good cricket on the part of the South African pair of batters. I'm sure they realize that this surface is not going to get any better, and runs on the board will always be a challenge for the team chasing. And the question here is, Estelle, is how well the South African spinners will bowl on this surface. That's what I'm interested to see. I mean, you can still bowl poorly on a slowish pitch. Sri Lanka will be hoping for that. So that is also going to be a little interesting point of discussion going forward.
And another point of discussion, I think, would be how South Africa will deal with the heat. We saw Tasmin Britt struggle in that game against India, cramping up. She went to 100. Dirksen as well. You saw the amount of time she took to get back to her crease just now. She's definitely feeling the heat. That's nicely played. She's found the gap. Vishmi Gunaratne gives chase but not able to pull it back. So boundary for Dirksen. Vihanga goes for runs. Vihanga now 3 wickets to her name on debut. She's just the second Sri Lankan bowler to take 3 or more wickets on ODI debut. So a good start to her career.
South Africa scoring runs in this over. They've already got 8 runs, in fact 7 runs of the first 4 deliveries, make it 8 out of the 5 deliveries she's bowled.
That's the end of the over. So good end for Deumi Vihanga. 3 for 41 in her 10 overs. South Africa 195 for 6 after 42. Score 232 for South Africa. I think they'll be happy with that. But if this pair is there at the end of the 47th or 48th over, I think they'll be able to kick on beyond that 230 run score.
Well, they're scoring runs easily. They're looking for singles. Not looking for boundaries, but they're happy with those singles, drops and running. The soft skills are on display here with both batters. Athapattu into her last over. She's been economical, but on the surface, what Sri Lankan spinners had to do is dismiss batters more than trying to bowl dots and be economical. I hope Chamari Athapattu is all right. She seemed to be struggling. Is it her calf or is it her hammy? I'm not sure, but she seemed to be in some sort of discomfort here. But that is seriously bad news. I hope it's something minor, because Sri Lanka needs her to bat.
Yeah, you don't often see her go down in pain as she has done here. For Sri Lanka's sake, they would hope that it's simply cramps and not anything more serious.
They certainly would be hoping that way, because 197 is fairly challenging. That is the current score. They still got 7 overs and a bit left. And this heat, I'm telling you, that must be taking a lot, as players tend to lose a lot of liquid. See, this is what happened. Just see, keep an eye on Chamari Athapattu. What happens there? And that's the point. Immediately she feels it. I'm just wondering whether it's the calf or whether it's the hamstring, but she's straight away signaled to the dressing room that there is some discomfort.
It does look like it's the calf that physio is paying attention to. Didn't seem like she strained it, so it's possibly cramp.
Right, let's take a look at the South African batting card. There have been few starts, not few, quite a few of them. 10 and 14 at the top. Goodall make a good 46 of 63. Lee Smith 31 of 39. And I like what Tryon did, 35 of 40. Now it's up to Dirksen to see whether she can see South Africa to the end. She's made 43 of 40 and she's got 7 overs and a bit left to try and build on this 197 for 6.
Sri Lanka's bowling. Deumi Vihanga, the debutant, as we mentioned, the standout 3 for 41 of her 10 overs. Inoka Ranavira, Sugandhika Kumari and Malki Madara, the other wicket takers for them. Economical, some of the bowlers, but wickets have not really come their way. A couple of chances going down early in the innings as well, particularly of Ranavira.
Lots of spin there for the Sri Lankans. Just one seamer in Madara. And the good news is that Chamari Athapattu is back and she's fine. She's up on her feet and she's ready to continue.
Wide outside the off stump. De Klerk will be a bit disappointed she was not able to get that away. Once again, a play and a miss. So Athapattu finishing off well. She's almost done with her 10 overs, one more delivery to go.
Well, these are precious dot balls, I'll tell you. She finishes with 3 dots in that over and just conceding 2 runs. 43 done, 197 for 6.
Sugandhika Kumari has been called up. Only last 4 overs, 7 overs remaining for South Africa. Momentum plays a huge role at the end of the innings, and which team takes momentum will play a huge role as we speak. De Klerk gets her first boundary, and the South Africa scores move past the 200 run mark, over pitched, and got what it deserved. Gamini.
Yeah, you can't give that much of width, particularly to a striker like De Klerk. Sugandhika Kumari, she doesn't get a lot of revs on the ball, so there's not a like a loop or the ball to drop on the batter, but bowling with that kind of speed and you give width, that was a bit straighter, so that's why De Klerk just couldn't put that away. Having said that, Damit, there's a debate. Oh, that's again too much width. You cannot give too much of width. There's only 4 fielders on the offside, 3 are inside the ring, and that time there was width and length and thick outside edge. This outfield is lightning quick.
Yeah, not the ideal bowling. Captain Chamari, who is now out of the field. One more fielder added to the offside ring. And she strays down the leg side. We wait for the umpire's call. Looks like there was a bat on it. She didn't signal anything, means runs were given.
A good angle that around that off stump. Still, it's a very good over for South Africa. 9 runs coming off it. 206 for 6.
That's center. Change ball coming right arm over.
Malki Madara, she will also probably finish her spell. She has 3 more overs. Malki Madara picked up the wicket of Laura Woolward. There was a slight from the stump, Mike Gavini. I thought we heard something. Did it ricochet off the stump?
Yeah, I reckon that brushed the stump. Wow. So close, but yet so far. That's a very similar kind of delivery where she got that's nicely fielded once again. One fielder that you can hold her head high and say, I've stopped 10 runs from my team in this innings. That is Kavisha Dilhari. Once again, timed her jump to perfection. Definitely saved 3. It's a very fast outfield. So then there are no chances for the ball, for the fielder to chase it and stop it. Very good. Yep. She's got a lot of variations. Madara, she'll have to use that. Vishmi Gunaratna this time at extra cover. Yeah, so Damit, when I did the pitch report, it looked, pitch that was around 250. But having seen the middle of the innings, one would question that because the lack of speed and as the ball gets older, it's starting to grip a little. So 230.
Hasini Pereira manages to keep it for just a single. These last 5-6 overs, the fielders have to be on their toes. Yeah, de Klerk put the anchor on as soon as she completed the first run. Loud appeal. Umpire Nimali Pereira reckons that could have missed the stumps.
Yeah, I think the impact was outside, was it? Wow. I only hope that she didn't get any bat on that one. That looks pretty close to me. Once again, that back of the hand leg cutter does the trick. There have been a couple of close calls in this innings, and so far the rubber green has gone towards South Africa. Nicely played. Yeah, we'll talk about that after this. 209 for 6 after 45. The current run rate is 4.64. The next 5 overs, that will get them around 24, 25 runs, 23 runs. So they'll be 230. But they'll be looking to get to that elusive 250 psychological mark.
Sugandhika Kumari, she's coming over the wicket so that she doesn't give much room to both the right-handers. There's no fielder saving the boundary square of the wicket in the offside. It's much better. It's much better than the previous over from Sugandhika Kumari. Very experienced campaigner. She finds the fielder once again.
Chamari Ratapattu is off the field, Damit. Who do you think handling things out there?
Pitching definitely down the leg side.
Three dot balls in this over so far. Again, not convincingly by any means, but this has been a terrific over for Sri Lanka. Only 2 off with final delivery to go. Yeah, I think coming over the wicket has done her the trick as well. Previous over she bowled round the wicket, gave too much of width, but lost straighter this time. Hit powerfully straight to long on. Well, Silva, what a catch that was, and that was the highlight as far as the Sri Lankan innings is concerned, with the ball in hand and the field. 212 for 6 with 4 overs to come.
Four overs remaining. Malki Madara, she has 2 overs up her sleeve. It's good bowling, good cricket overall, Gamini.
Yeah, this is the stage of that innings where the ring fielders are pretty much at the edge of it. So you need to take a chance and you need to see whether you can get to the other end. And more importantly, as far as de Klerk is concerned, Damit, need to bring Dirksen on strike. She's quite capable of hitting big ones, and Malki Madara will have to be very careful that doesn't give anything for her to get under. Yeah, that was terrific partnership between Dirksen and Chloe. Went at a runner ball, but this partnership so far 32 of 43. I think de Klerk so far 17 of 24. She, by the end of the inning, she'll be looking to get that. That's bowled her. Once again beaten by the lack of speed. Nicely bowled, nicely executed. You can understand why she's been used for these death overs, Damit. And have a look at this delivery. Took the pace right off. Used. There you are, the leg cutter.
Perfect death over bowling from Malki Madara. Young right arm seamer gets her second wicket. Nadine de Klerk goes for 17. South Africa 214 for 7. New batter, Masabata Class. Malki Madara, Gamini, in this spell, so far out of the 9 balls, I think she has changed her pace rather, at least for 6 or 7 deliveries.
Yeah, what you have realized is that the stock ball has become her slower ball, but why she's so effective is that Damit, her arm speed doesn't change, so that is the secret. If you are going to be a good bowler, very similar delivery. Sabata this time plays it in front. Yeah, You know, the most effective slow ball is the one that does not change the arm speed. She has that ability. Now have a look at this. She uses the wrist to slow it down, run her fingers over the seam, but the arm speed is pretty much the same. So that can be more deceptive than actually trying to slow the ball by reducing your arm speed. That's nicely played in the gap. At least a couple. Will they take one on the arm? No. Good fielding.
Yeah, good bit of work from Vishmi Gunaratne there. All these effort will be counted when Sri Lanka comes down to chase. Masabata doesn't have much credentials as a batter, but she has the ability to clear the fence. End of the 47th over. South Africa 216 for 7.
So 18 legitimate deliveries to go as far as South Africa is concerned. Don't forget that both these sides are coming off a loss, so it's mighty important for one of these teams to get a win and try and march towards that grand final on the 7th. But I knew there's another round to go, complete round. That is hit straight and hard and gone the distance. What a hit to bring her 50. Dirksen continues to perform well with the bat in hand. She played a terrific knock against India, kept her side in the run chase. It was in the slot, got the elevation she wanted. When she hits Damit, it stays hit.
What a way to bring up her half century. Maiden women one-day international half century for Annemarie Dirksen. She hits straight to deep mid-wicket. Chamari Athapattu did the fielding. They might go upstairs to check the catch.
Yeah, I could see from a mile away that was taken on the bounce. And that was like a half appeal, wasn't it? It's not really. They're not even bothered. They don't even bother to go upstairs. It was more of hope than being so sure of what she had done. Again, it was travelling mind you, well fielded though, to pick it up cleanly. Right, now what Clark's going to do here? She has to try and get to the other end. Another 4 deliveries left in this over. There's a change in the field, which is understandable. Sukantika back round the wicket. There's a big gap behind the wicket keeper, so can't be too wide.
Another loud appeal. Again with the angle, Gamini. To the naked eye, it looked like it was missing the leg stump. Yeah, clearly missing the leg stump. She's flirting with the danger here, putting it up onto the slot of class. She connects it. Will be a maximum. I think from a South African point of view, Gamini, they got a 6 of the first delivery. They'll be looking to get at least 1 or 2 boundaries in the next 14 deliveries.
Once again, it's in the gap. Somebody does well. Yeah, the key here, Damit, is Dirksen. She's capable of hitting boundaries, and so as far as Sri Lankans are concerned, if they can keep her off strike, they can minimize the damage here. This is the final ball. Glass gets some bat on it. Down to long on for another single. It's a good over. Productive over. 10 off it. 2-6 for 7 with 2 overs to come. So Maliki Madara is going to bowl her final over, the penultimate over of the innings. 7-run over from here, 2 7-run overs will get them to 240, Damit, and they'll be very happy with that, South Africa, considering the nature of the pitch. Sugandhika Dilhari again. She's fielding in those vital positions, mid off inside the circle.
This is how Dirksen got a maiden half century. She came in at a stage when South Africa badly needed a partnership. She has held up her end of the bargain pretty well, and that's a very good Yorker, Gamini.
Yeah, not only the speed variations, Damit, what I'm very impressed about her is the length she's operating. It's right up there in that block hole. So, players like Dirksen, they're looking for length balls so that you can get under it to get the elevation, but she's not giving her any length. It's very difficult. She had to dig it out. That one again, the length. Although there was a bit, but because of the length, it makes it that much difficult for the batter. 21 fours and 1 6. 6 coming off Dirksen's bat to get to a 50. Still a formidable total though, considering the fact that like I mentioned, it's a 2-pace wicket, or the pitch needs some getting this.
Skied up. Good catch by Anushka Sanjeevani, the wicket keeper. That's the 3rd wicket for Malki Madara. Once again, that change of pace does the trick for the Sri Lankan spearhead.
Yeah, what the batters need to understand at this point in time, Damit, when you see, you have to see the strength of the bowler. She's taking the pace right off. So in international level, Damit, you got to wait for the slower ball rather than the faster ball. So you're basically waiting for the slower ball. That's how you're going to be effective in the death overs when you have a bowler operating like this. And I will take nothing away from her. Malika, this is only her 2nd match, isn't it? Made the debut against India last time around. So good return for her so far. 3 for 50. Has got an opportunity to maybe get another one. 2 balls left. According to the new international rules, the striker comes. Even if you cross while a catch is being taken, the new batter has to come to the strikers, and so
new batter Malaba
Right arm
known
over.
for her bowling than her batting. Yeah, this is very good bowling from Malki Madara. So far, Dirksen has faced only 1 delivery in this over, Gamini. She has kept the score for just 3 runs in this over. This was the 3rd wicket for Malki Madara. Never easy, these high catchers, even though you have the gloves on. Once again, Malaba skies it, and Malki Madara finishes off her spell with another wicket. 4 for 50.
very well executed once again. Spliced it really. I think Dirksen did the smart thing. She didn't want to cross. Either way, the striker comes to the end that the batter is out, so wouldn't have made any difference. But very good return from Malki Madara. 10 overs, 4 for 50. Blaba didn't trouble the scorers, but she sacrificed her wicket for the team cause. 6 deliveries to go. Dirksen is on strike, and how important this over will be, only the time will tell. 2-8 for 9.
The last batter for South Africa, Ayabonga Kaka. Here's Sugandhika Kumari. Dirksen is not gonna go for any singles in this over.
That was smart bowling from Sugandhika. Didn't give any speed what Dirksen is looking for. This one, a quicker delivery. At least a couple. It hit straight. Nah, it's gonna go. Had enough bat on it. It's a very powerful girl, Dirksen. Now that ball, she had the speed that she wanted. So you have to be very smart bowling at a powerful striker like this. Sugandhika, so a boundary that she needed. Yeah, she's not going to take any singles here. You can guarantee that she's waiting to swing at everything.
Four more deliveries remaining. This time, Dishin didn't get hold of it. She's not gonna run. So another dot ball.
Yeah, did a smart thing again. At least 5 to 6k slower than the previous ball. Well, she will not be required, I can assure you that. Dirksen is going to take strike for these balls.
This time she takes the single, Gamini. She's expecting Kaka to get one more single before she can exploit the last delivery. Malki Madara, who picked up 4 for 50, the third best bowling by a Sri Lankan fast bowler in women's ODIs. This is good bowling. Sugandhika Kumari, she made sure that Dirksen doesn't get the strike again. So for only 5 runs off this last over. They're definitely gonna run for the second one, and they're gonna get it comfortably. So South Africa will end on 2-3-5. Kamini, you reckoned 250 at the start of before the start of the innings, but as the innings progressed, you said 230 would be a very good score on this surface.
Yeah, the Rainbow Nation will be pretty happy with that, Damit, considering the fact that I thought the wicket was going to be a lot quicker than what we saw, but as the ball started to get older, it was holding up a touch, so there was not a lot of speed off the track, and from where they were 5 down for 113 at one stage, weren't they, South Africa? So the game could have gone either way at that stage. That's why how important this knock is from Dirksen. 61 off 60, going a tick over on a ball. That's a great hand playing the situation. I think even Chloe, 35 over 40, that was a great contribution, great hand. That partnership was the difference in these innings, and yeah, 235, I think South Africa will take it.
South Africa openers were dismissed inside the first power play. Tasmin Brits, who got a brilliant 100 against India a couple of days ago, was the first to be dismissed for 14. Skipper Laura Woolward just made 10. Lara Godal made 46, but as Gamini said, the contributions from Chloe Tryon, Annery Dirksen made the difference and got South Africa to 235. Cannot forget the contribution of Sunelise, made 31. Just the 6 extras from Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan bowlers, Malki Madara, the best of the lot, 4 for 50. Devumi Vihanga, the debutant. She became just the second Sri Lankan bowler to take 3 wickets in women's ODI debut for Sri Lanka. Inoka Ranavira picked up 1 wicket. Sugandhika Kumari picked up 1 wicket. They were 120 for 5 at one stage and somehow managed to score 235 runs.
Yeah, Sri Lankan bowlers were pretty disciplined as well, David. So some of those chances that they missed, well, only the time will tell. There were some terrific shots at the start of the innings, and the first 2 wickets, both were bowled. That was an absolute gem of a delivery. Maliki's first wicket. Some of these fielding efforts, Damit, I think Sri Lankans, apart from Kavisha Dilhari, there were some opportunities. There was another one. Caught at extra cover. At this stage, Sri Lankans were right on top. And South Africa, there was another 2 caught and bowl opportunities for Inoka. That I think her contribution also was very vital. Sunil Louise.
Yeah,
putting that down.
4 catches were dropped by Sri Lanka. They had held on to those catches.
This one was a good one. Silva. 2 of her catches. This one was relatively straightforward, but wait till you see the next. And she bowled well too. Vihanga, you got to mention her first match. Few butterflies around, but she took it nicely. Took the opportunity. Kept her calm and composure and control. And then came Dirksen. Very good hand. Have a look at this catch. Well, one for the ages, that one. That will be in the highlight reel in any match.
Yeah, that's the beauty of cricket, isn't it, Gamini? Fielders, those efforts can be really amazing for the spectators and for everyone watching. Malki Madara in her last spell picked up 3 wickets to end with 4 for 50. Dirksen remained unbeaten on 61. That second half of that first innings was clearly carried by Dirksen. Sri Lanka now need 236 runs to win in 50 overs. Both teams chasing that first win in this Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. So it's lunch time here in Colombo. We will be back with the Sri Lankan run chase.
Welcome back. A very good afternoon. Well, Sri Lanka versus South Africa. Important game for Sri Lanka because they didn't get off well, and South Africa also finished off losing to India in the last game, and it's absolutely important that from a Sri Lankan point of view that they get off to a winning start. But at the moment they need to get 236 runs to win this game. A lovely afternoon at the R. Premadasa International Stadium as South Africa put into bat, made 235 for 9. Interestingly, South Africa too, though they lost the toss, wanted to bat first. Goodall made 46, Lees made 31, Tryon 35, and a very fine innings from Dirksen, 61 of 60. She held that low order for South Africa and made sure that they got to somewhere respectable. 235 for 9.
With the ball for Sri Lanka, Devmi Vihanga, 3 for 41 on debut, was a standout, as was Malki Madara, 4 for 50. Got a few wickets right at the end of that innings. Inoka Ranavira and Sugandhika Kumari, the other wicket takers. Some economical bowling, a lot of spin bowling used by Chamari Atapattu, as you can see. Just Malki Madara with the pace, but the spin bowlers did the job for them. 235, perhaps a par total on this pitch.
Well, interesting to see. Let's take a look at how South Africa lost their wickets.
Sugandhika Kumari struck first, just a straight one to Tasmin Brits. Played all round that, and then Malki Madara with the big wicket. Just a little bit of a leg cutter to Laura Wolfart. Vihanga's first wicket in international cricket, taken by Nilakshi De Silva. Another crucial breakthrough, Sunelus. And this one should maybe be credited to the fielder. What a fantastic grab by Nilakshi De Silva at the boundary. Madara ended things well, brilliantly for Sri Lanka. A lot of variations on display. Slow balls, Yorkers. Has shown a lot of maturity despite having made her debut very recently in international cricket. Good catch as well to take her fourth wicket. So that's where it stands right now. 235 is what South Africa put on the board. Sri Lanka need 236 in 50 overs.
It's a lovely afternoon here. Strong breeze blowing across the ground. Blue skies. South African team coming out, and so are the Sri Lankan openers. So it is going to be, as you said, a very good tussle between bat and ball. South Africa will be telling themselves that on a surface that it's a bit abrasive that they got runs on the board. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, Chamari Atapattu was quite willing to chase 250, so she'll be pleased that she's got a target 14 runs less than what she was looking at. So it is going to be an interesting tussle between bat and ball, and every little phase in the game is going to be crucial. Not just the first 10 overs, not just the middle overs, but it is both openers. In fact, both teams are in for the long haul here.
Both teams will want to get that win under their belts. So crucial game, because whoever loses this is then going to have a real uphill battle to get into the final. That's to be held on the 11th of May. Hasini Pereira and Chamari Atapattu opening the batting for Sri Lanka. So as we expected, Vishmi Gunaratne, who's coming back into the side, will be in the middle order. Hasini Pereira retains her spot at the top. After that little bit of a start she got against India, played some lovely shots, got a couple of boundaries early on. Masabata Class will be the one to open the bowling for South Africa.
Right, the countdown will be on very shortly. Let's play. That's the call. 236 is what Sri Lanka are after. Hasini Pereira will be the batter on strike. She had a pretty decent outing against India. As here comes the first delivery. And she'll feel good because she found it nicely on the middle of the bat as she played it defensively. Always a good feeling to get a good feel of the ball on the bat.
She's very much a touch player, Hasini Pereira. If she gets going early on, if she times the ball early on, can play some really good shots, particularly on the offside.
So Class opening the bowling. Yes is the call, and she is off the mark. Sri Lanka would like pace on the ball. They would enjoy the newish ball because this surface is a bit slow. So you offer the batter pace, they'll start to enjoy it. Atapattu going to be crucial here in the Sri Lankan response, marking her guard.
Be interested to see if any of that cramp or injury that she showed with when she was bowling will come up at the bat. Obviously, Sri Lanka will need her to get some runs if they are to get close to this total. Atapattu not having the greatest of runs in international cricket over the last few months.
Just a hint back into the left-hander. Made the adjustment. Both batters getting off the mark with those singles. It's always good to break that duck. A lot of work left in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI game between Sri Lanka and South Africa. Hasini Pereira, the batter on strike. Slip in. Third on the boundary. Backward square leg on the boundary. The rest all saving one with a packed offside field. From over the wicket comes Class. Gets a bottom edge. Might run away to the boundary. In fact, it's cut off. Only a single. Again, you could see that lack of pace in the surface.
It'd be interesting also to see Sri Lanka's approach in this chase. We saw in that first game against India, they started off really very slowly, cautiously, but here they know they've got a target that they need to chase, and they need to go at a certain pace to get there. So it'll be interesting, particularly from Hasini Pereira, who we've known to not bat that many times in the recent past at the top of the order.
Ball hardly carrying through, just on the bounce to the keeper. Class is by no means express. She's gentle medium pace. That ball not carrying. Little poke by Atapattu.
Wonder how long it'll take for the keeper to come up to the stumps. Chamari Atapattu, as she does, just batting outside the crease.
Again, that's an indication as to how the surface is. That had a bit of bounce as it went through, but again you could see that it's hardly bouncing. 3 without loss.
Deep square, close. Nice, deep square. Miana, come it on, please. Let's start towards your. More.
Are we back?
Let's start.
De Klerk, she'll open the bowling for South Africa. Wicketkeeper standing back, slip in.
Coming over.
I wonder how pacey Nadine de Klerk is, because the previous over wasn't all that pacey from Class. But this surface is not about pace. In fact, batters would enjoy the bit of extra pace. So ideally, you would expect the seamers not to give too much of pace on this surface. Nicely done on the pads. Again, that swing back into the left-hander.
Yeah, all of the South African quicks are very good with their variations of pace. I think that's something that will be crucial, not just in this series, but when they do travel to India for the World Cup later on in this year. They use the cutters well, run their fingers over the ball well, so that'll be something they'll want to perfect more in this series.
This is a very good experience. Obviously, nice build-up before a World Cup. Of course, still we do know that there's a lot of time left. So more cricket they get in before the World Cup will be useful. And with the World Cup in India, surfaces here will be very similar to the Indian surfaces. So it's a good learning experience for some of the younger cricketers, and for the current ones, for the experienced ones, it's a case of just building on what they already know. Again, a good length.
Ayabonga Kaka opened the bowling for South Africa in the previous game. This time Nadine de Klerk being given the ball. As you've said before, abrasive surface, so you'll need to kind of vary your pace, use those slower balls.
That's gone fine. That should run away to the boundary. That's badly directed. Athapattu will take it. Useful runs at this stage for Sri Lanka.
You're just straying down the leg side, Nadine de Klerk on that occasion. Chamari Athapattu just guides it off her pads. It's a gimme for her. Easy boundary. No one at the boundary at fine leg. Fielder's a lot squarer, so she just had to find the placement, and ball was through to the boundary.
So important that you stay accurate in this phase with just two fielders outside the circle. She is straying onto the pads. They want two here. In fact, they don't take the two, only a single, but the Clerk is just found her radar a little bit wrong with two left-handers. Everything appears to be more on the pads than on that off-stump line.
Fine margins, isn't it? Just a couple of inches straighter, and she would be in business for the LBW.
2 overs done, 9 without loss. It's going to be Class who continues 9 without loss at the end of 2 overs. Chamari Athapattu, the batter on strike. She's so crucial in this Sri Lankan response. Short delivery, top edge, and taken by the keeper. That's a huge scalp as far as South Africa is concerned. Chamari Athapattu takes this long and a slow walk back. Sri Lanka loses their captain, and it's a huge wicket to lose so early in the innings.
Yeah, massive celebration from South Africa. And it's that short delivery. We saw her use this delivery to good effect against India as well. Didn't get the wickets in that game, but here just stopping on Chamari Athapattu, and that top edge easily taken by Meso. Athapattu does not want to leave the ground, but unfortunately gone for 6 of 8.
9 for 1. Right, Chamariatapattu, this is banged in short. I think the problem was that it was twofold. One was the bounce, and also the other one was the line. She was looking to drag it from outside the off stump. The bounce was quite high that she had to deal with. South African women straight away into business with that wicket.
Vishmi Gunaratne coming in at number 3 today. Did not play that first game as we've mentioned. Just taking Harshita Samaravikrama's position at that number 3 position. Perhaps Sri Lanka are looking for that combination of a left-hander and a right-hander in the middle.
Gunaratne on strike. It's so important that Sri Lanka gets a foundation here. They need stability at the top. They lost their captain, the most experienced player. That's a look at what she's achieved. Quite a young player, just 19 years, closing in on 500 runs. Strike rate is quite good, I think, over 70. Average will improve as she continues to play 250s and 100 in her career. Slip in. Right down the leg side. South Africa will have to be mindful of these extra deliveries and extra runs here. They got to be tight and sharp and smart with their out cricket.
Yeah, it's one area that all 3 teams in this competition will want to focus on, the extras. Saw few buys, no balls, wides given away so far in this tournament.
Off the mark. Again the angle just going down the leg side. I don't mind Sri Lanka batting Vishmi Gunaratne at number 3 because as you said, the left hand right hand combination will be important because Harshita is also a left hander, so it's good to have Harshita batting at 4. Sri Lanka has quite a few. It's a good blend of right and left hand combinations for Sri Lanka, but at this stage you got to be mindful. Now what seemed to be the problem? What are they waving at? But they're way above the side screen. Ah, that chair. All right. I thought it was the spectators in those boxes. It can never be because they're way above. It's that chair that was in the way of Hasini Pereira, but all's well now. Played with soft hands.
So far what we've seen of Hasini Pereira in both games, she has looked very comfortable opening the batting for Sri Lanka. As I said before, hasn't really done that in the past couple of years, has had to do a lot of that middle order and lower middle order work. So she has an opportunity now with the World Cup just a few months away to establish herself once again in this side as a top order batter.
Yeah, this could work out to be a good experiment for Sri Lanka. Pushing Hasini Pereira to open. You're right. Actually, I haven't seen her bat in the top order. She's been more in the middle. And also an opportunity for her to play those bigger innings. She has time at the top. Upish, but in the gap. Nicely done by Harshita. So, beg your pardon, it's Vishmi Gunaratne, and she gets a boundary to end the over. 16 for 1. For 1 after 3 overs. Nothing wrong with the rate of scoring. The problem will be that Sri Lanka have lost their captain Chamariatapattu, and she was lost quite early for 6, looking to play that pull shot, but a lot will depend on Hasini, who's quite experienced as a batter, as a player. Vishmi Gunaratne, of course, early days in her career, But these are the opportunities that players want to try and grab and stand up and showcase what they could do. Just you were talking about the opportunity Hasini Pereira has to nail down a place in the World Cup. So this is perfect for her. If she shows her character, if she shows what she's made of, that will force the selector's hand. So the disadvantage, if it is one, it's up to the player or the individual to try and make it an advantage or turn it to an advantage.
Yes, and that's what you want from tournaments like this. It's why they are playing a tournament like this ahead of a World Cup, so that players get those opportunities to really showcase what they're capable of. Not just Hasini Pereira, but Vishmi Gunaratne herself, who was left out of the team in the last game because of bad form. This is the opportunity she needs to make the most of.
And also the other thing is, when you're given the opportunity, you need to grab it with both hands. You need to put a price to that. So that's why competition is always very important for players in a team. If, for example, opportunities and national caps are handed out on a platter, then the value tag to it is not great. So both Hasini Pereira and Vishmi Gunaratne need to put a price tag to this opportunity and also to their wicket.
Hasini Pereira batting way down the crease, beyond the crease, looking to get some pace on the ball. Misfield on that occasion. Sri Lanka get through for one.
Yeah, that's an indication as to how the surface has behaved. Almost all the batters have wanted or looked to bat outside the crease, and the pace hasn't been expressed either. So the batters would want to try and create some pace for themselves. A little bit of bad bounce for the fielder on that occasion. Vishmi Gunaratne played a lovely shot on the leg side, that last delivery, working the angle over through mid-wicket now. Where would de Klerk, bowling to a right-hander, look to try and aim? She's got a packed, in fact 5 on the off and just 4 on the leg. So you've got to be off stump line. That's more the line she'll be looking to bowl. 4 overs done. 17 for 1. Beautiful day. It's a gorgeous day, in fact, in Colombo. This is what the R. Premadasa International Stadium looked like. Blue skies, the sun shining, hardly a cloud in the sky. But having said that, the player comfort is not perfect. The temperatures and also the...
Yeah, we did see some of the South African players struggle with the bat today, as well as in their first game. Tasman Witts struggling with cramp in that game. So it's not easy to be out there, and that'll be another challenge for the batters as well.
See, the thing in Sri Lanka is the humidity. The humidity level is so high, but it also protects you, they say, from being directly exposed. Well, I'm no expert. I'm just sharing what I've heard. The humidity can be a blessing, though it's uncomfortable. So Hasini Pereira on strike. A bit of bounce that time. You could see that Hasini Pereira tends to have a slight shuffle. Not when the bowler delivers, but just before the bowler delivers. She gets into a good stable position, no doubt. But there is that, you could see that there is just that slight movement where she goes across, but she's stable. So important that at the point of release that the batter is stable. That Hasini Pereira seemed to be doing well, looking to work it away through the leg side.
This is something Sri Lanka will want to work on. We saw this in the game against India as well, where the intent to rotate the strike isn't quite there. Hasini Pereira 5 off 14, Gunaratne 4 off 5. They'll need to move things along, put some pressure on the bowlers, because they don't want these quicks to settle in on a line and length and, you know, not give away too many runs.
Short delivery, swung away on the leg side, and that's a boundary. That's good intent by Hasini Pereira, pouncing on that loose delivery outside the leg stump.
Just as I said, they should not get bogged down. That's a good shot from Hasini Pereira, just helping the ball along its way. Masabata class, not getting her line right, just a bit too straight for that shorter one. Nicely played from Hasini Pereira.
Yeah, spoke about another look, batting outside the crease and beautifully pivoting on that. And we see the fans. It's wide. I think it should be a wide. Why it's not called a wide? I thought that was wide enough to be called a wide. Went really wide outside the off stump. I think Class will be lucky, in my opinion. To go in the over. Again, has to reach for it. Let's see what the umpire says. They'll come for 2. What is she going to say? Bye is signalled. Right, 5 overs done. Sri Lanka 23 for 1.
So that's a little look at the last ODI between these two teams. South Africa posting 301 for 5, Laura Wolfhard 184, and then Sri Lanka go on to chase that 195 for Chamari Athapattu, a record chase. In fact, the very first time in women's ODIs where a score of 300 or above was chased down. So a historic last meeting between these two teams. Sri Lanka winning by 6 wickets. Maybe had a bit of a case why they decided to chase today as well. What do you think, Roshan?
Yeah, I don't know whether this has anything to do with that, but I would rather go. I rather go on what is available or what is before us. So this is history, and this is really good. But that's in the past. You can never live on the past laurels. It's about what you have before you. So that's why there's so much of analysis that goes into the pitchers, the opponents, and what should be done and not done. So Chamari Athapattu has a very good reason. The Sri Lanka team has a very good reason. And at the end of the game, we will see how correct the decision to bat or bowl first will be. But then this is our opinion, that this surface was ideal to bat first because it was abrasive, it was dry, and it is a used surface. It's good to have an opinion.
Yeah, and as you said, it's the result at the end of the day that matters. So Sri Lanka can chase this down. They will justify their decision for having opted to bowl first.
Absolutely. That would be a great result. And that's what Sri Lanka is after. As I said at the beginning, Chamari Athapattu was happy with 250 to chase, so she'll be, to an extent, quite pleased that the target is almost 14 runs less than what she was setting at. South Africa, on the other hand, wanted to bat first. And will they be pleased with what they got? So unanswered questions at the moment. use of the feet, but she can't get it past mid-on.
Yeah, I like to see that Vishmi Gunaratne just moving a bit in her crease, trying to create something to get the ball moving. As I said, Sri Lanka don't want to get bogged down. They don't want to give away too many dot balls. So that intent to move around is good.
Running that first run hard. They'll want 2 here. Might even get 4. Yes, it is. Well done, Vishmi Gunaratne. Playing it with soft hands, playing it late. Spoke about the style of batting. You spoke about the importance of not letting the bowlers dominate. It's also about how you use your batting power play, or how you use those power plays. And we know that it's nicely done. It's so important as a batter or a team that you develop a certain rhythm. So it's not about only dot, dot, dot and a boundary, but how you study it with singles and twos and in between. So you want to get into that nice rhythm as a batter or as a batting unit. So at the moment, Sri Lanka happy. 27 for 1, 6 overs done.
Kaka to continue from Maligab at the end. Hasini Pereira and Vishmi Gunaratne. Played up Pishley that time. Pereira. These two batters will have to string in a good partnership now, Nisha.
New bowler into the attack. Ayabonga Khaka can reap variable bounce.
Each and every dot ball, Onisha, will put the pressure towards Sri Lanka to make sure that they rotate the strike.
South Africa did that really well during the course of their own innings. And a key differentiator, Damit, is also going to be how South Africa field. Sri Lanka dropped several chances, a slew of misfields. The total of 235 that they conceded could have been at least 15 runs fewer had they held on to their chances.
Misfield loves Hasini Pereira to get her second boundary. This is what South Africa cannot afford to do.
Should have been a regulation stop for the fielder at mid-off, and plunked her front foot forward and cleared it well enough. Enough power in that shot to race away to the boundary.
Masabata class the culprit that time.
Interesting ploy here from South Africa. They had opened with Klaas and Khaka in the previous game against India, both very economical early on, but de Klerk has done really well. Khaka, of course, is one of the premier fast bowlers in the South African ranks, the silent assassin, so to speak.
End of the 7th over, Sri Lanka 32 for 1.
Right below for you.
De Klerk extended spell.
It's a heavily fortified offside for Hasini Pereira. Has gotten off to a sedate start, and her wicket is going to be absolutely crucial should Sri Lanka harbour any chances of chasing this down. It is so pivotal to their chances of climbing on the points table, currently languishing at the bottom by dint of a far inferior net run rate to that of South Africa's.
Good save from Mesu. Very tricky.
She's a very able wicketkeeper, has been working a lot with Trisha Chetty, the former South Africa senior women's wicketkeeper, and one of the premier wicketkeeper batters the women's international game has had. Was part of the under-19 team support staff at the Malaysia 2025 under-19 women's T20 World Cup, where South Africa finished runners-up to India. Dinesha Devnarine, of course, leading the charge as far as that backroom staff is concerned. So Karabu Mesu has been picking the brains of Trisha Chetty as far as her glove work is concerned. No wonder she's rated so highly on the domestic circuit.
Outside edge. Almost carried to the first slip fielder. It has been Brits. Vishmi Gunaratne played with soft hands. The fielder Sune Lee is at first slip. Don't get the much needed pace out of these two seamers, Onisha. They just concentrate on bowling good lengths and lines. Still a very good surface to bat on.
Nicely defended by Gunaratne. Vishmi Gunaratne, of course, one of the precocious talents out there in international cricket. Made waves in April 2022 as a big stroke player, scoring 138 not out in just a third list day match. Made 430 odd in another school cricket match. And Chamari Atapattu was so impressed with her that she earmarked her for a great future. No wonder she's part of the senior squad at such a young age, all of 19 years of age. End of the 8th over, Sri Lanka 34 for 1.
So far, out of 8 overs, 31 deliveries have been dot balls. And sure that will be a concern for Sri Lanka as the game progresses. Onisha need to convert those dot balls into singles, especially in the power play. The power play is set to maximize runs, and if you're not able to get the boundaries, make sure you rotate the strike. As we speak, Hasini Pereira finds the field at deep fine leg for a single.
And they do not want to get themselves into a position where the asking rate has gone out of reach and they barely have any wickets left. So they need to tread with caution, sure, but there has to be some urgency shown in this run chase. This is a power score, 235 put on by South Africa after they were asked by Chamari Atapattu to have a bat first. Nicely cut away by Vishmi Gunaratne there. It runs away quickly to the boundary. That's a fine stroke from the 19-year-old. And this is the urgency that they need to inject more often into this chase.
Yeah, should have been stopped by Dirksen. If Sri Lanka can get that odd boundary, Onisha, and rotate the strike, they can achieve this target. That should be the mindset. Need to play positive cricket. Running the first one hard. It's also very important. You need to make sure that you don't let that required run rate go above 6 runs per over, Onisha. That's my opinion. You need to make sure that it stays below 6 runs per over.
And the amount of experience both these batters carry should inject that awareness between the two and how they run between the wickets as well. Not concede a run out. And that constant requirement of keeping the scoreboard ticking. Vishmi Gunaratne, of course, is no mug with the bat in Sri Lanka colours. Already has a century to her name scored against Ireland and impressed during Sri Lanka's tour of South Africa last year, during which, of course, that historic 300-plus chase of theirs, the highest ever in women's ODIs, helmed by Chamari Atapattu, whose 190-odd trumped that of Laura Wolfart's, finished at around 2 a.m. Sri Lanka time. Was quite the sight watching from the subcontinent.
Hasini once again finds the fielder. End of the 9th over. Sri Lanka 40 for 1.
I need a square leg.
Last over in the first power play, and Laura Wolfart have brought her a spinner, Sunelise.
A spinner who bowls everything. Off breaks, leg breaks, was a frontline leg spinner until not so long ago. There was a brief period during which she decided not to bowl herself as captain. And once she did resume her bowling duties, started bowling those off breaks more often. So now it's a pretty mixed bag of tricks that she brings to international cricket and also in T20 franchise leagues.
Outside edge, running down towards that third man region. Should be a couple of runs for Vishmi Gunaratne. Yeah, right arm spin, Manisha. Not an easy art to master. And when you have plenty of variations, you can be a handy customer. But still reckon if she can get that outside edge, you need to have a slip in place.
Wait!
This is good cricket from Vishmi Gunaratne. She got a couple of runs and now rotating the strike.
And speaking of Sune Lee's bag of tricks, the curious case of herself not bowling a lot during her captaincy stint remains one of the most interesting and unresolved concerns or questions in international cricket, at least in the women's game. She never quite opened up as to why she would not operate more as a bowler. But it's good to see her back in the mix with the ball more frequently than ever now under Laura Wolfart's captaincy.
Yes, Turkey.
Yeah, one of the premier spinners going around in the world. She needs only one more 5-wicket haul to equal the record of most 5-wicket hauls in women ODIs. Hasini Pereira uses the power play restrictions to great effect. She gets a third boundary. This is the intent you need to show, going across the stumps, and straight away Laura had to push that square leg fielder to the fence and brought the sweeper to the 25-yard circle.
One more.
They've already got 7 runs off this over.
It was a very good shot from Hasini Pereira, exposing all her stumps. This time gives it a charge towards extra cover. End of the 10th over, and after the power play, Sri Lanka are 47 for 1.
Start of the second power play. This phase of the next remaining 40 overs. South African captain has the luxury of having 4 fielders outside the 25-yard circle. This is one of her favourite shots, Vishmi Gunaratne. Rocking back and playing that cut shot. How Sri Lanka uses the next 20 to 25 overs will determine the result of this game. Most likely outside edge, just a single.
Vishmi Gunaratne is a very good all-round athlete. Spoke about her favourite shot being that cut shot, which requires a lot of power, of course. A look at how Sri Lanka have orchestrated their chase in the power play. That wicket early of the captain, the big fish, gone for yet another low score. Vishmi Gunaratne and Hasini Pereira giving the charge, then mixing caution with aggression intermittently, finding the occasional boundary, much to their relief in this chase of 236.
Another boundary to Hasini Pereira. Placement perfect to her liking. Just a gentle push. Not good fielding out there.
Two fielders diving for it, neither able to anticipate the correct line and eventually letting it go. A bit sloppy, you would think. Should have been cut off by at least one of them. Nonetheless, a welcome for.
It's going to be another boundary for Hasini Pereira. She's dealing in boundaries now. The last 3-4 overs have been very good for Sri Lanka.
Lunged forward and tonked it flush of the middle as Suneli's put the chase in vain. The mascot of Sri Lankan cricket would be very, very pleased to see the proceedings out in the middle. Yeah, he's nodding his head, as would be coach Romesh Ratnayake in the dressing room. They are getting a bit of a move on here in this over, aren't the Sri Lankan batters, Vishmi Gunaratne and Hasini Pereira. Pereira looking to be the aggressor in the absence of her fellow left-hand opener, Chamari Yatapattu, who had to depart early thanks to Masabata class.
Another good strike from Hasini Pereira. Straight away she called for a double and she got it. 11 runs off Kaka's third over. Sri Lanka 58 for 1 at the end of 11 overs. Remaining in this third match in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. Sri Lanka need 178 runs to win to get their first points in this competition. Suneli is to continue. Beautifully worked by Vishmi Gunaratne. Hasini Pereira, she has got 14 runs off the last 5 deliveries she has faced.
And she's receiving good support from the youngster who is navigating the field really well, playing the infield particularly superbly.
Yes, Sunny.
Captain Laura, she'll be tempted to have spinners from both ends now. Seen the success of the spinners from Sri Lanka as well, as Hasini Pereira paddles it to another boundary. She's dealing in boundaries. She's playing the field very well. This is very good batting from the Lankan opener.
6th for Hasini Pereira now. Lunged forward and early, shuffled across, got into position so well to sweep it fine. And this is good thinking on the part of Hasini Pereira, has exposed her stumps to great effect to replicate that shot a few times over the past 3 overs now. And now a short third fielder is going to be accompanied by a short fine leg.
She almost yorked it. Hasini Pereira, little flighted delivery from Suneli. Good end to Lisa's over. 12 overs completed. 63 for 1 Sri Lanka.
1. Sri Lanka in reply or going after the target of 237. They lost their captain very early. This pair trying to rebuild things, putting things together, going at a decent run rate.
Come, ladies, come on!
63 from 12 overs. They will take it at any time as long as they don't keep their wickets column intact. Perez batted well for 34. Gunaratne making a comeback, 18 off 22. South Africans have now moved into bringing spin from both ends. Good afternoon, Gamini.
Good afternoon, Kosala. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm really impressed with this partnership. Having said that, oh, that's another crashing shot on the offside from Vishmi. This is really, really good batting. That was a poor delivery to start with, but you still have to put it away. Very often, when it comes to Sri Lankan batting lineup, Kosi, once you lose your ace batter, which is Chamari, they can go into a shell and they do not trust their skills. But here, they have the audacity to play their natural game and trust their skills, and that is why they are there. 67. We are into the 13th over and 11 boundaries. So basically, there's plenty of pressure on the South African bowlers and the fielders for that matter.
Yeah, this is what partnerships can do. 11 boundaries in this partnership speaks high volume of how they've been going about despite losing their skipper. Now, Malba, 30 games, best of 3 for 39. Good cricket. Working it on, picking up the single, rotating the strike, keeping things afloat, not allowing the bowler to settle into one line or one rhythm. And you can just see how the South African skipper has now spread the field out. You see, now this is interesting. They're bringing all the fielders on the offside into the circle for the left-handed.
Mlaba will be the key for me on this surface. It's good bounce and turn. Yeah, Vishnu Gunaratne was left out of the starting 11 for the first game against India and not in the best of forms. But she does have a knack of scoring runs in Sri Lanka. I've seen her contributing to the team many times, so she's back on her own habitat, and there's no question about talent. It's just a matter of how you construct an innings, and here's a good opportunity. Like you said, Chamari Atapattu is back in the pavilion. Sizable total to chase.
Yes, left, go!
You need skills and you need the will.
True that. But at the moment, I like the way they're going. They got a boundary in this over. They picked up a couple of singles. That's the 13th over done. 69 is the Sri Lankan total. Long way to go. Now, if this pair can take things along till about 100 without further loss, those Sri Lanka need 166 from 37, and then build the pressure on the South Africans. It will allow the lower order or the middle order to then chip in and get Sri Lanka into that, get across that target. All depends on Vishmi and Ratnan Hastapera. Be a wide.
Yeah, that's the beauty about scoring runs quickly. You know, just a tick under 5 runs per over. Oh no, just 5.5 runs per over. Hit with some power. Even a very good fielder like Brits, who's patrolling at deep mid wicket, couldn't get behind that one. That was hit with some power. Vishmi. It was there to be put away, but you still had to put it away. Yeah, boundaries in every over.
Pressure on the South African women's team here. That one kept very low, isn't it, Gamin? She almost had to kneel down to get better on that, but good effect. Put the bad ball away. That's what you need to do. Rotate the single, keep the strike rotating, keep things going, and the pressure will be back on South Africa.
Already 12 boundaries in these innings. Innovative shot, impact outside the offside. Oh, may have cued it too. But it is good batting, so you get the boundary that you need in that over, and then looking for a paddle, maybe helping shot. Yeah, off the glove. Yeah, it makes it that much easier for the batters to come, even if they lose wickets, if you go at a good clip. That's what you need. Now that wasn't a bad ball by any means, but just presenting the full face of the bat, releasing your wrist through the line, a straight single, which is a requirement these days in white ball cricket. Not only you use the wrist, but because very often when you start taking boundaries, when you have long off, long on the fence, you have to have the ability to go straight along the ground. That's another good single.
Well, they've done very well in the past 2 overs. They picked up a boundary, they picked up 2 singles each, 76 for 1. That's what they need to be doing, Gamini. They need to be rotating things. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Not allow the bowler to settle in. Better delivery. Now been told, oh, it's the end of the over. We'll talk about that. It's 14 done, 77 for 1. And 14 overs completed, 77 for 1 is the Sri Lankan reply. It's drinks on the field. This is the Sri Lankan batting card. Athapattu, the only batter dismissed. Caught by a miss of the bowling of Class for 6. But since then, it's been Pereira and Gunratna, 36 and 29. Going at close to a runner ball, both of them. Samara Vikrama, Dilhari, Silva, Sanjeevani, they all can bat. Interesting to see whether the debutant will be called upon to bat, Vihanka.
Yeah, some of these bowlers from South Africa have got a bit of stick here. De Klerk was very economical, 4 overs for 13. Glass, 3 overs, 1 for 13. I think Glass came with a plan for Chamari at the deep square leg and gave the short one where Chamari was a touch late on it. And that was a huge moment in this run chase, but plenty of other bowlers being used. 5 of them, in fact. And Kosal, one other important stat here is that whole of Sri Lankan innings, when they had the ball in hand, there was only 6 extras. And South Africa's already got 6. And these are some of the shots from Hasini and some from Vishmi as well. Yeah, and one of the feature was placing the ball, hitting the ball in the gaps, timing. Didn't try to overdo it, and there were some innovative shots playing the field as well.
68-run partnership and coming in even quick time. Just when... so this is how it's moved out so far. 235 for 9 is what South Africa made. Top score from Dirksen of 61. Goodall made 46 and 35 to Trout. 4 wickets for Madara, 3 for Muhanga, the debutant, and 1 for Kumari. In reply, Sri Lanka 77 for 1. Pereira is 36, Gunaratne is 29. They need another 159 from 36 overs. Pereira has made 36 of 45 balls. We're just told that she's yet to get a half century in international cricket, and she has 12 scores of between 35 and 50, but not made a 50 yet.
It's hard to believe, really, some of the skills that she has shown in this innings in particular. Some of those drives, some of those paddle shots, the situational awareness, match smart. Let's hope that she can break that shackle, and not only that, both these batters, Kosala, it's very important now that they've done the hard work, they've got starts, and one of them possibly, or ideally both, to convert these into a big one and keep Sri Lankan in this run chase, and do not leave it to the next batter.
Nice.
So straight off the drinks break, Hasini
Here we go, here we go.
stacks it behind, gets another comfortable single. For Vishmi, there's 5 fielders inside the ring on the offside, 25-meter ring. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg on the onside to go with short mid wicket and a mid on.
Oh yeah.
Quicker and into the block hole.
So only 2 fielders have been put out by the South African skipper. She's decided to keep the others in the circle, try and attack. Good ploy, try and pick up wickets.
Yeah, the way these two batters are playing Kosala, I think your priority should be to break the partnership without looking to contain. And very often you can see that the match is going away from you. So these are good tactics from the South African skipper. See, that's why. That is why. There were a few LBW shouts when Sri Lankans were bowling, but none of them were given. But this one, going for a reverse sweep paddle. See, that's why the gaps were closed. She couldn't get the single she wanted, and suddenly she has to do something. And this one, extraordinary one. Wow. I think, yeah, when Vishmi sees that replay, she'll be pretty disappointed with that one. Because it didn't come in with the arm, it turned a touch. So even the impact also, I think, would have been in the umpire's mind. And was it going to hit the stumps? Well, you decide at home.
Left, eh? Left. Oh, sure. No, I van. That's middle stem. That is up. Yeah. Sharp. Chloe. Left arm round is 1.
Yeah, love to see another replay of that, Gamini.
No.
I thought it was hitting her back leg. So Ashita Samar Vikrama is the new batsman, batter in rather.
Yeah, she played a shot, so the impact is also in the discussion, whether it's outside the stumps or not. If she didn't play a stroke, obviously yes, impact wouldn't have mattered. But that's a good over for South Africa, and Mlaba has done what her skipper has asked her to do, which is to pick up a wicket. And well, this is a massive moment in terms of this match. For me, she was batting beautifully. But again, you can, like I said, Kosi, you can give half of that wicket to the skipper. She brought the field in, closed the gaps, and suddenly Vishmi had to do something different.
This is what a wicket can do. And this time Pereira, lucky. Now this is the dismissal. Look at this.
Yeah, center carrot.
Here we go, Sonny.
No.
Here we go, son.
Right arm around to
Yeah,
you.
that might have missed off.
You can clearly see that ball is gripping off the surface.
Good call, Gamini.
Harshita Samaravikrama, a very good player on the eye. Plays some nice classic cover drive, sweep shots, plenty of experience and deft touch. Gets her off the mark with a comfortable single.
Very interesting bat grip for Samaravikrama. Gamini, she holds it pretty low down in the grip. If you really look very closely, there you go, very low down.
Young goose.
Yeah, one of the good old days, it looks like one of those long handle bats. Plenty of them those days.
But now do you get long handle, short handle?
Unless you're 6 foot plus, I don't think you get long handle anymore. For me, it was always the short handle. But have a look at that mark of the bat. There is that black mark. You know, that is pretty much the guideline to hold the bat, because there's a big lump. Some of these players want that lump to be big, so that the hand stays in the handle while you're through a shot, and because it stops that hand from coming off the handle. I've seen a lot of international players having that big lumps at the end of the handle.
16 overs done. Sri Lanka with 2 down now for 82.
Yeah, that was a terrific partnership between Pereira and Gunaratne. South Africans will be delighted to break that partnership. I mentioned that she will be a vital factor, the X factor for me, Mlaba, even in this run chase, and even that game against India, she was getting a lot of bounce and turn.
One night. Back up.
Mlaba, 8, is into her third over. Very well done. Good thinking. Just a single. Wouldn't mind that. Another partnership needs to be built here. They've got plenty of overs in hand.
Yeah, and also, Kosi, a partnership in terms of the runs and the overs as well. Because Sri Lanka needs these top order batters to be there in the middle and maybe coming to that 40th over. That's a bad delivery. Lucky to get away with one this time, coming left arm over the wicket to the left hand. Obviously, she has to because she's got 4 fielders inside the ring on the offside, 5 on the onside to the turning side, so she can't give any width outside the stumps. And, that's why she has changed the angle.
Samara Wickraman need to rebuild this innings now. They lost 2 wickets for 85. Good cricket. Knocking it around, picking up that single, rotating the strike. That's what they need to be doing. 17 overs completed, 86 for 2.
Silver Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. First of its nature in Sri Lanka as far as women's cricket is concerned, a Tri-Nation Series. Inside edge.
I mean, I've been told that this is an off spinner turned leg spinner.
Yeah, she does actually still mixes up. Miss hit. Go low! Just over the field, right mid off. Yeah, I think Hasini Pereira is not going to change the way she has approached so far. But she needs to do that. When you have a total that is, you know, close to 250 in women's cricket, that, you know, you need some getting when you get 250 or 240 for that matter. But you need to continue to be positive.
Good eye.
Yeah, talking about Sunil Louise, yes, she originally started her career as a leg spinner. Now she's, you know, you can say overall. Small bit of off spin mixes up with some leg spin. Yeah, she no doubt she'll play a vital part in this year's World Cup because in India on turning tracks. So these spinners are going to get a good side on some of these pitches. And a good practice playing here as well before the World Cup.
They have 2 more tours, if I'm not mistaken, before the World Cup. So they'll be very much geared up for it. 90 on the board now. What does Samara Wickrama do? Last ball of the 18th. Tossed up. Oh, and she's gone. That was a tossed up delivery. Samara Wickrama was into the shot. I mean, I feel that it was taken cleanly.
Yeah, I think she's quite confident. She got her fingers underneath that. Had to put in the dive. But, well, Pereira still hanging around. Umpires, no doubt, will go upstairs. Let's listen to the TV umpire, Mr. Hannibal.
By the director, we have a umpire referral for fair catch. Can you start with the front foot, please? Okay, it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to the best angle of the catch, please? appears that the fingers under the ball. Do you have any other angles to show me? Maybe if you can zoom it up a little bit as well. Roll it. Yeah. Yeah. Fingers are clearly under the ball. The ball has not made any connection with the ground. I have addition for the giant screen. My addition is out.
There you go. Sri Lanka lose their third. Just not what Asina Perra goes for 42. Sri Lanka 90 for 3 at the end of 80.
Just watch. She likes sliding again. Now we're glowing arm.
90 for 3. Sri Lanka in a spot of bother. And is this the opportunity that South Africa was after? 2 new batters again. Harshita on 6. Kavisha Dilhari hasn't faced a ball as yet. South African spinners, Sonisha, seem to be now just getting some work here. Trying to get into the Sri Lankan middle order. Trying to create that pressure with dots.
And trying to get that win to kick off their campaign here at the first ever Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. Kavisha Dilhari, of course, playing her 100th international for Sri Lanka today. Only 24 years old she is. Played by far the most fluent innings we saw from the Sri Lankan batters against India. Couple of those lofted cover drives. Excellent viewing from the commentary box. And that was a superb take by the South African skipper. Great partnership between Sunellis and Laura Wolfart. Drop and run is the call.
See, I'd be very interested to see what Sri Lanka's approach would be from here. Certainly not an approach that they would want to try and be too positive by looking for boundaries, but it's more like looking to stabilize, looking to consolidate, singles.
Off, nothing. Tango.
That's, I think, should be the way forward, because cannot afford to lose one more wicket here. They need a partnership just to try and calm their nerves and calm the nerves in the dressing room as well.
This is very good bowling from Nonkululeko Malaba, aka Lefty, the cornerstone of South Africa's spin bowling attack.
See, we spoke about what the spinners might get out of the surface. And it's 92 for 3. That's a look at the game, and that's where the game is at the moment. Sri Lanka need another 144 runs in 31 overs. That's not a problem. That run rate is not a problem at all. What they will be concerned about, and they will have to concentrate, is the wickets column. 92 for 3, and wickets lost close to each other. 2 new batters at the crease always can be detrimental, like what South Africa found out against India. Those are the little openings the opposing teams sometimes want. When you're up against it, when a partnership is developing, you want the set batter out. In this case, they got both set batters out.
Change in bowling. The left arm spin of Chloe Tryon being introduced.
Sorry, no worries. Just go a bit more. It's fine.
See, this is interesting captaincy. from Laura. Because she's using her left arm spinners against the right-handers, which I think is the right thing to do. That's a little bit too overflighted, I thought, from Tryon, but having two left arm spinners searching for the outside edge on a track that's not perfect is a great way to try and create some pressure.
And left arm spin has been such a pronounced theme across the three teams in this tri-series, right? We've got N. Charani, Chloe Tryon, Malaba herself, Inokarana Veera, Sugandhika Kumari. The list goes on. We haven't seen any leg spinners. This goes on to show how much of the current modern day women's international game relies on left arm spinner Sophie Eccleston of England being the premier exhibit of the specimen.
Been a good over so far. Started off with some loopy deliveries, but now she seems to be settling in quite nicely. Tryon. Sri Lanka will have to be mindful of this. They just can't let the two spinners dictate terms. Or no spinner dictate terms, in fact. Now at the moment, Tryon is building dots. She's bowled 3 dots, conceded a single. Malaba at the other end has looked very good the way she bowled. It's important that they look to try and put them away. Not be boundaries, but just keep rotating the strike.
Clearly both batters aren't very keen on using their feet against Chloe Tryon's prodigious flight.
But at the moment, she's been very controlled. It's a good over. 20 overs completed. 93 for 3.
Here we go, yeah, ladies. Here we go, yeah, ladies. They come out and come forth. Nice
93 for 3. I've been informed that Sri Lanka hasn't got a boundary for the last 41 deliveries. It tells you that the South African spinners are gradually trying to get a grip on the Sri Lankan batting. There was a time when Wishmi and Hasini, they were going great guns. Malaba continues. That's not great bowling. That's outside the leg stump. And they'll get 2. This is good running. So South Africa now will be looking to first bowl those dots, start drying out the runs, and see how the Sri Lankan batters will respond. How will their experience teach them? Will they try to manufacture shots, or will they look to try and come out of it with a different plan?
Well, the former, which is trying to manufacture shots, did cause the undoing of Vishmi Gunaratne there. Tried to bring out the reverse shot. And of course, Malaba got the better of her.
Oh, yes.
Now trouble. Could have been trouble, I'll tell you. They're very, very lucky because there was so much of hesitation. Tryon was the fielder. It was to her weak side, which is to the right. And luckily the ball went away from her. But look at the confusion. It's a stop-start, stop-start. And there you could see that it was going away from Tryon. Sri Lanka lucky on that occasion.
Tantalizing stuff from Nonkululeko Malaba. And the way we see her bowling right now is down to a great degree to Keshav Maharaj. Oh, that's an edge, and it will race away to the boundary. Two fielders converging, but it's got enough legs. That is going to be a welcome for Harshita Samaravikrama. With that, 100 comes up for Sri Lanka in the 21st over.
But clearly well bowled by Malaba. She is certainly beating the batter, and that's the angle. She's creating that angle. Rather than spinning it back, she's just taking it away, sliding it away from the left-hander. Finding that outside edge, no slip. outside the line. That's outside the line. 21 done. It's 100 for 3.
Look at the most 5 wicket hauls completed in women's ODIs. Anisa Mohammed leading the charts. Sunil, the South Africa former skipper, who's been in action and got a wicket there. Deepti Sharma, currently part of the top 5 on the ICC ODI bowling charts, is also in the mix.
Sadly, no Sri Lankan there. No Sri Lankan bowling the most 5 wicket hauls. So Tryon will continue with a left arm spin. So the 2 left arm spinners bowling in tandem. And they've got a perfect setting with the 2 right-handers in. And I like this field. Mid-on inside the circle. Mid-off is all right. But mid-on in particular, and she's looping it midland leg, inviting Dilhari to try and go over mid-on, which it's a bait. She's got to be careful. She's got 2 fielders on the leg side at backward square leg and deep mid wicket, and the rest of the field all in one saving. And what I'm a bit surprised about is, yes, that she's got her fielders into good positions to stop the single. I'd have been tempted to have a slip in a catching position.
Spot on, Roshan. The bowlers have been making merry of the opportunities being created after the previous 2 set batters departed. So why not bring in more pressure in the form of a slip fielder?
It's not been easy to get them away, I'll tell you. It's been good control by Tryon. It's not big turn at all. It's just those little variations, subtle variations. That delivery coming back with the arm. So just a single. The last ball, it's 101 for 3, 22 overs completed.
Dirk. Righty.
Well, very even 50s, 63 and 62. That's a bit of a surprise to me. And that has a lot to do with the wickets Sri Lanka lost.
And an update coming in from the South African camp. Karabu Mesu, the wicketkeeper, has been replaced by Sunalo Jafta due to heat-related illness. She will not return to the field.
This is a very good shot. This is good positive batting by Dilhari. She gets a boundary. That's the kind of stroke play Sri Lanka needs. Not always. She's got to be very, very careful in the way she picks length, and that time it was done perfectly.
Enterprise and intent both on view this time around. Gave Malava the charge and got due rewards for it. Back and across. Will she be able to pierce the gap? Nope. Tasman Brits puts in the slide. Stops it. So now we know that there has been at least one playing personnel who's taken ill after some heat-related issues out there. South Africa fielded a full 50 overs in the first game, remember. And of course, today too, they've already been out there in the middle for close to 23 overs.
That's played fine. This is good batting. Should be looking for 2 here. Turning out to be a good over for Sri Lanka. And this is what you would expect the Sri Lankan batters to look for. At this stage, if they keep doing this, then you manage the run rate. You don't let it get out of
Here we
hand.
go, Yanku.
You don't let it go beyond 6 runs and over, which means it's always manageable, right? That's the wicketkeeper you were talking about, Tonisha.
That is Sinalo Jafta standing in for Karabu Mesu. And she's in the thick of action straight away. Is the senior campaigner of the two. Karabu has been seen as a successor to Sinalo Jafta.
She's pushing it through quicker and across the batter. 108 for 3. Well, the requirement and the current run rate almost neck and neck, 4.7, 4.74. So that's very manageable if you have wickets and if you can continue at this rate. See, that's why Sri Lanka needs to look for runs. Dots are not going to help. It's only going to build pressure.
Dilhari's been trying to get on top of that cut shot, hasn't been able to connect so far. Number of back of a length deliveries being bowled here by Chloe Tryon. Credit must also be given to Laura Wolfart for the way she's utilized her bowlers, and of course for the field placements.
Yeah, she's been impressive. I must say that the South African captain, her captaincy has been very impressive.
Only 25 years old. Hey, and a look at those plays and misses of the bowling of Nonkululeko Malaba, and good takes from the new wicketkeeper out there in the middle, Sinalo Jafta.
Again, edge and 4. Not where she wanted it, but she'll take it. As you said, she's tried a few times to play the square cut. It's finally come off, but not off the middle of the bat, but off the edge.
She'll take it. A much needed 4 to calm the nerves down, especially after those several untimed cuts. This one off a thick edge, race to the 3rd boundary for Kavisha Dilhari's second 4 of the innings.
But if you're a Sri Lankan batter, I would like to see a different tone to the batting. And it's not about playing and missing and getting edges and getting boundaries, but it's more about rotation of the strike, and both batters looking for those runs, picking gaps, playing with soft hands. That's more of a headache for a bowler than a ball running off an edge.
And unlike the South African innings, we don't see a lot of those ingenious reverse V shots. None of those laps and scoops coming out from the Sri Lankan batters. End of the 24th, and Sri Lanka are 113 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And 13 for 3, 24 overs. What an important pace of this innings, the run chase. De Klerk is back on. smooth sailing when Gunaratne and Pereira got together. Sri Lanka were sitting pretty nicely, 1 for 78, and suddenly fall of Gunaratne, and then another one straight after. I put Sri Lanka into this situation where they are looking for a slower delivery once again from the clerk. ST joins me. ST, how important for these two, probably the most recognized batters that Sri Lankans have in this lineup after the top three, that they need to come up with something. Someone has to put their hand up and try and come up with a Houdini effort to chase that to a target of 240.
Yeah, despite losing those wickets, I think Sri Lanka wouldn't be too worried as long as these two are at the crease. They've been two of the most successful batters for Sri Lanka over the last couple of years, particularly Harshita Samaravikrama can play those long innings, has 100 under her name, which she made against Ireland. Kavisha Dilhari, we know, is a dynamic player, can make runs in any part of the ground. So as long as this pair is out there, Sri Lanka will still count themselves in with a chance to chase down this total.
Yes, you can see from the bottom of your screen, current run rate 4.58, required rate 4.86. So there's not a lot in it. But like you said, ST, they need to think out of the box. They need to play positive cricket. Can't afford to play a lot of dot balls. Having said that, first 5 balls of this de Klerk over, all dot balls.
Yeah, and I think that's where the tactics of Laura Wolfhard have come into play. She's closed up those gaps, hasn't she? Not given away easy singles. Made sure that Sri Lanka has to work for every run they score.
De Klerk starts her second spell in a great fashion. Maiden over. Halfway mark, 113 for 3.
So the best bowling figures on debut for Sri Lanka. So Devmi Vihanga, the 82nd ODI player for Sri Lanka, picking up 3 for 41 on her debut today. Another one who features in this 11 today, Sugandhika Kumari, has the best figures for a debutant for Sri Lanka, 3 for 24. Shashikala Sirivardhana, Chamani Senivaratne, 2 other big names featured in that list.
Casual effort from Chloe. Yeah, got to mention about Maliki Madara as well. Only her second game today. ST. It's not the 4 wickets that she took. The way she handled herself. She got a wicket off the new ball, and she showed us that she could be a weapon with the older ball as well. She was relentless at the death over. So that's one area that Sri Lankans will be very happy with so far in this competition. And obviously then Vihanga, those 10 overs and against a quality opposition like South Africa. So on the back foot, straight to the field, Kavisha Dilhari has played 7 dot balls in a row.
Yeah, and this is the type of bowler that they'll want to go after. Chloe Tryon just filling the gaps for South Africa as a bowler in this lineup. Did not want to give away too many dot balls, particularly to her.
Yeah, I like the fact that the great intensity shown by the South African skipper. In my last STV spoke about it when Vishmi Gunaratne and Pereira were picking singles at ease straight after the drinks break. She brought the field in.
I'm happy with that.
And then there were a few dot balls and created an opportunity. Vishmi going for a very expensive option with a lot of risk involved, and she paid the price. 116 for 3. So as you can see now, suddenly required run rate has nudged 5 for the very first time in this innings, ST. This is why these batters have to be very careful. You need to keep an eye on it, but you have to play on its merit, obviously. There's no doubt about that. But they cannot let the South Africans get on top.
Particularly because Sri Lanka don't have those options like South Africa do lower down in their order. They don't have the Dirksons, the de Klerks, the Chloe Tryons to come. A lot of the players to come are also accumulators, so they'll need to keep up with that required run rate if they hope to get through, because once the required rate goes past 7 or 8, it's always going to be difficult for batters coming in.
That's a very important point you made. A very good one too, ST. Yeah, they're not the biggest cricketers in the Sri Lankan side, are they? So that's a luxury that Sri Lankans don't have. That's a very good point. And so that's why you can't let this run rate to creep up. You need to be in the game as much as possible. This time gives yourself room, make good contact, but again, field is being set to prevent the singles being taken.
Yeah, South Africa 112 for 3 at this same position. So Sri Lanka slightly ahead, but as I mentioned, they don't have the players like Dirksen who can come in and score quickly. So they'll need to keep themselves a little bit ahead of that score that South Africa were on.
Oh, yay!
We have seen this from the skipper, South African skipper Laura, having the fielders in front for the first 4 or 5 balls and then to drop a couple of fielders. Now this Squalig has gone back to the boundary, so is cover, so protection, deep Squalig, fine leg third, and then deep extra cover.
That's one.
Yeah, good tactic this. 4 balls, dot balls and 1 single. She's trying to, she's playing with the batter's mind at the moment, and you can't fall prey. They have to play positively. They need to take a couple of risks. Better trust your skills than let your opponent get to you.
We have Chloe behind you, so we can afford to go more.
Another dot to finish things up. So de Klerk's comeback has been fantastic. 1 run of 2 overs. Sri Lanka 117 for 3 after 27.
$119 required. Again, a miss hit. Idea was correct, but the execution was not there. She basically went across it, just had to present the full face and the wrist through the line. But a lot of bottom hand into that one. That's her scoring area. Go-to shot, it's a sweep shot.
Yeah, and that's the pressure created by de Klerk on the other end, isn't it? So many dot balls, and Harshita Samaravikrama feels that she has to do something different to get things going. Fortunately for her, that one fell short of the fielder, but South Africa definitely putting a lot of pressure on Sri Lanka, and the batters seem to be feeling it.
That has been hit with some power, and that's what I just mentioned before. where Samara Vikrama failed to do, but Kavisha Dilhari did. Now have a look at this. Still head, nice hands, the golf swing that you call it. That's the 3-wood, finishing right up to the circle. Well, Sri Lanka needs few of those, ST, and that might give her some confidence to go for those.
Yeah, you got the feeling that something had to give, right? And Kavisha Dilhari just executes it perfectly. So that's a little bit of pressure taken off the Sri Lankans. Chloe Tryon still going pretty well. 17 runs off her 4.3 overs.
Yeah, the sun has disappeared, ST, as we said, and few clouds. So let's hope that the weather god is kind to us today and we'll see a full game of cricket. You know, in fairness to both teams,
Here
and
we go now, ladies,
you don't
here we
need
go.
Duckworth Lewis to come and put his 5 cents in.
Yeah, Sri Lanka ahead of the DLS Pasco at the moment, sitting at 113. But of course, a couple of wickets could change all that.
DLS Pasco at the moment is 113. So Sri Lankans are ahead, but that's nicely played into the gap. At least a couple.
Are you cramping there, Doc?
Yeah, good finish to the over, and it's a good one for Sri Lanka after some time. 1, 6 and a 2, so 9 off. 126 for 3.
I'm fine now. Thank you.
So Sri Lanka 126 for 3 after 28. De Klerk continues. Big appeal. Another play and miss from Harshita Samaravikrama. We've seen a few of those in the last 3 overs that De Klerk has bowled.
Yeah, the bowler was very keen, wasn't she? And so was cover point, but the wicket keeper who caught the ball was not. Once again, 4 fielders inside the ring on the offside, 3 on the onside. Deep third and a long on. The 2 boundary riders. This time she gets some bat on it. Calls for 2. Yeah, good running. These 2 are probably 2 of the quickest runners in the Sri Lankan side, and so all they have to do is to get the ball into those gaps and take an advantage in that area.
Yeah, 2 of the quickest and also 2 with good understanding. They bat a lot together in that middle order for Sri Lanka. So they understand how each moves. Another play and miss from Harshita Samaravikrama. Frustrating stuff for the South Africans because they bowled really well. The rewards haven't come for De Klerk yet.
And normally Harshita is a pretty fluent player on the offside, isn't she? And but I think the tactics, the South African tactics, are getting into her head. No, she's looking to play square of the wicket by opening her bottom hand. There's a gap between cover and extra cover. That one she gets some bat on it. Yeah, made good contact. After some time, a boundary for Samaravikrama. Needs few of those.
Yeah, she goes over the top, almost premeditated, but gets the boundary. So some runs finally coming off Nadine de Klerk. It's been brilliant in her comeback spell. And that's nicely done from Harshita Samaravikrama. Just rotates the strike
Looking very good, yeah, nice.
Boundary and then the single. So perfect for Sri Lanka. Just one delivery left in this 29th over.
Looking too good, yeah, nice.
At this stage, ST South Africa were 120 for 5. So Sri Lanka 13 runs and 2 wickets ahead at this stage. But then again, South Africa have finished, so runs on the board, and there's pressure on the chasing side.
Oh, yeah, too good.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Well-weighted defensive shot from Dilhari. I nearly said Kalhari, didn't I? Who is Kalhari? 133 for 3 after 29. So ST, where are we at now? 103. That's what we require of 21. For those who are interested, DLS Pasco, because only 3 wickets down, is 119. So Sri Lankans are 14 runs in front in that regard. But a wicket can change everything. So this pair has to keep their wickets intact and keep the scoreboard moving. And Kaka has been brought from this end. Nice hands, just drops it on the onside. Yeah, like you said, these two looks to have good chemistry between them, don't they? See, everyone knows what the other partner is doing, and what was impressive was that Dilhari was ready to run.
Yeah, as I've said, they batted a lot together in that middle order, often coming in when Sri Lanka need them to put a partnership together. South Africa has bought on Ayabonga Kaka, so they're looking for wickets, making the changes. That's again what you like to see from Laura Wolfhard, just trying things, seeing what works.
Even that defensive shot from Dilhari shows you that she has got used to the pace of this track. That defensive shot came off the middle of the bat. So 25 over 38. On the back foot. Wow, very good piece of fielding there. Saved 3 runs.
Yeah, that's Dirksen at point. Full length dive and stops the boundary.
See, often we talk about tactics and advantages that some of these teams have when you compare. Once again, prefer that cross-patch shot. STV saw off the stumps. Another couple. Yeah, lucky.
Yeah, again on the running, there was a good call from Dilhari to send Harshita Samaravikrama back. Unfortunate for South Africa that Wolfhard's direct hit then ricochets off, and Sri Lanka are able to collect 2.
The point I was making just before that, ST, a lot of these teams have an advantage when it comes to fielding when they play against Sri Lanka. We saw with the missed opportunities and a few knock-ons and fumbles. Again, there was a chance for the mid-on fielder to stop there, but once again, very neatly done.
Yeah, it's Wolfhard again. And as you said, Gamini, there is a big difference between the fielding we're seeing from South Africa and what we saw from Sri Lanka earlier in the day. I don't think Sri Lanka's ground fielding was that bad, but certainly the catching was not up to the mark.
Dot ball to finish the 30th. Sri Lanka 138 for 3.
Go deep square out. Oh, yeah.
Sri Lanka's target now under 100. That would have been one of the milestones. Well, we got some really hard-working journalists out here, both in the print media and also in the electronic media. And that gentleman, I believe, happens to come from South Africa. 138 for 3, Kosala, 30 overs done, so 20 overs left for Sri Lanka. They got 7 wickets standing. They should feel comfortable, but as we all know, it's not over until it's over.
Quite right, Roshan. And a lot will depend on how this pair bats on, how deep they take it in, and how close they get Sri Lanka to the target.
1-1.
They've been impressive, I must say, this pair of batters. Not afraid to get on the front foot. Samara Wickrama has taken her time, but Dilhari has played a few adventurous shots.
Go right arm over to you. Left.
Sunil is bowling her off spin. So it's so important that the South African spinners stand up at on this occasion and deliver for South Africa. That's what they would have been hoping for when they were quite desperate to bat first.
But the fact that if you really look at it, Roshan, if you see how the South African spinners have bowled and how the Sri Lankan spinners bowl compared to this surface, they've been much quicker through the air than the Sri Lankan spinners.
Yeah, they have varied their pace for sure. That we understand, but that's, I think, their style. Those pitches are a little bit harder and not the dry surfaces that you see in Sri Lanka. There goes the sweep, but cannot beat the field. Now South Africa needs to bring back some control into the game. How are they going to do that? Because the Sri Lankan pair are looking adventurous. Sweep shot is very well used by Harshita. But on the other hand, the job is only half done for the Sri Lankan batters. 31 overs, 140 for 3.
It's been a very decent partnership. Dilhari has been very impressive from the moment she came in. Sri Lanka well ahead of the DL pass score. Well, this is what they've been doing. They've been working it around. They can get the singles. And now that's a boundary. That's very well placed by Kavisha Dilhari. She didn't try to hit it too hard, but she got the gap perfectly.
Perfect shot that is. Brilliantly done, I must say. Waited for the ball to come on to her and then played it. Just opening the face of the bat. Just take a look. Beautifully done. The partnership now 55 runs. Come in very good time. And Sri Lanka mounting a challenge here. Oh, went off the outside edge. That's good bowling by Kaka. Dilhari, I beg your pardon. We're getting our names mixed up. I seem to have picked up the disease from Gamini Pereira. I was going to say Kavisha Dilhari and I said Kalhari.
145 for 3. As Roshan mentioned, the partnership above 50 runs now. Very well done. And that will be the second boundary of this over. Samaravikrama and Dilhari now dealing in boundaries and really taking on the South African bowlers.
Well, pace is not your friend here on the surface. If you're the fielding side, on a slowish track, the batters would like the ball to come on a little bit quicker. Kaka pushing it through. Beautifully done by the left-handed Harshita, just waiting for the ball to come on to her. Very similar to the shot played by Kavisha Dilhari. This time straight to the fielder, but turning out to be a very good over. They've got 9 runs of the first 4 balls.
Also the way Samaravikrama holds her bat grip, in the sense that she finds it more easier to play the horizontal bat stroke because she holds it very low down. Again, that's giving width for Samaravikrama. She'll pick up another boundary. Sri Lanka move further on and get closer and closer to that target. They've passed the 150 mark for the loss of 3, and this has been a very good over.
Excellent over from a Sri Lankan point of view, I'll tell you. This is pure class. Just look at, of course she had to reach for it, but it's the timing and perfection. It's all timing. It's went with her hands, feet went nowhere, but that's all right. Was quite aware of where the gap prevailed.
They wouldn't mind that dot ball in the final delivery of that over. 32 done. Sri Lanka 153 for 3. I think Roshan, yeah, this is the bowling figures by the pace bowlers. Malki Madara, she was good for Sri Lanka, 4 for 50, but South Africa paces had not been up to the mark. And on this surface, Roshan, you need to bring in your cutters, or you need to slow things up a little bit, because seam up is just not going to be the forte on this surface.
Well, I think that's the mistake South Africa are making.
One, nons. Bowler! Good. Kenapa mdasa? Oh, out. Top macho.
So 154 for 3. Lees. But that's better.
Too good, Wolf.
Giving a little bit of air. That's what they should be doing more often
Here we go,
than trying to push
Sunny.
it quickly. The more you push it on this surface, the batter will always find it easier.
Oh, yeah.
And that sweep shot,
One
they've done it
night,
so well,
Yeah, man.
and
Too good.
to perfection, I would say.
Well, got it from outside the line of the stumps.
Too good, Shampoo.
Inside it onto the stumps, but I think she had a pad in the way that she worked it from outside the off. The ball not turning. There could be a little bit of grip sometimes.
So they keep working the singles around, rotating it, doing it pretty well.
Here we go.
This time Dilhari. The South African ground fielding has not
Oh, you beauty. You
helped their
beauty.
cause as well.
You beauty.
156 for 3. This partnership building in stature now.
Oh, you beauty.
That's better from Lees,
Over
giving it a little
all
bit
day,
of air.
every day, CC. Too good, sis.
So 33 done, 156 for 3. Well, it's drinks on the field. The second time in this Sri Lankan innings. So this is the Sri Lankan batting card. They lost Atapattu early for 6, but then Gunaratna and Pereira pull things back with a very good partnership for the second wicket. Pereira making 32 and Vishwanathan 29. But Samaravikram and Dilhari, this has been the partnership that's really put South Africa on the back foot. 38 and 34 respectively to Samaravikram and Dilhari, but they're continuing. They're getting the boundaries, they're getting the singles, and they're putting the pressure on the South African bowlers. It's 156 for 3, Sri Lanka.
South Africa have tried quite a few bowlers, lots of spin, but the seam bowlers, particularly Kaka, is going at 8 runs and over. That's a lot. Klaas was good at the top. De Klerk, Lees, Malaba and Tryon, they've all tried hard. Malaba looked good, but eventually leaked some runs. For South Africa, what they need now are wickets. 156 for 3. They'll be telling themselves that they still got a fair amount of runs on the board or in the bank to try and defend, but they got to move quickly. They need wickets quite regularly, and can they do it? So also Kosala, one other thing is that the light has got slightly dimmer. We've got a little bit more cloud cover coming over the ground, that the blue skies seem to have gone away, diminished, and it's more the grey skies now. So the run rates will matter at this stage. The DLS par score, Sri Lanka way ahead, 134. At the moment they're 156 for 3. You compare the score with the number of wickets. The wickets column will be very important. So that's another thing that Sri Lanka will have to be concerned about going forward, because if the rains come and if they have just 3 wickets down, they can be in a favourable position.
Yeah, wickets is a very key factor, because if you lose 1 or 2 quick wickets, then that DLS rate automatically goes up. This is Shamari Atapastu's dismissal. I might have felt that they're in the game, but I thought Vishwanathan might have been a little bit unlucky, but then had to go, and this is a big wicket for the South Africans, getting Pereira out. But since then, it's been fantastic by the Sri Lankan batters out there. This is how it's gone out so far. South Africa making 235 for 9, top score of 61 for Dirksen. Malki Madara taking 4 for 50, and in reply Sri Lanka 156 for 3 in 33 overs. Pereira unbeaten. Pereira made 42. Samaravikrama unbeaten on 38 and Dilhari on 34. A wicket apiece for Klaas, Maleba and Lees.
So drinks are off. Play will start. South Africa, they have a lot of work to be done. The target is 236. The way forward for them would obviously be wickets, and how will South Africa set about? There's going to be a change of bowling.
Change
So
bowler.
Dirksen
Coming right arm over.
coming on. I don't think she's bowled so far, Dirksen. So she's coming on. South Africa looking for that wicket. They need to break through. They cannot afford to let partnerships develop, and that is exactly what's happening here. The 4th wicket.
Play.
Now, Dirksen comes straight away and bowls off cutter into the pitch. So this is what they should be doing. That's the type of bowling on this surface, Roshan. It's going to bring you something.
Interestingly, with the stump mic on, you could hear that the batter's conversation was slightly different, because Harshita seemed to tell Dilhari, we'll come to that the ball seemed to be coming on to the bat a bit better. That's what I heard. So, well, some stump mics can be very useful because you could actually listen to what the players discuss, and you can then it becomes very easy to kind of base your opinion. And hearing these two batters communicate,
Coming right arm around to you.
I tell you a story about how the surface is.
Best of 3 for 16. Only played 5 games. Economy is 6.47. Well, Samara Vikrama will come back for 2. But I still feel that Rexon is trying to hit it into the surface the way she's bowling, but maybe not getting that real purchase, not getting that grip that she is looking for.
She's a kind of hit the deck hard bowler. Even against India, we did see her do that. She relies a lot on pace, which will not be ideal at this stage of the game. And you give the batter pace and give them width. That's asking for trouble. Then the Sri Lankan pair will continue to enjoy what they're doing. Partnership of 70 runs now and turning out to be extremely crucial and decisive in the context of the game. Kavisha Dilhari on strike. They got 2 fielders behind square leg on the leg side and 2 on the off side on the boundary. Short delivery, worked away fine. She's getting bounce, she has pace. But that pace doesn't seem to be troubling the batters too much.
Especially on this surface. 161 for 3. Sri Lanka does have a fair amount of batting to come as well. Lakshya De Silva might be in next. You just can't afford to bowl at that length to Samara because she loves to play the horizontal bat strokes. And she'll pick up a single again to end that over. It's 162 for 3 at the end of 34.
Well, 162 for 3. If Sri Lanka is able to get over the line in this game beating South Africa, it will mean the victory will be a special effort, because every time Sri Lanka wins without the contribution of Chamari Athapattu, it makes the team look better and also a good feeling, because we do know that the team relies a lot on Chamari's experience and ability. And even in that last game that we did see where Sri Lanka chased over 300, Chamari did get 196 not out. So she's been the one who has been the driving force on most wins. So win without her contribution can be quite special.
Quite right, Roshan. Because I think Sri Lanka depends far too much on Chamari Athapattu. But now players like Samara Vikrama, Pereira, Kavisha Dilhari putting on. Kavisha Dilhari is in fact playing 100th international game today.
This is very good cricket by these pair of batters. Really good cricket. I say that because they can turn out to be an absolute headache for the bowling unit, because they're rotating the strike, dropping and running, right hand, left hand combination. So constant altering of the line and lengths and even the fielders. So this is clever batting on the part of Sri Lanka.
Oh, you beauty. Too good tonight.
So if you look at it from a bowler's point of view, Lees would love to bowl more to either the right hand or the left hander, but with a set field. But that's not been allowed by this pair. Alphonse a single, this time a little bit too ambitious. 165 for 3.
That side, please. Yeah.
One six five for 3. Sun's gone hiding here at the R. Premadasa International Stadium, but no threat of rain yet. It's been a very different weather pattern in Colombo, Roshan, for various places. Some places having rain, some places not. And again, they continue. And we'll get another boundary. No, good bit of fielding. And they will come back for 2.
Really good batting by Harshita Samaravikrama. Waiting for the ball to come to her. Beautifully pivoting on that front foot or on that right foot of hers and turning it with the rolling of the wrist. They'll want to check as to whether it's a boundary or not. So that's the boundary check done. That's perfectly saved. So only a couple of runs. So the umpire just making sure that that's done. And we are ready to continue. Short and wide. Good fielding, but that was 4. Had that shot been slightly onto either side of that fielder, maybe a yard or 2, that was 4. Short and wide. This is not good bowling. That was asking to be hit, and great fielding. He's finding the fielders, Harshita Samaravikrama. Both deliveries, I feel she could have put away. Square of the wicket, and this one pulling from outside the off stump.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That will beat the infield. That's 4 for the taking. I would say that's the shot of the day. And Samaravikrama will now reach a half century.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous shot. Really gorgeous shot. Pitched up. She was trying hard to go through the field. Looked to go through the offside and then tried hard to go through mid-on. And then a beautiful straight drive. Timing perfect. Placement perfect. It was 4 from the time it left the bat, and in good time. A strike rate of just under 80. And she's helped Sri Lanka to mount a challenge here. Now 171 for 3. Sri Lanka getting close. Just another 65 runs is what they require.
That one kept very low. It's been called a wide.
She goes wide of the crease. She was looking for that back of the hand kind of wrist spin delivery. She released it well, but it just went down the leg side. Would have been perfect for a right-hander.
That would have been drifting down the leg. The angle that Eriksson creates when she bowls, it's very wide of the crease, so that would have definitely taken it away.
Yeah, there was some hope in that voice as she went very wide of the crease, as you said, but clearly going down the leg side, and also a bit of bounce as well. That was an easy one for the umpire. So 1 ball left in the over. Sri Lanka looking good at the moment. Dot to end the over. 36 overs done. Sri Lanka looking good. 172 for 3.
Sharp.
The future of Sri Lankan women's cricket
Aya.
is not waiting in the wings.
Oh, okay.
It's out there front and center,
That's in.
steering this chase of 236. 64 needed now of just 84 balls. Back and across.
One.
Throws her
One
hands
left.
at this one. And after Harshita Samaravikrama brought up her 50, Kavisha Dulari is following in her footsteps. 12 short now of that milestone. I'm Anisha Ghosh in the commentary box, joined by Estelle Vasudevan. You must be really pleased with how things have panned out for Sri Lanka after the early loss of their captain Chamari Yatapattu, Estelle.
Yeah, it's been a good chase so far from Sri Lanka. There was that short period of time when Nadine de Klerk bowled a couple of really good overs where Sri Lanka couldn't get things off. But they survived that period, and this pair, as they have done many times in the past, in the recent past, have batted really well.
One 24 years old and the other 26. And they feature so often in conversations around what is next for Sri Lankan women's cricket after Chamari Yatapattu. And every time that question comes up, these two have been front and center.
Oi, girl. Too good, Sissy.
So South Africa were 171 for 5 at this same stage. Sri Lanka 173 for 3. This was when South Africa put on that good partnership between Tryon and Dirksen. So as I said before in one of my previous stints, despite getting this close, it's still a task because Sri Lanka will want this pair to go through at least until they are very close to the target.
There is still a lot of batting ammunition in the Sri Lankan lineup. Flighted, lunges forward and places towards sweeper cover. It's been great footwork from Harshita Samaravikrama in specific. A smattering of crowd have come in. Welcome to the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. Entry is free, so the word goes out to all the people of Colombo. Come out in numbers, support your team, and watch some good cricketing action among these three teams. Top sides all will be featuring in the upcoming Women's ODI World Cup in India.
Yeah, remember it's free entry for the crowd, so if you're in the area, definitely come in. These are some top teams, as Anisha mentioned. All three will be featuring in that ODI World Cup later in this year, so great opportunity to see some really good players in action. 37 overs done, Sri Lanka 175 for 3.
Nicely poised this game. Could be touch and go. And as is often used as a cliche, could go down to the absolute wire. We haven't seen pace bowler Masabata class for a while now, and it looks like Laura Wolfhard has decided to throw her the ball. Got the wicket of the big fish, the captain Chamari Yatapattu early. What can she spring this time around?
That's nicely played by Kavisha Dilhari. Pierces the offside field. Gets a boundary. Great start to the over. It's always good to get a boundary off the first ball of the over. Class goes for a boundary. Sri Lanka going along well.
Quality shot that from Kavisha Dilhari. A couple of steps forward, gets down on a knee. And look how perfectly she bisects the field. Gorgeous looking stroke from the youngster.
Immediately, Wolfhard just putting that fielder back. What does she do the next delivery? She puts it in the gap for a single. So brilliant batting from Kavisha Dilhari. Just playing with the field right now.
Sri Lanka clearly have their nose ahead in this contest. 7 runs ahead. They are compared to where their opposition were at this juncture of their own batting innings. A thick cloud cover also comes in as we speak. They've maneuvered the infield so well, both these batters. Drop and run has been a key theme in their approach. It's getting a little dark out here at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium, but it's looking very, very bright, Estelle, for Sri Lanka women, looking to get their first win on the board, and would be quite the statement if they do go on to eke out a win in this contest against South Africa.
That's a good shot once again by Harshita Samaravikrama, and a little bit of a misfield in the deep by Sunelus, and it's gone down for 4.
Wristily played into the leg side, and the misfield in the deep from Sunelis does the trick. Wasn't hit hard, but was placed very well to the right of the diving Sunelis. A deep square leg gets enough to get her 6th boundary. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, looks like she's jammed her knee in the outfield, getting a bit of treatment outside the boundary, so a bit of a break in play at the moment. Just on the way that Sri Lanka have played, as we've mentioned before, this pair, they do run well between the wickets, and they've done that really well in this innings. South Africa, you have to say, have tried everything. Laura Wolfhard, very good captaincy, used a lot of her bowlers, changed her tactics up, but not able to make the breakthrough. As I mentioned before, there was that short period of time when you felt like something's gonna give.
Suneli is getting some medical attention there. A deep square leg. Clearly is wincing in pain. Will be out of action for some time, it seems. Nodals into the leg side. Quick single called and will be completed. Sunelus decides to walk off. A look at the DLS power score, 152. So not much of a problem or a headache there for Sri Lanka as the cloud cover overhead thickens, and it's thickening fairly quickly.
There's when that boundary was hit by Harshita Samaravikrama. Sunelus just jamming her knee in the outfield. Single to finish the over. Sri Lanka 186 for 3 after 38.
Here we go, ladies, here we go.
15 needed now for Sri Lanka to get their first win on the board in this tri-series. Came into this match under a fair bit of pressure, having gotten a hiding at the hands of India in the form of a 9-wicket defeat in the first game, the tournament opener on Sunday, but has responded really well. Started out very well after deciding to field first.
Yeah, as things stand,
Good hand, Taz.
it's a fantastic bit of fielding. As Tasman Brits saved another certain boundary of Kavisha Dilhari's bat.
Got on top of that. Fine stop from Brits. Just stretched out her right hand to apprehend that. Saved 3 runs.
As things stand, as I was saying, 49 of 71. Looks like Sri Lanka's game to lose, but you never know. A couple of wickets here and there could change things around completely.
Nudged into the leg side. Runs the first one quickly. Oh, there is a bit of a misfeel in terms of the pickup from Tasman Brits. She cannot help but have a chuckle herself.
Why are you falling for the ball?
Keeps it to just a single, thankfully, for South Africa. Yeah, makes a hash of the pickup there. Went with one hand, but decides to take a merry-go-round it. A bit of comic relief that, Estelle.
Here we go.
As the air crackles with tension, there's a lot of pressure mounting on both sides.
I don't know,
Yeah, it's good to see from South Africa as well. They'll obviously be feeling it right now. They've got a bit to do if they want to go through and win this game. So good to see smiles on their faces, enjoying themselves out in the middle.
Here we go, yeah, ladies. Here we go.
And that's the Sri Lankan selectors watching the proceedings unfold carefully.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, very good
too
bowling
good,
from
Joe.
Chloe Tryon. Saw
Gonna run
Dilhari
past it now,
come down the track, darted in quicker and into the pads. Didn't give her the kind of room she was looking for to loft this over her head, perhaps. Back and across, and that's a terrific shot from Kavisha Dilhari. That will bring up her 4th ODI 50. Up goes the bat. In a chase that has tested her nerve, she has stood tall, steering this innings for Sri Lanka. This is a 50 built on a lot of grit and game sense. Deservedly applauded by her non-striking partner, Harshita Samari Vikrama, with whom she's already strung a 102-run partnership. So the stand is now well over 100. And after the end of the 39th over, Sri Lanka are 192 for 3.
Change bowler, left arm around to you.
So Sri Lanka 192 for 3 after 39.
Flighted into the pads, wristed with the spin towards deep square leg. The equation now 43 needed from 65 balls. The asking rate well below 4. That should inject a lot of relief, but Sri Lanka shouldn't let complacency set in, because funny things happen in cricket.
Yeah, and particularly against the likes of Malaba, who is such a great wicket-taking option and has been for South Africa. As I say that, Laura Woolfard brings another fielder into the offside in a ring. Wants to dry up those runs.
Both these youngsters have shown a lot of maturity in this chase. Both have gotten to their respective half centuries. 4th for Samara Vikrama, 3rd for Kavisha Dilhari. Oh, misfield allows a single. A direct hit could have had Kavisha Dilhari in trouble. And there's a misfield backing up as well that decide against a second, because there was a collision between the non-striker who ran towards the wicketkeeper's end and the wicketkeeper Sunalo Jafta. A lot has happened in that ball, Estelle.
Yeah, a couple of events in itself. direct hit maybe could have had Kavisha Dilhari in a bit of trouble in that collision between Harshita Samaravikrama and Jafta. Almost an overthrow. So Sri Lanka needing 42 of 62. What does Laura Woolfard do now? She's got her main strike bowler in Malaba bowling from this end. But where do the wickets come from? Because wickets are what South Africa need right now.
Though I'm not too well versed with behavioral patterns of weather in Colombo, Estelle, but it looks like it might open up any minute, the heavens. The TLS Pasco now 162. Nothing for Sri Lanka to worry about as Estelle in the commentary box tries to make the clouds go away through her hand gestures in vain. End of the 40th over, Sri Lanka 195 for 3.
Are those rain clouds? Okay. Here we go, Shangi. Here we go, yeah, ladies. Here we go.
Just a mere 41 runs needed of the last 10. 2 set batters, half centurions both in the middle. A bit of cloud cover on top. Lot of promise in the middle. Where is this game headed? Can South Africa get a breakthrough at this juncture?
It's the slide for me.
Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? They've got Chloe Tryon on one end. Has been economical, but is she your best wicket-taking option? That's the question. Do you want to bring in maybe someone like Nadine de Klerk who troubled these two batters early in their innings?
All day, Boban.
This is the best partnership of the match, 105 and counting. Laura Woolfard and Tasman Brits put on a century stand of their own in the last game against India. And this is clearly poised to be the second best in this tri-series. It's the third game that's underway today.
Too good, yeah, Chloe, try on.
A 7-game series this is. The top 2 teams locking horns in the final on May the 11th. Wayward delivery, nicely taken in the leg side by Sinalo Jafta, who's of course standing in for Karabu Mesu, took ill due to the heat-related adversity she faced on field. Oh, that's a thick edge. Should be intercepted by Anneri Dirksen, but the batters will pick up a couple. Good running between the wickets.
Yeah, really good running between the wickets. Just keep your eye on Kavisha Dilhari, how hard she runs those 2 runs. Almost ready to come back for 3 despite the ball just barely making it past the inner circle. So really good running. Intensity is good by this pair.
Ooh, just the one there.
Works it into the leg side.
Good night, Zo.
Look unhurried and untroubled for the best part now. They know they are in touching distance of that victory, a much needed victory. And what an opposition to get this win against it would be if they do go on to seal this chase. 37 short now.
Yeah, they wouldn't be wanting to think too far ahead. Just take it 1 over at a time. That's nicely played by Kavisha Dilhari. Tries to come down the track, but picks up the length so well and guides it past third. Vacant field in that area, and she gets another boundary.
That is smart, street-wise bowling from Chloe Tryon, but even smarter thinking on the part of Kavisha Dilhari. End of the 41st, Sri Lanka 203 for 3.
So here's Kavisha Dilhari's half century. Has used her feet so brilliantly, whether it's coming down the track and hitting the bowler straight over her head, or just using her crease, getting back and hitting it through point. She's been brilliant in this innings, and you've got to say, even in the game against India, she looked so good, looked really fluent out in the middle, didn't get a big score on that occasion. Here, she has 55 off 65. You go, cover drive, then again back and across. How many have we seen her hit past that square boundary?
Yeah, really looks compact as a batter. Has added so many shots to her arsenal over the course of her career. Liana missed this time. And her footwork has been so nimble. Her approach fearless. It was Kavisha Dilhari who started taking the attack to the spinners. And Harshita Samaravikrama followed suit. Has also displayed good game sense by according the kind of respect some of these bowlers have commanded, which is so important when you're trying to navigate a chase like this with your senior batters, the experienced ones gone.
Yeah, just to speak a bit more on this partnership, I recall even during the game against India, us discussing in the commentary box that maybe Sri Lanka are missing a trick by having someone like Hansima Karunaratne in between Harshita and Kavisha, who bat so well together. So I feel like Sri Lanka have got the combinations right today, where they've got maybe their two best batters after Chamari Athapattu batting together in that middle.
Deft touch was looking to plunder the third region. Arnery Dirksen puts in the chase and was perhaps able to keep this in play. A good stop, at least a couple of runs taken. It was in fact Nadine de Klerk with that valiant effort in the deep third region.
Yeah, long chase, and she does brilliantly, de Klerk. Spent a couple of seconds extra getting up. I'm sure the heat is also playing a massive part. That's why I think it's impressive to see how the Sri Lankan batters have gone about things. They've run well between the wickets, but still look like they're ready to take those quick singles and convert those singles into twos.
This partnership has clearly blunted the South African attack, taken so much pressure off the chase, put Sri Lanka now within 28 runs of their first victory on this assignment. Flighted back and across again. But Chloe Tryon is there in the deep. Will just be a single. End of the 42nd. And Sri Lanka are 209 for 3. Sri Lanka 209 for 3. Need just 27 runs of the last 8 overs. They say that it's the grit that makes the greats of tomorrow. And we are seeing 2 of them in the middle. It's not for no reason that Harshita Samaravikrama and Kavisha Dilhari are spoken of so highly by anyone following Sri Lankan women's cricket. and especially their captain Chamari Athapattu.
Swept away by Kavisha Dilhari. Yes, two of those names that you hear about all the time when you talk about Sri Lanka cricket and the future of Sri Lanka cricket. So it's good to see them come good with that promise. We talk about the future, but the future is now for Sri Lanka cricket with these two. They've done it in the past. They've proven themselves in the last couple of years.
Comes down the track and beats Laura Wolfart. Excellent shot from Harshita Samaravikrama. It will race away to the boundary. That's her 7th 4 of the inning. She's now into her 70s and making a statement here in this chase of 236 is this 26-year-old.
Fantastic shot from Harshita Samaravikrama, just using her feet so well. But what's impressive about it is that she found the gap.
Wayward in the leg side, swivels and pulls it to the fielder, to Nadine de Klerk. A 4 followed up by a single. Excellent strike rotation, excellent game sense. And this is what we are talking about in terms of talking up these two youngsters, aren't we, Estelle? Calm in crisis, composed in their craft, steering this chase with aplomb.
Too good, too good.
Yes, and from South Africa's point of view, they're going to have to rethink this use of Chloe Tryon. I wonder if the fact that Sonia Lewis has gone off the field is kind of having an impact on Laura Wolfart's decisions.
Down the track, lofted over covers. There is a fielder after it and pulls it back in time. But fine use of the feet nonetheless. They're going for another run, completes it with ease. That's excellent running between the wickets, between Kavisha Dilhari and Harshita Samaravikrama. The partnership now 125. End of the 43rd, Sri Lanka 218 for 3.
Sri Lanka getting closer and closer. This partnership is 128 for the 4th wicket. Samaravikrama has made 71 of 87. Dilhari 61 of 73. 18 needed now for a great Sri Lankan victory. It will be their 4th highest run chase. Successful run chase. And the 2nd against South Africa. So this is the 4th wicket partnership. Both Kalhari, it was Kalhari who, Kavisha Dilhari who really started going about. So then Harshita Samaravikrama joined in the party. That was the shot of the day. Very strong off the hands. Square of the wicket. It was brilliant from both the batters.
Down.
Afraid to come down the track. Excellent partnership for 128.
Yeah, those who just saw that highlight package, Kaursala, you can see it's 360 degrees. It's magnificent. One of the best batting displays I've ever seen from two Sri Lankan batters, and it's come on a good click too. 128 of 150, and it just put so much of pressure on the South African bowlers. Kavisha 61, Rashita has contributed 65. Yeah, this will, sometimes when you, as a cricketer or as a batter, when you come up with a performance like this, it just changes your career really. That gives you so much of confidence to perform at this level and against quality opposition. And often people speak about when the top batters fail, that Sri Lanka is pretty much out of it. But it is something that will change the whole scenario. Well, maybe I put the muckers on the batter. Kavisha just hit one uppishly straight to cover. Mlaba makes the breakthrough. It's 6:30 delivery, really dragged her length, but one of those rare miss hits from Kavisha. She'll be very disappointed after batting so brilliantly that she couldn't get the team over the line and finish the job for them. But nonetheless, it's a magnificent hand. 61 of 75. Sri Lanka 218 for 4. New batter, Nilakshika Silva. The 250s, a score of 63, plenty of experience, 14 innings, closing in on 1,000 runs in 50-over cricket.
This is the fall of Kavisha Dilhari, misreading that length. $218 for 4. This has been a very tight over so far. 4 dot balls.
Will there another twist in this game, Kosala? 5 dot balls followed up with that wicket. 218 for 4. 6 overs remaining.
The weather's actually really nice now. The weather is nice.
Almost a run in every 2 balls. 18 of 36.
Yes, it turned out to be. It's a pleasant evening here in Premadasa. A lot of people were having doubts, Kosala, in the morning whether we are going to have a full game of cricket, but the gods have been very kind to us, and what a run chase we've seen.
Nate! Nate!
Yeah, we've been just informed that Sunil Lees has been replaced by Shangis due to an injury.
Oh, yeah!
Good run, tap and run. Now, how does Samaravikram approach these final few runs? Lakshya Silva is just in. Loads of experience for her as well.
Yeah, I think Samarikrama also very experienced Kosala in that regard. So she'll be looking to keep her wicket intact up until they cross the line.
Yeah, yeah.
Silva also very capable of
Nice and tight, yeah,
striking
ladies,
the
here we
ball.
go.
We've seen numerous occasions where she contributes with the bat in hand.
All day.
That was a good shot.
Here we
A
go,
very
nice
good fielding of her own bowling. De Klerk.
All in, yeah, ladies.
I
all
know
in, yeah, here we
that
go.
Mlaba has picked up a couple of wickets, but De Klerk was very impressive. He was very economical. There was one point in time when she was operating that there were plenty of drop balls and she was looking to put some pressure.
All
Right,
day,
right,
yeah, ladies. All day,
Samara
yeah,
Vikrama sending
nice.
Silva back. So what this victory, if they get the Kosala, will do to Sri Lankan side, because, and what that will do to South African side also we need to bring into the discussion.
Yeah, interesting to see how it will plan out.
Let's go, Dirk.
Silva will get off the mark with that stroke, just single. So now with this win, Sri Lanka go into second place behind India. And then Sri Lanka play India, I think, on Sunday. And then South Africa play India. So if South Africa are to get back on track, they need to beat India and Sri Lanka if they reach the final in the next two games that will follow, which is not going to be easy. Room on offer, and that will roll onto the boundary. Not the best of efforts down in the deep, but the Sri Lankans will take it. 220 for 4 now. They edge closer and closer.
Yeah, right throughout her innings, she's been very good square of the wicket with square cuts, pull shots. And that was one of those deliveries where she cashed in. .224. Dot ball to finish the 45th. Sri Lanka needs 12.
Center.
Nkululeko Mlaba. She's going to bowl her final over, and that's been hit with some power. Just a yard or two in front of the line, inside the line, I should say. So Sri Lanka getting closer ever so slightly.
Nilaksha Silva says, we've had enough. Let's get this done and dusted.
Yeah, made good contact too. Just inches inside. You need a big hit, Kosa, 65 yards boundary, right around. So you need to pack a punch if you need to clear the boundary, and
Coming on.
this will give loads of confidence to the Sri Lankan team. They were outplayed in all three departments against India, so then they had to bounce back. Creditable performance, but haven't they done that? It was hitting the middle stump, but it pitched outside the leg stump. So leg by.
Take a look at that. Yeah. Just pitching outside the leg, and that was the reason why. Sri Lanka one hit away now.
Yeah, beauty about this run chase, Kosala, is that at any given time, Sri Lanka did not lose the momentum. Even though you can very easily in a run chase, particularly when you have to score around 4.5 runs per over. Once a wicket falls, there's an opportunity for the fielding side to get back into the game. But every batter who came, they trusted their skills, and they batted out of their skin, and the running between was very good. Placement was very good. They played the field at times, which made it difficult for the bowlers. So 232 for 4 runs required. Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. Every team will play each other twice. So basically, this is the end of the first round. All 3 teams have played twice. And India so far, they have set the speed. They've won 2 out of 2. Miss hit. Gone. Well, Samarikrama looking to finish with a boundary, leading edge straight to mid-off, and that's the end of a remarkable innings from her. Came at a difficult time where there was the responsibility to keep the run rate up as well as to build a partnership, and didn't she do that well? Really good hand, Samarikrama. 77 off 92, number 88. Yeah, she'll sleep well tonight.
Without a doubt. Sri Lanka just 4 runs away. But she's done all the hard work, and she's taken Sri Lanka within striking range of getting back on this tournament. New batter is the Sri Lankan gloves woman. Anushka Sanjeevani. Best of 55. Strike rate is
1 wicket here, Nate.
not that great, but
Guli. Yeah. One. Yeah. Hello.
Anushka Sanjeevani, the wicket keeper,
You gotta get people to call me like that, you know that.
gets off the mark. The very
1 wicket,
first delivery, so 3 runs
go!
required. Laura, the skipper, feeling at extra cover well. That's over the top, and this is it. 1, 2, 3 bouncers into the fence. Nilakshi has the honour of finishing it off with a boundary, and comprehensive victory for Sri Lanka. Who would have thought, when South Africa finished with 236 in their loaded 50 overs, and the way the wicket was behaving at the time, it was too pace, but Sri Lankan batters obviously are used to playing on these pitches, and I think the South African bowlers would have learned a lesson or two today, Kosala. They'll be very disappointed with the outcome, and aren't they elated? They are a very happy bunch. Why? Because they have moved to second in the ladder with that victory. Well, he's happy too.
Gamri, the decision to bowl first after winning the toss paid off.
It did, and that's why I mentioned how South Africa will be a bit disappointed, because Sri Lankans obviously went with spin heavy attack, and the few people who were here to witness this match will be very happy that Sri Lanka has pulled one out of the bag, and it's never easy when you have to chase a total around 230, but their batters obviously came to the fore, and the happy skipper Pereira, well, she made a contribution as well. So overall it was a collectively very good batting performance. There's work to be done for South Africa, and also the heat is taking a bit of toll on them. There are a few injuries for them, South Africans, so they need to refresh and press the reset button and try and get through the next two games and make it to that last day, the grand final. Very happy coaching staff, Kaman Mapatuna, Disanayaka. They'll be very happy. Sri Lanka came to bat needing 236. Pereira made a very good contribution, 42. Atapattu was out early. There were a few around the ground, raised a few eyebrows at that point, but Gunaratne batted really well, very unlucky. But then there was this partnership, the match-winning partnership from Samara Vikrama and Dilhari. Both were out with the winning force inside, but 77 and 61 respectively. Silva at the end with a couple of big blows finished it for Sri Lanka. 10 extras, 237 for 5.
South African bowling, they used 7 bowlers. A wicket apiece for Klaas and de Klerk. Leaks had 1, 2 for Malaba. But Kaka, Charon and Dirksen going wicketless.
Yeah, Chamari Atapattu got a boundary off the first over, and then this happened. Well, South Africans were cloud 9 at that point, but Vishnu Gunaratne played some delightful shots. So did Pereira. Anything short, she latched onto it. There were some helping shots as well, which was very impressive from both. Just like that. And then Pereira, we saw playing the field at times. That was one of the shots of the innings, timed it nicely. Used a bottom man and top hand equally onto onside and offside. Anything short, you're punished. This was hit with some power. And then she was given LBW. South Africans thought they had a chance at that point. And straight after that, 10 runs later, Pereira was out. Then Dilhari and Samara Vikrama. Did Dilhari and Samara Vikrama things? That was perfectly struck. His first 6 of the innings. Samara Vikrama was relentless, anything short, square of the wicket. That was also nicely timed. Very strong bottom hand player, Samara Vikrama, and you can see why with some of those shots. And that was hit with the top hand. Brought up to 50 with that shot. Dilhari is not afraid to use the crease. Once again, using her feet. Dilhari was out with the winning pose inside. Once again, Samara Vikrama, anything short. She was in some mode. This was silver, and then Samara Vikrama was caught up it off. That was the winning run.
So this is the match summary. South Africa making 235 for 9 after being put into bat. The top score of 61 for Dirksen. Guru making 46. 4 wickets for Malki Madara and 3 for Mihanga. Sri Lanka in reply getting 237 for 5 in 46.3. Samara Vikrama 77, Dilhari 61 and Pereira 42. Malaba taking 2 wickets and Sri Lanka won by 5 wickets. So these are the highest successful run chases for Sri Lanka. The best being against South Africa, that was 305, that was in 2024. 257 against India, 244 against England, and again today 237 against South Africa and 216 against Pakistan. But lately they've had the best of South Africa.
So what has happened so far in this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nations ODI series? Match number 1, Sri Lanka versus India. Incidentally played on this very same pitch that we saw today. India comprehensively winning by 9 wickets in a rain-shortened game. Then match number 2, India and South Africa. What a game it was. India scored 277 and South Africa were in it for a very, very long way, and a magnificent 100 from Brits saw them getting agonizingly close to peeping India over the line. But at the end, India used all their experience to pick up last 5 wickets for next to nothing really, and ended up winning by 15 runs. And match number 3 today, Sri Lanka versus South Africa. Again, brilliant game of cricket, very good to the eye. Nice entertainment for the people who have turned up here at Premadasa Stadium. An evenly contested game of 50 over cricket. South Africa getting 237. And Sri Lanka batters came to the fore, joined the party, magnificent contributions, and doing it nicely, stylishly. And won by 5 wickets. So basically the first round of matches are done. And then on match number 4, 4th of May, once again we go back to the second round. Sri Lanka India, match number 5, India South Africa, and another deciding game on 9th of May, Sri Lanka versus South Africa. No doubt will decide the finalists. And on the 11th of May, it's the grand final of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series.
So this is the current points table. India head with 2 wins of 2 games with 4 points and a very healthy net run rate compared to the other 2 teams. Sri Lanka are with 2 points and South Africa yet to get off the mark. And with that, it's time to go down for the post-match presentation. Let's go and join Roshan Abesinga.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen a truly magnificent game of cricket with Sri Lanka chasing a fairly tough task and winning quite comprehensively by 5 wickets with 21 balls to spare in an important game in the Servo Women's Tri-Nation Series involving India and South Africa. And we say congratulations to Sri Lanka on a truly magnificent win. Let me start off by thanking our sponsors, Lanka IOC, the official title sponsor and exclusive ground branding. We also have Dialogue Papare, the official production partner and broadcaster, and we also have Fan Code, the official broadcaster for the territory of India. Now it's my privilege to welcome the presentation party. We got Dr. Jayanta Dharmadas, Honorary Vice President, International Cricket of Sri Lanka Cricket, and we also have Mr. Manjula Abe Vikrama, Senior Manager, Commercials, Lanka IOC. A warm welcome to you, sirs. Right, let me start off with the presentation, but let me talk to the South African captain first, Lara Woolford. Bad luck, Laura. I know you were quite keen to bat first. Where do you think it went wrong?
Yeah, I think we just didn't have enough runs on the board. It ended up being a bit slower, sticky up front when we batted first and maybe flattened out a bit later. So maybe something we'll look at for the next game. But yeah, didn't have enough runs on the board and probably didn't bowl as well as we could in that second half.
So I know these conditions have been quite challenging. Has this been, besides of course, you're here to win, but what other things have you learned?
I think we just need to be a bit braver with the bat for longer periods of time and then a bit more consistent with the ball. I think I haven't had a look at the stats, but I feel like a lot of their runs were scored pretty square of the wicket, which is sort of where we didn't want to bowl and we wanted to make them hit straight. And yeah, I think just too many boundaries short and wide.
Anything different that the spinners need to do on surfaces like this compared to back home?
I think they could possibly slow it down a bit. I think back at home you can get away with bowling a bit faster, but here on the slower conditions, I think some of the Sri Lankan girls are bowling really slow to us and it was just really hard to get away.
All right, Laura, bad luck today, but all the best.
Thank you.
Right, that's the South African captain, Laura Woolford. And now can we call upon the player of the match? She will receive US $500, which will be presented by Mr. Manjula Abe Vikrama, the Senior Manager of Commercials, Lanka IOC, and a trophy by Dr. Jayanta Dharmadasa. It goes to Harshita Samarvikrama for her outstanding 77 of 93, which included quite a few boundaries as well. A brilliant effort by Harshita, our player of the match. She receives US $500 from Mr. Manjula Abe Vikrama, Senior Manager Commercials of Lanka IOC, and then the trophy from Dr. Jayanta Dharmadasa, the Honorary Vice President of International Cricket, Sri Lanka Cricket. And Harshita will have a chat with us and she'll be assisted by the national coach Rumesh Ratnayaka. So what I will do is I will ask her the question, you can translate. Yeah. Harshita, first and foremost, talk us through that innings.
ඇතර ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මැච් විනින් පර්ෆෝමන්ස් එකක් කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙච්ච එක ගැන. ඉතින් විශේෂම හේතුව තමයි ලංකාව දිනවන්න පුළුවන් වෙච්ච එක ගැන ගොඩක් සතුටුයි.
She is very happy that she could contribute to the score and make a win for the Sri Lankan team.
Yeah, let's also talk about the situation when you went in. Did you have anything in mind, in particular plan to bat on this surface?
හසිනි අක්කයි විශ්මිනාගේ හොඳ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් දාලා තිබ්බ. ඉතින් හොඳ ස්කෝර් එකක් තිබ්බ. ඉතින් මමයි කවිෂ එකතු වෙලා ඕවරේට 5 ගානේ තමයි තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් අපි ඒක ස්ට්‍රයික් එක රොටේට් කරන ගමන් බවුන්ඩරි එක බැලුවා. ඉතින් ඒ දේ අන්තිම වෙනකන් කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙච්ච එකකින්ද අපිට තරගය දිනන්න පුළුවන් වුණා.
Vishmi and Hasini had a good launching pad for her to go and sort of set the stage, and she went and set the stage by making say 5 runs per over and so on with Kavisha.
And one final word about the pitch. How did it change from the time you bowled and the way you at the time you batted?
ටිකක් විකට් එක ස්ලෝ. හැබැයි බෝලේ අපි ඇඩ්ජස්ට් වෙලා ඒක සෙල්ලම් කරා.
The wicket was a bit slow, but they adjusted and they adapted to it and played.
Congratulations, very well done.
Thank you.
Right, that is our player of the match, Harshita Samarvikrama. And can we talk to the captain, Chamari Atapattu, please? I must first congratulate you. That was a bold decision to bowl first. Just tell us the thinking behind that decision.
Actually, we back our skills, and I have experienced bowling lineup, and Malki Mandara is bowling really good last New Zealand series, so we know her potential, and the selectors and the coaching staff all are backing me to get those decisions. So finally we won. That's really good for us.
What was the thinking in going with one fast bowler? You were bowling first anyway, so why did you go with one fast bowler?
Because we have good spinners, and I know this track is a little bit slow and low, so that's why we decide going with one fast bowler.
It's not always that Sri Lanka wins without Chamari Athapaththu doing something special, either getting wickets or scoring runs. So how special is this win without you contributing much, not as captain, but with the ball or bat?
Actually, long year back, it's happened, but now we have good youngsters. So I'm so happy to see these young girls improve a lot, and they're performing really good. As a captain, I'm really proud of them, and I hope they will continue their best performance, especially Harshita, Kavisha, and young Vishmi, and everyone support me a lot. I hope these girls playing their best cricket in this tournament and the future as well.
Congratulations, Chamari. Great win and all the best.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is the Sri Lankan captain Chamari Athapaththu, and that concludes our post-match presentation.
So there we are, very happy Sri Lankan captain and the player of the match, Samara Wickrama. And South Africa 235 for 9, Wilkson 61, Madara 4 for 50, Sri Lanka 237 for 5, Samara Wickrama and Dilhari both getting half centuries, and Mlaba 2 for 44, the best for South Africa. Sri Lanka won by 5 wickets.
So this is the next game. It's a big one. Sri Lanka take on India on the 4th of May at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium from 10 a.m. onwards. We'll be on live on thepapare.com from 9:45 a.m. on the 4th of May. So till we meet on the 4th, it's goodbye and a good day to all.